Hey there, story lovers. This is Proxima What If, and we're bringing you an epic adventure. What if Harry was reborn as Wednesday's twin and arrived at Hogwarts with a basilisk as a guard dog? Hit like, subscribe, and let's begin this journey. Chapter 1, The Family with No Apologies. The thing about the Addams estate was that it didn't sit on the hill so much as loom from it. The wrought iron gates were perpetually rusted open, not from neglect, but invitation. Gomez Addams believed that locked gates were for people who feared what might come in. The Addams family preferred to let things wander onto the property and then see what happened next. On a gray Tuesday morning in late July, Hadrian Addams was trying to teach a severed hand to play chess. Thing, you moved the bishop diagonally 5 squares. Bishops don't move 5 squares unless you're playing the Carpathian variant, and we agreed last week that the Carpathian variant is banned because you keep eating the pawns. Hadrian sat cross-legged on the parlor floor, his dark hair falling across his forehead in a way that never quite hid the thin lightning bolt scar above his right eyebrow. He'd had it since birth. His mother said it gave him character. His father said it made him look like a young duelist who'd survived his first blood match, which in the Addams household was among the highest compliments available. Thing tapped 2 fingers on the board indignantly. I don't care if you think the Carpathian variant is more expressive. Rules exist for a reason. Rules exist to be autopsied, said Wednesday from the doorway. You're wasting your time. Thing cheats at everything. Hadrian didn't look up. He didn't need to. He always knew where Wednesday was. It was a twin thing, or possibly an Addams thing, or possibly something else entirely that neither of them had ever bothered to name. She was 3 minutes older than him and had never once let him forget it. Thing doesn't cheat, Hadrian said. Thing innovates. Thing ate your queen 20 minutes ago. I watched from the stairs. Hadrian looked down at the board. His queen was, in fact, missing. Thing had the decency to look sheepish, which for a disembodied hand mostly involved curling 2 fingers inward. Thing scuttled off the board and disappeared under the sofa with the speed of something that knew when a tactical retreat was called for. Wednesday crossed the parlor and sat on the arm of the ancient leather chair that had allegedly belonged to a 16th-century executioner. She was dressed in her usual black, her dark braids hanging like twin ropes, her expression suggesting that the world had been mildly disappointing so far today and she expected it to continue the trend. Mother says breakfast is ready, she said. Pugsley tried to make toast again. Lurch had to put out the fire. Kitchen fire or Pugsley fire? Both. They walked to the dining room together, shoulders nearly touching. They did most things together, and had since they could walk. The family photos lining the hallway told the story, Wednesday and Hadrian as toddlers, dissecting their first frog. Wednesday and Hadrian at age 6, standing solemnly over the grave of a goldfish they'd buried with full military honors before attempting to reanimate it. Wednesday and Hadrian at 8, sitting on the roof during a thunderstorm, arguing about whether lightning was overrated. The dining room was already full. Gomez Addams sat at the head of the table, his mustache immaculate, his eyes bright, a fencing sword resting against his chair because he'd been sparring with the suit of armor in the hallway again. Morticia sat opposite him, pale and beautiful and calmly pouring tea while a small fire burned in the centerpiece. Pugsley was across the table, slightly singed, happily eating something that appeared to be a stack of pancakes but was almost certainly not. Grandmama stood at the sideboard, ladling something thick and green into bowls. Sit, sit. I made my special breakfast stew. 3 kinds of mushroom, eye of newt, and just a pinch of something I found growing in the basement. The glowing thing or the screaming thing? Hadrian asked, taking his seat. Does it matter? No, said Wednesday, sitting beside him. I was just curious. Grandmama winked. That's my girl. Gomez clapped his hands together with the energy of a man who found every single morning to be the most exciting morning of his life. Children. Wonderful news. Fabulous news. News that will shake the very foundations of, "You're monologuing again, dear," Morticia said. I do love a good monologue, Tish. You know how they get my blood going. Everything gets your blood going, Gomez. Because everything is exciting. Life. Death. Breakfast. But specifically, he reached into his jacket and produced 2 envelopes with a flourish. They were made of heavy parchment, sealed with deep red wax, and addressed in emerald green ink. Hadrian caught the one tossed to him out of the air without looking. He turned it over. The seal bore a coat of arms, a lion, a snake, a badger, and an eagle around a large letter H, Mr. H. Adams, the second bedroom on the left, the one with the ancestral weapons collection, Adams Estate, Cemetery Lane. Remarkably specific postal service, Hadrian said. Wednesday had already opened hers. She read it the way she read everything, once, quickly, absorbing it completely. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. We've been accepted. Term begins September 1st. Accepted implies we applied, Hadrian said, slicing open his own envelope. He scanned the letter. Dear Mr. Adams, we are pleased to inform you that you have a place at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Students shall be required to report to the Chamber of Reception upon arrival. The term begins on September 1st. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. He set it down. Thorough. It's a school for magical children in Scotland, Morticia said, lifting her teacup. Your father and I have been expecting these letters. The Addams family has a long history with the magical world, though we've traditionally preferred private education. Gomez leaned forward. But times change. Adventures await. And frankly, the last 3 tutors we hired all quit. One of them didn't quit, Wednesday said. One of them ran into the swamp and was never seen again. Semantics. The point is, Hogwarts is the finest magical school in Britain. Possibly the world, depending on who you ask and how much they've been drinking. Your mother and I discussed it, and we believe it's time for you both to spread your wings. He paused. Metaphorically. Although if you develop actual wings, that would also be acceptable. Hadrian looked at Wednesday. She looked back. The entire conversation happened in the space between one heartbeat and the next, a language of micro-expressions and twin intuition that they'd never needed words for. Wednesday turned to their parents. We'll go. Wonderful. Gomez shot to his feet. We'll need supplies. Books, robes, wands. We have wands, Hadrian said. You have cursed wands from your great-great-uncle Balthazar's collection. You need proper wands. Fitted wands. We'll go to Diagon Alley. What about Medusa? Hadrian asked. The table went quiet. Not uncomfortably, Adam's silences were never uncomfortable, but with the weight of a question that mattered. What about Medusa? Morticia repeated. The letter says students may bring an owl, a cat, or a toad. Hadrian folded the supply list and set it beside his plate. Medusa is none of those things. Medusa is family, Wednesday said flatly. Obviously Medusa is family, Gomez said. The question is whether Hogwarts is prepared for family. From somewhere deep beneath the estate, far below the basement, below the catacombs, below the cave system that the family used for storage and the occasional underground picnic, a low vibration rolled through the stone. Not a sound, exactly. More like the earth itself humming. The silverware trembled. Pugsley's glass of juice rippled. Hadrian tilted his head, listening to something no one else at the table could hear. Then he smiled. It was a small smile, private, the kind of smile that people who didn't know him found deeply unsettling and people who did know him found only moderately unsettling. She says she'd like to see Scotland. Then it's settled, Morticia said, as if they'd been discussing what to have for lunch. Medusa will accompany you. Tish, the school may have concerns about a, Gomez, darling. When has this family ever let institutional policy dictate our choices? Gomez stared at his wife for a long moment. Then his eyes ignited with that particular Adam's madness. Cara mia. You're absolutely right. You're always right. Hadrian, Wednesday, go tell Medusa to pack her things. She doesn't have things, father, Wednesday said. Then tell her to pack herself. We leave for London tomorrow. The catacombs beneath the Adams estate went deeper than any building inspector had ever been willing to verify. The family had owned this land for generations, centuries, possibly longer, depending on which family records you believed and how much weight you gave to documents written in blood. The upper levels were storage, old furniture, cursed paintings, Pugsley's failed explosive experiments, a room full of ancestral skulls that Grandmama swore she could still hold conversations with. Below that were the caves, natural limestone formations that dripped and echoed and smelled like cold stone and old magic. Below that was Medusa's den. Hadrian descended alone. He always did. Wednesday understood, this was the one thing that was uniquely his, the one relationship in his life that existed outside the twin bond. She didn't resent it. She simply waited at the top of the stairs and sharpened a knife, which was how Wednesday expressed patience. The tunnel widened as he went deeper, the walls smoothing from rough stone to something almost polished, worn by the passage of an enormous body over decades. The air grew warm. Not the warmth of a heated room, the warmth of something alive, something vast, something with a metabolism that could heat a cathedral. He felt her before he saw her. A presence in the dark, ancient and patient, like the weight of a mountain deciding whether to notice you. Little speaker, the voice came in Parseltongue, a language of hisses and sibilant cadences that Hadrian had spoken since before he could speak English. You smell of excitement. What has happened above? We're going to school, Hadrian said in the same language. The shift was seamless, his jaw relaxed, his tongue moved differently, the sounds coming from somewhere deeper in his throat. A place called Hogwarts. Magic school in Scotland. The darkness shifted. Scales the size of dinner plates caught the faint bioluminescent light from fungi on the cave walls. Medusa moved the way all large snakes moved, with a fluid, muscular grace that made the ground tremble slightly, but she moved with something more, too. Intelligence. Deliberation. Her head emerged from the shadows. It was the size of a small car, wedge-shaped, armored with scales that shimmered between deep emerald and black. Her eyes, those terrible, beautiful, killing eyes, were hidden behind a pair of goblin-forged lenses that sat over them like massive spectacles, held in place by an enchanted harness that wrapped around her skull. The lenses were smoky quartz, dark enough to completely block the petrifying gaze, clear enough that she could see through them. Gomez had commissioned them from Gringotts 7 years ago, when Hadrian had first discovered the juvenile basilisk living in the deep caves and had, rather than running, sat down and started talking to her. 7 years ago, she'd been the size of a large python. Now she was 63 feet long, and still growing. A school, Medusa repeated. Her tongue flickered, tasting the air, tasting him, tasting his mood. Among human young. This interests you? It interests me that they have a 1,000-year-old castle full of secrets. It interests me that the magical world apparently has an entire hidden society that our family has only partially engaged with. It interests me that Wednesday wants to go, and Wednesday doesn't want things unless they're worth having. And you wish me to come. I'd like you to come. You don't have to. Medusa's massive head lowered until it was level with his. Even through the protective lenses, he could feel the weight of her gaze. She was old, far older than 7 years, far older than the caves. She'd been hibernating in the deep stone for centuries before the Adams estate was built above her, dormant, waiting. Hadrian had woken her simply by being what he was, a boy who spoke the old tongue, who smelled of serpent magic, who carried something in his blood that she recognized even if he didn't. I have not left these caves in a very long time, little speaker. I know. The world above is noisy. Bright. Full of creatures that scream when they see me. Probably. I will come. Hadrian didn't smile, not exactly. But something in his posture softened, some tension he hadn't acknowledged releasing. He reached out and laid his palm flat against her snout. Her scales were warm, dry, smooth as polished stone. She pressed into his hand with a low rumbling sound that was the basilisk equivalent of a purr. If anyone at this school threatens you, Medusa said, I will eat them. Let's call that Plan B. I am unfamiliar with the concept of a Plan A. You'll learn. Wednesday's very organized. Diagon Alley was accessed through a pub called the Leaky Cauldron that smelled like old beer and quiet desperation. Hadrian found it charming. Wednesday found it structurally suspect. Medusa was not with them for this particular outing. Gomez had arranged for her transport to Hogwarts separately, through channels that Hadrian suspected involved a significant amount of gold and an even more significant amount of Gomez Adams refusing to take no for an answer. The family arrived in force. Gomez in his pinstripe suit, Morticia in floor-length black, Wednesday and Hadrian in matching dark clothing, and Lurch looming behind them all like a Gothic monument to the concept of hired help. The pub went quiet when they walked in. Not the polite quiet of mild curiosity, the deeper quiet of people whose survival instincts were trying to tell them something. Gomez ignored it magnificently. Barkeep. We need passage to Diagon Alley. My children require school supplies and I require an adventure. Can you help with both? The barman, Tom, apparently, stared at them, then at Lurch, then back at Gomez. Through the back, sir. Brick wall. You'll need to tap it. Marvelous. Tish, did you hear? A brick wall. I haven't tapped a brick wall since '84. Glorious evening, that. They moved through the pub. Heads turned. Whispers started. Hadrian caught fragments. Who are they? Look at the size of that. Is that woman carrying a... Morticia was, in fact, carrying a parasol made from what appeared to be human bone. It was a family heirloom. She took it everywhere. The brick wall opened at Gomez's enthusiastic and slightly too forceful tapping, and Diagon Alley spilled out before them in a cascade of color and chaos. Shops stacked on shops, leaning at impossible angles, windows full of cauldrons and broomsticks and books and things that squirmed. Witches and wizards crowded the cobblestone street, and the air hummed with magic so thick you could almost chew it. Wednesday surveyed it all with the expression of a health inspector visiting a restaurant she already planned to shut down. It's filthy, she said. It's alive, Hadrian corrected. Those aren't mutually exclusive. They went to Gringotts first, because Gomez believed in establishing financial dominance early. The goblins stared at the Addams family the way the pub patrons had, but with considerably less fear and considerably more professional interest. Gomez had accounts. Gomez had significant accounts. The Addams family fortune was old enough that the goblins treated them with something approaching respect, which for goblins was roughly equivalent to a standing ovation. After the bank, they split up. Morticia took Wednesday for robes. Gomez took Hadrian for books. They agreed to meet at the wand shop in 2 hours, which Gomez said would give him just enough time to purchase everything on the supply list and also investigate whether any of the shops sold cursed antiquities because one can never have too many conversation pieces. Hadrian, remember that. Flourish and Blots was a towering, teetering temple of books that smelled like old paper and possibility. Hadrian moved through the stacks with the focused efficiency of someone who had been reading since age 3 and considered most published authors to be only marginally competent. He collected the required textbooks quickly: Standard Book of Spells Grade 1, A History of Magic, Magical Theory, A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, and then kept browsing, because the required list was clearly curated for the lowest common denominator and he refused to arrive at school underprepared. He was reaching for a copy of Most Potency Potions on a high shelf when a bushy-haired girl nearly crashed into him. Oh. Sorry, I'm so sorry, I didn't see. She stopped. She was holding approximately 12 books, stacked so high they partially obscured her face. Brown eyes peered at him over the top of Hogwarts, a history. Are you starting at Hogwarts too? What gave it away? The standard book of spells in your basket. I've already read it twice. I'm Hermione Granger. She said it fast, like she was used to getting through introductions quickly before people decided they weren't interested. My parents are dentists. I'm Muggle-born, that's what they call it when your parents aren't magical. I only found out about all this in July and I've been trying to read everything I can because I don't want to be behind and, she stopped herself. I'm rambling. Sorry. You're not behind, Hadrian said. Most of these textbooks are designed for people who've never picked up a wand. And you're the first person I've met today who's reading ahead. I'm Hadrian Adams. Hermione's face did something complicated. Relief and surprise and cautious pleasure all at once. Adams? That's an unusual name. Are you from a wizarding family? I'm from an unusual family. He pulled most Patendi potions off the shelf and added it to his basket. Are you here with your parents? They're at the ice cream shop. They don't really know what to do in here. She glanced at his basket. Most Patendi potions. That's not on the first-year list. No. It's in the restricted section at Hogwarts. Is it? Hermione stared at him for a moment, then smiled. It was a small, slightly crooked smile that suggested she was revising her initial assessment of him in real time. You're going to be trouble, aren't you? My family prefers the term memorable. They talked books for 20 minutes. Hermione was, Hadrian decided, aggressively intelligent. She had opinions about everything she'd read and wasn't shy about sharing them, which he respected. She also had the slightly frantic energy of someone who'd spent her whole life feeling like the smartest person in the room and not being thanked for it. He recognized the loneliness underneath the enthusiasm because Wednesday had taught him to read people the way other children learn to read picture books. He was explaining the theoretical difference between dark magic and forbidden magic, a distinction the Addams family considered critical and most of the wizarding world apparently didn't, when Gomez appeared at the end of the aisle, arms full of books, grinning like a man who had just discovered that money could, in fact, buy happiness as long as happiness was measured in rare first editions. Hadrian. I found a signed copy of 15th Century Fiends and I'm fairly sure the signature is in actual blood. Who's your friend? Hermione Granger. Hermione, this is my father, Gomez Addams. Gomez swept into a bow that would have been excessive at a royal court and was therefore perfectly appropriate for a bookshop. A pleasure, Miss Granger. Any friend of my son's is a friend of the family. Do you fence? No. We'll fix that. Hadrian, your mother sent word, she and Wednesday are at the wand shop. Apparently Wednesday has already made the wand maker cry. We should hurry before she makes him do anything permanent. They said goodbye to Hermione, Hadrian told her to find him on the train, and made their way to Ollivanders. The shop was narrow, dusty, and packed floor to ceiling with long thin boxes. It felt like walking into the inside of someone's memory. Ollivander himself was already in a state. He was a thin, silver-eyed man with the look of someone who understood things about the world that he profoundly wished he didn't, and at the moment he was standing behind his counter staring at Wednesday Addams with an expression that mixed professional fascination with genuine unease. Wednesday stood in the center of the shop, holding a wand. It was jet black. Faint wisps of dark smoke curled from its tip, and the temperature in the shop had dropped noticeably. Ah, said Gomez. She found one. It found her, Ollivander said, his voice barely above a whisper. Ebony wood. Thestral tail hair core. 12¼ inches. Unyielding. I made that wand 30 years ago and no witch or wizard has ever been able to so much as pick it up without it shocking them. She picked it up and it purred. Naturally, Morticia said from the corner, where she was examining a display of wand polishing kits. Wednesday has always had an affinity for things that resist others. Wednesday turned the wand over in her hand, studying it. She pointed it at a stack of boxes on a high shelf. Without a word, without an incantation, the boxes rearranged themselves into a perfectly symmetrical pyramid. She lowered the wand. "Adequate," she said. Ollivander swallowed. "Yes." "Well. And the other one?" He turned to Hadrian, and stopped. His silver eyes widened. He leaned forward, close enough that Hadrian could see the individual veins in the old man's irises. He stayed perfectly still and let the wandmaker look. "My," Ollivander breathed. My. You're an interesting one, aren't you? There's something. I almost sold a wand to someone with your particular resonance once. A very long time ago. A boy with dark hair and a charming smile who became something rather less charming. He straightened. But you're not him. No. You're something else entirely. Let's find your match. The first wand, maple, unicorn hair, shattered a window. The second, willow, phoenix feather, set a box on fire. The third, fourth, fifth, and sixth wands produced increasingly dramatic rejections. By the seventh, Ollivander was sweating and Gomez was applauding each explosion like he was watching fireworks. Tricky, Ollivander muttered, retreating deeper into his shop. He disappeared behind shelves for a long minute. When he came back, he was carrying a box that looked older than the others, its wood darkened with age. I wonder. He opened it. Inside, on faded velvet, lay a wand that seemed to drink the light around it. It was dark wood, almost black, with a grain that seemed to shift and move like something alive. You, Ollivander said quietly. 13.5 inches. And the core. He hesitated. Basilisk horn. Freely given. I acquired it nearly 50 years ago from a source I never fully trusted, and I've never been able to pair it with anyone. It's the only one of its kind in my shop. Perhaps the only one in the world. Hadrian reached for it. The moment his fingers closed around the handle, the shop went dark. Not dim, dark, like every photon in the room had been swallowed. Then light came back, but differently, a deep, warm, golden-green glow that radiated from the wand itself, pulsing like a heartbeat. Hadrian felt it in his bones, in his blood, in the scar on his forehead that suddenly burned, not with pain but with recognition, like two puzzle pieces snapping together after years apart. The glow faded. The shop returned to normal. Hadrian stood holding the wand, and it felt like holding an extension of his own hand. Oh my, Ollivander said softly. Oh my, yes. That wand has been waiting for you, Mr. Adams. For a very, very long time. How much? Gomez asked. 7 galleons. Gomez put 20 on the counter. Keep the change. You've earned it. They left Ollivanders with their wands. Outside, the summer sun was angled low over Diagon Alley, painting the crooked buildings in shades of amber. Wednesday walked beside Hadrian, their shoulders nearly touching. Basilisk horn core, she said. Yes. Interesting coincidence. The Adams family doesn't believe in coincidences. No. We believe in inevitabilities. She glanced at him. You felt something. When you picked it up. It wasn't a question. She always knew. I felt like I remembered something I never learned, he said. Like the wand knew me from somewhere I've never been. Wednesday was quiet for 3 steps. Then, we'll figure it out. I know. We always do. I know. Platform 9 3/4 was, in Hadrian's assessment, an aggressively stupid way to hide a train platform. You ran at a brick wall between platforms 9 and 10 and either passed through to the magical world or broke your nose. There was no signage, no guidance, no indication whatsoever for new students. The wizarding world's approach to accessibility was, apparently, figure it out or suffer. The Addams family did not run at the wall. Gomez strolled through it like it was a beaded curtain, whistling. Morticia glided through with the serene confidence of a woman who expected reality to accommodate her and was rarely disappointed. Wednesday and Hadrian walked through side by side, because they did everything side by side, and the wall parted for them like a servant opening a door. The Hogwarts Express sat steaming at the platform, a massive scarlet locomotive that gleamed like fresh blood. Families crowded the platform, parents hugging children, owls hooting, cats weaving between legs. The noise was enormous. And then the Addams family arrived properly, and the noise began to die. It started at the near end of the platform and spread outward like a wave. Heads turned. Conversations trailed off. Parents pulled children slightly closer. Because while the Addams family had left Medusa's transportation to Hogwarts in the hands of Gomez's special arrangements, the family themselves were more than enough to command attention. Lurch stood behind them, holding 6 trunks stacked on top of each other with no apparent effort. Morticia's parasol cast a shadow that seemed slightly too dark for natural shade. Gomez was doing something with his fencing sword that was technically flourishing and practically threatening. And Wednesday and Hadrian stood together, 11 years old, pale, dark-haired, dark-eyed, radiating the calm, focused energy of 2 people who had walked into a room and immediately identified every exit, every threat, and every person who might become either. "Oh my," said a red-haired woman nearby, clutching her youngest daughter's hand. "Gomez? Gomez Addams?" Gomez turned, beaming. "Molly Weasley. It's been years. How's Arthur? Still collecting those rubber ducks?" The woman, Molly, looked like she wasn't entirely sure whether to smile or flee. She settled for a nervous laugh. "You know Arthur. Always tinkering. Are these your children?" "2 of them. Wednesday and Hadrian, say hello to Mrs. Weasley. Her husband and I served on a ministry committee together years ago. Wonderful man. No survival instinct whatsoever, but wonderful." "Hello," Wednesday said, in a tone that communicated nothing except that she had technically fulfilled the social obligation. "Hello, Mrs. Weasley," Hadrian said, slightly warmer, because between the 2 of them he was marginally better at pretending to be normal and Wednesday felt no obligation to pretend at all. "These are my boys, Ron's starting his first year too." Molly gestured to a red-haired boy who was staring at the Addams family with his mouth slightly open. 4 more red-haired boys of varying ages stood behind him, displaying a range of reactions from curious to wary. "Cool," said one of the older ones, a twin, Hadrian noted, because he recognized twin energy instinctively. "What's in the big trunk? The one that keeps hissing?" Wednesday and Hadrian exchanged a look. "School supplies," Hadrian said. The trunk hissed again. "Right," said the twin. "I'm Fred. This is George. We're going to get along brilliantly or you're going to murder us. Either way, this year just got interesting." "Both are possible," Wednesday said, and something in Fred Weasley's expression suggested he wasn't entirely sure she was joking. Morticia knelt, as gracefully as anyone had ever knelt, and placed a hand on each twin's shoulder. "Remember. You are Addams. The world will try to make you smaller. Do not let it." "We won't, Mother," Wednesday said. "We don't know how," Hadrian added. Morticia smiled. It was a smile that could have frozen a river or warmed a heart, depending on where you stood. "That's exactly right." Gomez clapped Hadrian on the back hard enough to stagger a normal child. Hadrian didn't move. "Right often. Send hexes. If anyone gives you trouble, Gomez," Morticia said gently. "Right, right. If anyone gives you trouble, handle it yourselves, because you're Addams and you can." He leaned down, suddenly serious, the manic energy dimming to something real and steady. "I'm proud of you both. Every day. Never doubt that." Hadrian didn't say anything. He just put his hand on his father's arm and squeezed once, which in the Addams family was equivalent to a 10-minute tearful hug in any other. They boarded the train. The Hogwarts Express was chaos. Students jammed the corridor, shouting, laughing, slamming compartment doors. Hadrian and Wednesday moved through it all like two sharks through a school of particularly noisy fish. They found an empty compartment near the back of the train, loaded their trunks, and sat down. For approximately 90 seconds, they had silence. Then the compartment door slid open and Ron Weasley appeared, red-faced and awkward. "Everywhere else is full. Do you mind if, sit," Wednesday said, gesturing to the opposite bench. Ron sat, glancing between them nervously. "So. You're the Addams twins." "Yes," Hadrian said. "My brothers told me about your family. Fred and George said your dad once set a ministry conference room on fire during a budget meeting." "It was a subcommittee meeting," Hadrian corrected. "And it wasn't the whole room. Just the chairman." Ron stared. "Was the chairman okay?" "He was fine. Father put him out almost immediately. The chairman was much more agreeable after that." Hadrian stretched his legs out, crossing them at the ankle. "Your family is pure blood, yes?" "Yeah. Not that it means much. We're not exactly the Malfoys." "Good," Wednesday said. "The Malfoys are tedious." "You know the Malfoys?" "We know of the Malfoys. Any family whose primary achievement is inherited wealth and no personality isn't worth knowing directly." Ron's nervousness cracked into a surprised grin. "I think I'm going to like you too." "Don't get ahead of yourself," Wednesday said, but there was no malice in it. The train lurched into motion. Scotland bound. The platform slid away, and with it the last familiar ground they'd stood on. 20 minutes into the journey, the compartment door opened again. This time it was Hermione. "Hadrian. I hoped I'd find you." She dropped into the seat beside Ron without waiting for an invitation. "I've already read through the first 3 chapters of every textbook and I have questions. Also, have either of you seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one." "No toads," Hadrian said. "Hermione Granger, this is my sister Wednesday, and this is Ron Weasley." "Wednesday, Hermione is the most well-read person I met in Diagon Alley." "Hermione, Wednesday is the most dangerous person you'll ever meet." "Ron, Hermione has opinions about everything and you'll need to make peace with that quickly." "Charming introduction," Hermione said. "Accurate introduction," Wednesday said, studying Hermione with the detached interest she usually reserved for lab specimens. "You've read Hogwarts, A History?" "Twice." "Which edition?" "The 1947 revised." "Why?" "The 1947 revised omits the entire chapter on the Chamber of Secrets. You should find the 1891 original." Hermione's eyes went wide. "The Chamber of Secrets? What's that?" Before Wednesday could answer, the compartment door slid open a third time. A boy stood in the doorway, pale, blonde, pointed features, flanked by 2 larger boys who looked like they'd been hired for their width. He had the expression of someone who believed his own name was a gift to whichever room he entered. "I heard the Addams twins were on the train," he said. "I'm Draco Malfoy." The silence that followed had a specific texture. Ron went rigid. Hermione's expression cooled. Wednesday didn't look up from the window. Hadrian looked at Draco Malfoy the way a cat looks at something that might be a toy or might be prey, the distinction not yet important. "We know who you are," Hadrian said. Draco waited for more. More didn't come. The silence extended past comfortable and into something else. One of the large boys behind Draco shifted his weight. "Right," Draco said, slightly wrong-footed. He was used to his name producing either deference or hostility, and Hadrian had given him neither. "Well. The Malfoy family and the Addams family have some historical connections. My father thought I should introduce myself." Your father thought you should introduce yourself, Wednesday repeated, still looking out the window. How independent of you. Color touched Draco's cheeks. I'm perfectly capable of making my own decisions. Then make one. Wednesday turned from the window, and the full weight of her attention landed on Draco Malfoy like a physical force. Sit down and have a real conversation, or leave. But don't stand in the doorway performing your family name like a trained bird. It's boring. Draco's mouth opened. Closed. Opened again. Behind him, the two large boys, Crabbe and Goyle, presumably, looked at each other in confusion, because this wasn't how interactions with Draco Malfoy usually went. For a moment, Hadrian thought Draco would leave. The boy's pride was visibly warring with something else, curiosity, maybe, or the novel experience of being spoken to like an equal rather than a title. Draco sat down. Good, Wednesday said, and went back to looking out the window. She does that, Hadrian told Draco. You get used to it. I doubt that, Draco said, but some of the stiffness had left his posture. The train carried them north. They talked, about Hogwarts, about the houses, about what they expected and what they'd heard. Ron knew the most about the school itself, from his brothers. Hermione knew the most about the academic curriculum. Draco knew the most about the political landscape, which families mattered, which professors had connections, which students to watch. Wednesday listened to everything and said little, which meant she was cataloging. Hadrian watched them all and felt something he didn't have a word for. Not happiness, exactly, Adamses were always happy, in their way. Something more like possibility. These people were different from each other, different from him, and the friction between them was producing something interesting. When the talk turned to houses, Draco said he'd die before being put in anything but Slytherin. Ron said he'd die before being put in Slytherin. Hermione said she'd read that Ravenclaw valued intelligence and she supposed that would suit her, though Gryffindor sounded exciting too. They all looked at the twins. Where do you want to be sorted? Hermione asked. Hadrian glanced at Wednesday. We haven't given it much thought. How can you not have given it thought? Ron said. It's the most important thing that happens to you at Hogwarts. No, Wednesday said. The most important thing that happens to us at Hogwarts will be whatever we decide it is. The hat can put us wherever it wants. We'll make it ours. The countryside blurred past. Somewhere ahead, a castle waited. Hogwarts materialized out of the darkness like a fever dream. They'd crossed the lake in boats, a tradition, apparently, herding first years across black water in tiny wooden vessels while a castle the size of a small city blazed with light above them. Hadrian sat in a boat with Wednesday, Ron, and Hermione, and watched the castle grow larger with every stroke, and something old and deep inside him stirred. Not a memory. Not quite. More like the ghost of a memory, a feeling that he'd been here before, or been meant to be here, or both. Wednesday noticed. She always noticed. She didn't ask. She just shifted her weight slightly so her shoulder pressed against his, grounding him. The boats docked. They climbed stone steps. A stern woman in emerald robes met them at the top, Professor McGonagall, the one who'd signed their letters. She had a face that suggested she'd spent decades dealing with children and had not once considered it a rewarding experience, but there was steel underneath the sternness, and Hadrian respected steel. She explained the sorting. For houses. A hat. The hat would decide. She left them in an antechamber to wait. The first years were terrified. Most of them. A girl near the back was crying quietly. A boy was muttering the names of spells under his breath like prayers. Ron looked green. Hermione was reciting facts about the ceiling of the Great Hall to no one in particular. Draco stood apart from the crowd, maintaining his composure through what appeared to be sheer aristocratic willpower. Wednesday stood perfectly still, her dark eyes sweeping the room. Hadrian stood beside her, and waited. When the doors opened and McGonagall led them into the great hall, the first thing Hadrian noticed was the ceiling, bewitched to reflect the night sky, a field of stars stretching into false infinity. The second thing he noticed was the 4 long tables full of students, hundreds of faces turning to watch them enter. The third thing he noticed was the staff table at the far end of the hall, and the old man sitting at its center. Albus Dumbledore. Hadrian recognized him from the chocolate frog card he'd found in one of the books at Flourish and Blotts. Long silver beard, half-moon spectacles, blue eyes that twinkled with the carefully calibrated warmth of a man who wanted you to think he was everyone's kindly grandfather. Hadrian didn't trust him immediately. Not because of anything specific, because Adams's trusted actions, not images, and an image that polished was always hiding something. The Sorting Hat sat on a stool. It was old, patched, frayed, and deeply ugly. Then it opened a rip near its brim and began to sing. The song was about the 4 houses, Gryffindor for the brave, Ravenclaw for the wise, Hufflepuff for the loyal, Slytherin for the ambitious. Hadrian found the taxonomy reductive. People were more than one thing. The idea that an entire school could be organized by a single dominant personality trait struck him as the kind of system designed by someone who'd never actually met a complicated person. McGonagall began calling names. Abbott, Hannah. A girl stumbled forward. The hat went on her head. 3 seconds later, Hufflepuff. The Hufflepuff table cheered. The girl nearly collapsed with relief. Name after name. Bones, Boot, Brocklehurst. The line shortened. Hadrian waited, relaxed, hands in his pockets. Adams, Hadrian. Whispers broke out immediately. The name was known, not universally, but enough. Old family. Strange family. Dangerous family. Hadrian walked to the stool with the unhurried pace of someone who had never once been nervous about a piece of clothing. He sat. McGonagall placed the hat on his head. It dropped over his eyes, and the great hall vanished. "Oh," said a voice in his head. "Oh my. Oh, this is unprecedented. You can hear my thoughts." Hadrian thought. "I can see everything, Mr. Adams. Everything you are, everything you've been, everything you." The hat stopped. A long pause. "You've been someone else." Hadrian felt it, the hat rummaging through his mind, moving past the surface memories, past the Adams estate and the catacombs and Medusa and Wednesday, digging deeper, deeper, into a place where something was buried so thoroughly it didn't have a name. "Harry Potter," the hat whispered. "You were Harry Potter." Hadrian felt nothing. The name meant nothing to him. It was like being told he'd once been a stranger, technically interesting, practically irrelevant. "I'm Hadrian Adams." "You are now, yes. But the echo is still there. The connection. The prophecy, I don't care about a prophecy. I care about my sister, my family, and the snake in my care. Put me where I need to be." Another pause. Then something that might have been a laugh. "Where you need to be. The Addams family. I should have known. You have the courage of Gryffindor, in spades, but it's not the reckless kind. You have the intellect of Ravenclaw, but you don't value knowledge for its own sake. You have the loyalty of Hufflepuff, but only to those you've chosen. And Slytherin." The hat hummed. "You have ambition that would make Salazar himself nervous. You have a basilisk. You speak his language. You carry his magic in your blood, even if it came from somewhere you don't remember. Then the choice is obvious. The choice has been obvious since you sat down, Mr. Adams. I'm just taking a moment to appreciate the sheer chaos you're going to cause. It's not often I get to enjoy myself. Get on with it." "Very well." And then, out loud, the hat bellowed, "Slytherin." The Slytherin table erupted. Hadrian stood, handed the hat back to McGonagall, and walked to the cheering table with the same unhurried calm he'd had walking up. He sat down. Several older students clapped him on the back. He nodded at them and turned to watch the rest of the sorting. Adams, Wednesday. Wednesday walked to the stool and sat. McGonagall placed the hat on her head. 1 second passed. 2 seconds. 3. The hat was silent. Wednesday was silent. The great hall held its breath. 10 seconds. 20. 30. A minute. Something was happening. The hat's brim twitched. Its folds rippled. If Hadrian didn't know better, he'd have said it was struggling. Then, in a voice that sounded slightly strangled, Slytherin. Wednesday removed the hat herself, set it on the stool, and walked to the Slytherin table. She sat beside Hadrian. Neither of them said anything. They didn't need to. But Hadrian noticed something. The sorting hat, sitting on its stool, looked slightly deflated. As if whatever it had found inside Wednesday Adams's head had taken something out of it. He made a mental note to ask her about it later. She'd probably tell him. She told him everything, eventually. The sorting continued. Hermione went to Gryffindor, the hat barely touched her head before shouting it. Ron went to Gryffindor too, looking relieved. Draco went to Slytherin, as promised, and sat across from the twins with a nod of acknowledgement that was almost, but not quite, friendly. A boy named Neville Longbottom went to Gryffindor. A girl named Pansy Parkinson went to Slytherin. Name after name, face after face, until the last student was sorted and the stool was taken away. Dumbledore stood. The hall went quiet. "Welcome," he said, and his voice was warm and carrying and exactly as carefully constructed as his image. "Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our feast, I have a few words to say. And here they are, nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thank you." He sat down. Food appeared on the tables, mountains of it, appearing from thin air. "He's either a genius or clinically insane," Wednesday said. "Both are possible," Hadrian said. "He's been watching us since we walked in. Specifically me. Don't look. I don't need to look. I can feel it." Wednesday placed a single piece of bread on her plate and examined it as if checking for poison, which she probably was. The man at the end of the staff table. "Turban. He's watching you too." Hadrian had already noticed. A thin, twitching man in a ridiculous purple turban, sitting at the far end. Professor Quirrell, Defense Against the Dark Arts, if the older Slytherin's gossip was accurate. He was pretending to eat while stealing glances at Hadrian with the furtive intensity of a man who'd seen something that frightened him. When their eyes met, just for a second, Hadrian's scar burned. Sharp, sudden, like a match struck against his skin. It lasted less than a heartbeat, and then it was gone. Hadrian didn't flinch. He didn't touch the scar. He held Quirrell's gaze for a long, deliberate moment, and then turned back to his plate. "Interesting. The turban man," he murmured to Wednesday. "Something's wrong with him. Something's wrong with most people. Something specific. Something alive." Wednesday's knife paused over her bread. "Elaborate. Later. When we're alone." She nodded, once, and the conversation moved on. The feast wound down. Prefects collected first years and led them to their dormitories. The Slytherin common room was beneath the lake. They walked down stone steps into a long, low room lit by green-tinged light filtering through windows that looked into the deep water. Fish drifted past. The room was all dark leather and carved stone, cold and elegant. The first years gathered while the prefect, a fifth year named Gemma Farley, explained the rules. Stay out of other houses' common rooms. Don't get caught breaking rules, she emphasized, caught, not, don't break rules, which Hadrian appreciated. Present a united front outside the dungeons. When she finished, the students began drifting toward the dormitories. Hadrian lingered. Wednesday lingered beside him. Draco hesitated, then lingered too, as if caught in their gravitational pull. "The castle knows we're here," Wednesday said quietly. She had her hand on the stone wall, her fingers spread flat. "Can you feel it?" Hadrian pressed his own hand to the wall. Stone. Cold. Old. And underneath, a thrum. Faint, steady, like a heartbeat. The castle's magic, ancient and layered, built up over 1,000 years by 1,000 practitioners. "Yes," he said. "It feels like it's waiting." "For what?" He didn't answer. He was listening, not to the castle, but to something deeper. Below the foundations. Below the bedrock. A resonance he recognized, calling to something in his blood. In the lake outside the common room windows, the water shifted. A vast shadow passed by, too large for the giant squid the older students had mentioned, too serpentine, moving with a fluid, muscular grace that Hadrian knew intimately. Medusa had arrived. He watched her shadow glide past and disappear into the dark water, heading deeper, heading down, and he knew without knowing how that she was finding her way into the spaces beneath the castle. The old spaces. The hidden spaces. The spaces that had been built by a man who spoke to snakes, 1,000 years ago. Hadrian turned from the window. "Tomorrow," he said, "is going to be very interesting." Wednesday almost smiled. On her face, it looked like a threat. "Tomorrow always is," she said. They went to bed. Above them, the castle waited. Below them, 63 feet of scale and fong settled into the dark places of Hogwarts like a key sliding into a lock. And in his office, Albus Dumbledore sat behind his desk, staring at a name on the sorting hats roll that he had not expected to see. Adams, Hadrian. He picked up a small, silver instrument from his desk. It had been dark for 10 years, ever since the night in Godric's Hollow, ever since the boy vanished, ever since every tracking charm and locating spell had returned nothing but static. He'd searched. Merlin, how he'd searched. The instrument was spinning now. Slowly. Steadily. Pointing down, toward the dungeons. Dumbledore set it down and removed his spectacles. He rubbed his eyes. He looked very old, suddenly, and very tired, and very much like a man whose carefully constructed plans had just been rewritten by a universe with a dark sense of humor. "Harry Potter," he murmured to the empty room. Then he put his spectacles back on, and the twinkle returned, and the mask slid into place. He had work to do. Chapter 2, Let Sleeping Serpents Lie. Hadrian woke at 5 in the morning because Adamses didn't sleep late. Sleep was a concession to biology, not a hobby. The Slytherin first-year dormitory was a long stone room with 4-poster beds draped in green and silver, and the other boys were buried under their covers like small, unconscious moles. Draco Malfoy slept on his back with his hands folded across his chest like a vampire in a coffin, which Hadrian found almost endearing. Theodore Nott was curled into a tight ball. Blaise Zabini had somehow wrapped himself in his sheets so thoroughly he resembled a silk cocoon. Hadrian dressed in silence. Black trousers, white shirt, Slytherin tie, robes. He examined himself in the mirror above the dormitory wash basin and decided that the Hogwarts uniform was acceptable, dark enough to pass his standards, formal enough to communicate seriousness. He left the dormitory and walked through the common room, which was empty and greenlit and peaceful in the way that places beneath water always were. Wednesday was already in the corridor outside, leaning against the stone wall with her arms crossed. She'd braided her hair with a precision that suggested she'd been awake for some time. "You're late," she said. "I'm 3 minutes early." "For anyone else?" "For my twin, you're late." They walked. The castle at dawn was a different creature than the castle at night. The torches were dimmed, the portraits dozed in their frames, and the corridors stretched out in grey silence. Their footsteps echoed on stone. Hadrian memorized the route as they went, left at the tapestry of the Troll Ballet, down 3 flights, past the statue of Gregory the Smarmy, right at the dead end that wasn't actually a dead end if you pressed the third stone from the left. The castle moves, Wednesday said. Staircases shift. Doors pretend to be walls. Walls pretend to be doors. You've already mapped it. I've started. She produced a small black notebook from her robes. Hadrian caught a glimpse of floor plans sketched in her precise, angular handwriting. The 7th floor has the most inconsistencies. There's a stretch of corridor on the left side that I passed 3 times last night, and the wall was slightly different each time. You were out last night. I don't sleep well in new places. I explored. And? She didn't answer immediately. They'd reached a junction where 2 corridors met at an odd angle, and she stopped, tilting her head. Then she turned left, through a passageway Hadrian wouldn't have noticed if he'd been alone. The entrance was concealed by a trick of perspective that made it look like solid wall until you were standing at exactly the right angle. The passage sloped downward. The air grew cooler, damper. They were going deeper into the castle's foundations, below the dungeons, below the lake level. Wednesday. There's something down here. I felt it last night but I couldn't find the way in. This morning the castle showed me. The castle showed you. I put my hand on the wall and asked. She said it flatly, as if the idea of a sentient building giving her directions was perfectly mundane. I think it likes me. That's terrifying. Thank you. The passage ended at a wall of solid stone. Unlike the rest of the castle's stonework, fitted blocks, mortar joints, this wall was a single piece, smooth and dark, like a slab of obsidian had been pressed into the foundation. And carved into its surface, so finely that you'd miss it in anything but direct light, was a snake. Coiled. Waiting. Its eyes were 2 chips of something that caught the dim torchlight and threw it back green. Hadrian felt his scar prickle. Not painfully, not like last night with Quirrell. This was different. Warm. Almost welcoming. Open, he said in Parseltongue, and the word left his mouth before he'd consciously decided to speak it. The wall moved. The stone snake uncoiled, carving itself across the surface in a fluid spiral, and the slab split down the center and ground open, revealing a dark space beyond that breathed cold air and old magic. Wednesday looked at him. Parseltongue, she said. The snake language. Yes. You spoke it to Medusa for 7 years and I never once asked you how it feels. How does it feel? Like remembering a song I never learned. She considered this. Then she stepped through the opening. Hadrian followed. They were standing at the top of a staircase that spiraled down into darkness. The walls were carved with serpents, hundreds of them, twisting and intertwining, their stone scales catching the faint luminescence of something growing on the rock. The air tasted ancient. Not stale, there's a difference between air that's been trapped and air that's been preserved. This air was being kept fresh by magic so old it had become part of the stone itself. They descended. The staircase ended in a cavern. No, not a cavern. A chamber. Enormous, cathedral vast, its ceiling lost in shadow. Pillars carved like serpents lined a central walkway, their mouths open, their fangs bared. At the far end, dominating the space, was a massive stone face, a bearded man with a stern, imperious expression, his mouth slightly open. Salazar Slytherin, Wednesday said, reading the inscription carved at the statue's base. This is the Chamber of Secrets. The one missing from the 1947 edition of Hogwarts, A History. The very one. The chamber was not empty. Medusa lay coiled in the open space before the statue, her massive body arranged in concentric circles like a living labyrinth. Her head rested on the outermost coil, her goblin-forged lenses glinting in the phosphorescent light. She was awake. She was always awake when Hadrian was near. She could feel him coming the way he could feel Wednesday, through some sense that wasn't quite physical. Little speaker, she said, her voice echoing in the vast space. You found my new den. You found the Chamber of Secrets before we did, Hadrian said in Parseltongue. How long have you been down here? Since last night. The pipes led me here. This castle was built by one of the old speakers, I can taste his magic in the stone. This chamber was his. The scent is 1,000 years old, but it is everywhere. She shifted, her coils rearranging with a sound like a landslide in slow motion. There was another here. Before me. A long time ago. Another of my kind. I can smell her. Another basilisk. Long dead. But she lived here for centuries. The chamber still remembers her. Medusa's tongue flickered. It remembers you, too, little speaker. You smell like this place. Like you belong to it. Hadrian said nothing. He walked forward and placed his hand on her snout, and she pressed into him with that low, rumbling almost purr. She says there was another basilisk here, he told Wednesday. A long time ago. And that I smell like this place. Wednesday's expression didn't change, but her eyes moved, cataloguing the chamber, the carvings, the statue, the way the magic felt. Hadrian could see her mind working, fitting pieces together. The school was founded by 4 wizards 1,000 years ago, she said. Salazar Slytherin was one of them. He was a Parselmouth. He built this chamber in secret and supposedly left a monster inside it. She looked at Medusa. A basilisk. The original is dead, but the chamber remains. And Medusa just moved in. It appears we've inherited a legacy. She walked to the nearest pillar and ran her fingers along the carved serpents. This changes things. We have a base of operations no one else can access. The entrance requires Parseltongue. As far as anyone knows, you're the only living speaker. That we know of. Wednesday nodded, conceding the point. We should map this entire chamber. There may be other exits, other rooms. A wizard like Slytherin wouldn't have built just one room. Later. We have classes in 2 hours. And I'd rather not explain to our head of house why we were late on the first day because we were exploring a mythical underground chamber with our pet basilisk. Wednesday almost smiled again. That made twice in 24 hours, which was practically euphoric for her. Medusa can stay here. He relayed the question. Medusa's response was a slow blink behind her lenses. I have no intention of leaving. This is the first place I have been since your family's caves that feels like it was built for me. Go to your human school, little speaker. Learn what they have to teach you. I will be here when you return. They climbed back up. The stone wall sealed behind them. Wednesday made a mark in her notebook, the location, the passphrase, the approximate dimensions of what they'd seen. We tell no one, she said. Obviously. Not even Draco. Especially not Draco. Not yet. He hasn't earned it. They returned to the Slytherin common room as the other students were beginning to stir, and no one had any idea they'd been gone. Breakfast in the Great Hall was a study in controlled chaos. The enchanted ceiling showed a grey Scottish morning. Owls swooped in with the post, dropping letters and packages with varying degrees of accuracy. The noise level was extraordinary, hundreds of students eating, talking, arguing, and in the case of one Gryffindor second year, accidentally setting his porridge on fire. Hadrian and Wednesday sat together at the Slytherin table. Draco sat across from them, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, who appeared to be competing to see who could eat more sausages. Theodore Nott sat slightly apart, observing everything with the quiet watchfulness of someone who'd learned early that silence was safer than speech. Blaise Zabini was beside him, radiating a casual elegance that suggested he found the entire school beneath him but was willing to be entertained. Schedules were distributed. Hadrian scanned his, potions with Gryffindor first thing, then transfiguration, then charms, then history of magic. Defense against the dark arts was on Wednesday afternoon, the class, not his sister, though he was certain she'd find a way to dominate that as well. Potions first, Draco said, brightening visibly. "Professor Snape is our head of house. He's my godfather. He favors Slytherin openly and makes Gryffindors' lives miserable. You'll like him." "I'll decide if I like him after I've met him," Hadrian said. "I've read his published papers on advanced potion theory," Wednesday said. "His work on the stabilization of wolfsbane was genuinely impressive. The man has a first-rate mind. He also has a temper like a cursed cauldron," Draco said, "but that's part of the charm." Hadrian glanced at the staff table. Snape was there, a thin man in solid black, hooked nose, curtain of dark hair, expression suggesting that every person in the Great Hall was personally offensive to him. He was eating toast with the grim determination of someone who considered meals an obligation rather than a pleasure. As if sensing the attention, Snape's dark eyes flicked to the Slytherin table. They found Hadrian. And for just a moment, half a second, maybe less, something cracked behind those eyes. Something raw and unguarded and immediately buried. Then the mask was back, and Snape looked away, and Hadrian filed the reaction away for later analysis. At the far end of the staff table, Quirrell was twitching through his breakfast. His turban was slightly askew. He kept glancing at Hadrian and then looking away, and each time he did, Hadrian's scar gave a faint, warm pulse. Not pain. A signal. Something in that turban was alive. Something that recognized Hadrian. Something that was afraid. Good. The potions classroom was in the dungeons, cold, dark, lined with jars of things that floated in murky liquid and stared at you with dead eyes. Hadrian found it pleasant. It reminded him of Grandmama's pantry. The Gryffindor first years filed in from the other side, and Hadrian spotted Hermione immediately. She'd saved a seat near the front and was surrounded by open books. Ron sat beside her, looking like a man being dragged to his own execution. Neville Longbottom was behind them, already nervous, clutching his copy of magical drafts and potions like a shield. The door slammed open and Snape swept in. He moved like his robes were an extension of his personality, dramatic, dark, and designed to make everyone in the room feel slightly less important. He reached the front of the classroom, turned, and surveyed the students with the expression of a man cataloging disappointments. "There will be no foolish wand-waving or silly incantations in this class," he said. His voice was low, precise, and carried perfectly. "As such, I don't expect many of you to appreciate the subtle science and exact art that is potion-making. However, for those select few who possess the predisposition, I can teach you how to bewitch the mind and ensnare the senses. I can tell you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even put a stopper in death." Silence. Snape's gaze moved across the room, student by student, lingering on the Gryffindors with barely concealed contempt. Then his eyes reached Hadrian. Snape went still. It wasn't dramatic, no one else in the room would have noticed. But Hadrian was an Adams, and Adamses noticed everything. Snape's fingers, which had been resting on the desk, curled inward. His jaw tightened. His eyes, dark, deep, unreadable, fixed on Hadrian's face with an intensity that had nothing to do with a teacher evaluating a student. He was looking for someone. In Hadrian's face, in his eyes, in the shape of his features. Looking for a ghost. Hadrian met his gaze steadily and waited. "Mr. Adams," Snape said, and the name seemed to cost him something. "Our new celebrity." "I wasn't aware I was a celebrity, Professor. The Adams family is well known in certain circles. Tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Hadrian didn't blink. "The draught of living death. A sleeping potion so powerful it mimics death. The most common variation uses apophorous beans as a catalyst, though your 1989 paper suggested that sloth brain extract produces a more stable result." The classroom was very quiet. Snape stared at him. Something in his expression shifted, the ghost he'd been looking for retreating behind the reality of what was actually in front of him. This was not the child he'd expected. This was something else. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? Snape pressed. The stomach of a goat. Though my grandmother keeps several in her spice cabinet. She says they add flavor to soup. A ripple of nervous laughter from the Gryffindor side. Snape silenced it with a look that could have curdled milk at 20 paces. And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant. Also known as aconite. Genus Aconitum. Highly toxic. Used in wolfsbane potion, which, as my sister noted this morning, you developed the stabilized version of. Your work on that was excellent, Professor. Silence. Dead, ringing silence. Snape looked at Hadrian for a long moment. Then he turned away. 5 points to Slytherin. The rest of you, why aren't you writing this down? The class scrambled for quills. Beside Hadrian, Wednesday was already writing, her notes organized in a system that she developed at age 8 and that no one else could decipher. Draco was grinning. On the Gryffindor side, Hermione looked torn between admiration and annoyance that she hadn't been the one asked. The lesson was a simple potion, a cure for boils. Basic. The kind of thing Grandmama could have brewed in her sleep, and frequently did. Hadrian and Wednesday worked together at their station with the synchronized efficiency of twins who'd been collaborating since birth. Wednesday prepared the ingredients, her knife work was surgical, precise, each slice exactly the same width. Hadrian managed the cauldron, adjusting heat, timing additions, stirring with the specific rhythm that the textbook recommended and then deviating from it when his instincts told him to. Their potion turned the correct shade of blue-green 15 minutes before the end of class. Snape moved between the stations, criticizing as he went. He told Ron his slugs were an affront to the concept of measurement. He told Neville that if he added the porcupine quills before removing the cauldron from the fire one more time, Snape would personally ensure he never took another potions class. He swept past Hermione's station, which was perfectly competent, without a word, because Snape apparently reserved his approval for Slytherins and his contempt for everyone else. When he reached the Adams station, he stopped. He looked at their potion. He looked at Wednesday's ingredient preparation, the pile of perfectly identical slices, the measured portions, the organized workspace. He looked at Hadrian's cauldron management, the precise color, the correct consistency, the absence of any error. Adequate, he said, and moved on. From Snape, adequate was practically a love letter. Draco's mouth fell open. He's never said adequate to a first year. He told me my potion was not entirely worthless last week and I thought that was the best I'd ever get. Set higher standards, Wednesday said. The class ended. Students filed out. Hadrian took his time packing his supplies, and when he looked up, Snape was at the front of the room, watching him with that same complicated expression. Their eyes met. Hadrian held the contact for a beat, then nodded, a small, respectful acknowledgement that was also a statement. I see you seeing me. We'll talk when you're ready. Snape said nothing. But something shifted in the line of his shoulders, the faintest relaxation, and Hadrian took that as enough for now. Transfiguration was with the Ravenclaws, and Professor McGonagall was exactly as sharp as Hadrian had expected. She opened the class by transforming her desk into a pig and back again, which was both impressive and, Hadrian suspected, specifically calculated to demonstrate the gap between where they were and where she could take them. Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts, she said, once the pig was a desk again and the class had stopped gasping. Anyone messing about in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned. She set them to work turning matches into needles. It was tedious, repetitive, foundational, the magical equivalent of learning scales before playing a concerto. Most of the students struggled. A Ravenclaw girl managed to make her match slightly pointy after 20 minutes and looked like she'd won the lottery. Hadrian studied the match on his desk. Transfiguration, at its core, was about imposing your will on physical reality, convincing matter that it was something other than what it was. The theory was in the textbook. The practice was in the intent. He picked up his wand, yew and basilisk horn, 13.5 inches, still thrumming with that deep resonance he'd felt since Ollivanders, and focused. Not on the incantation. Not on the wand movement. On the certainty. The absolute, unshakable Adam's conviction that reality was a suggestion and he was the one making suggestions. The match turned into a needle. Not slowly, not partially, completely. One moment it was wood and sulfur, the next it was steel, gleaming and sharp and perfect. McGonagall, who had been helping a struggling student 3 desks away, went very still. She crossed the room and picked up the needle. She turned it over, held it up to the light, tapped it with her wand. Mr. Adams. This is a perfect transfiguration. Is it? On your first attempt. Should it have taken more? Her lips thinned. It wasn't disapproval, it was the expression of a teacher recalibrating her expectations in real time. She set the needle down. 5 points to Slytherin. Try it again, turn the needle back into a match. Reverse transfiguration was supposedly harder. The textbook said so. McGonagall's own syllabus said they wouldn't attempt it for weeks. Hadrian turned the needle back into a match. It took slightly longer, 3 seconds instead of 1. I see, McGonagall said quietly. She placed a button on his desk. Turn that into a beetle. Animate transfiguration. 3rd year material. The button sprouted legs, antennae, and a shiny carapace, and skittered across the desk. McGonagall caught it in her hand and stared at it, then at Hadrian. And your sister, she asked, turning to Wednesday. Wednesday had been sitting quietly, her match untouched, watching Hadrian work with an expression that suggested she was waiting for her turn and had used the time to develop her own theoretical approach. She pointed her wand, ebony, thestral hair, unyielding, at her match. She didn't speak. The match didn't just become a needle. It became a scalpel. Surgical steel, perfectly balanced, razor-edged. It sat on her desk gleaming with the kind of sharpness that made you instinctively pull your fingers away. I prefer scalpels to needles, Wednesday said. I hope that's acceptable. McGonagall picked up the scalpel. Examined it. Set it down very carefully. See me after class, she said. Both of you. After class, in the empty transfiguration classroom, McGonagall sat on the edge of her desk and regarded the twins with an expression that mixed professional excitement with something closer to alarm. I have been teaching transfiguration for 39 years, she said. I have taught prodigies. I taught your parents, she stopped. Corrected herself. I have taught exceptional students. What I saw today goes beyond that. You both performed at a level I would expect from advanced students, not first years on their first day. Our grandmother has been teaching us practical magic since we were 6, Hadrian said. The Addams family approach to magical education is more hands-on than institutional. Clearly. McGonagall studied them. I won't insult you by pretending the standard curriculum will challenge you. I'm going to arrange supplementary work, advanced reading, practical exercises. You'll attend the regular classes, but I expect you to push yourselves beyond the material. Can you do that? Can we push ourselves? Wednesday repeated. Professor, that's all we do. McGonagall's expression softened by approximately 1 degree, which for her was the equivalent of a warm hug. I believe it. Off you go. And Mr. Adams, Hadrian paused at the door. Welcome to Hogwarts. The first week at Hogwarts established a pattern that the school would spend the rest of the year trying, and failing, to adapt to. The Addams twins were not normal students. This became clear immediately and emphatically, in every class, every interaction, every meal in the Great Hall. They didn't struggle. They didn't hesitate. They walked more actions extinto every classroom like they'd been teaching the subject for years and had decided to audit it out of mild curiosity. Charms was Monday afternoon. Professor Flitwick, a tiny, excitable man who stood on a stack of books to see over his desk, had them practicing the levitation charm on feathers. Most students spent the period waving their wands and producing nothing. Ron Weasley nearly took Hermione's eye out. Seamus Finnegan set his feather on fire, which Hadrian respected on principle. Hadrian levitated his feather on the first attempt, sent it to the ceiling, held it there, then brought it back down and set it gently on his desk. Wednesday levitated hers, then levitated Ron's, then levitated Flitwick's stack of books, with Flitwick still standing on them. The tiny professor rose 3 feet in the air, squeaked, looked down, and then broke into delighted applause. "Oh, marvelous! Simply marvelous! 20 points to Slytherin. Miss Adams, would you mind putting me down?" Eventually, Wednesday said, and held him there for another 4 seconds before lowering him gently. Flitwick was so thrilled he didn't even dock points for the delay. History of Magic was the only class where the twins didn't dominate, because History of Magic was taught by a ghost named Professor Binns who had died in the staff room and apparently hadn't noticed. He droned through lectures on goblin rebellions with the enthusiasm of a man reading his own obituary. Half the class fell asleep within 10 minutes. Wednesday took meticulous notes. Hadrian did not. He read 3 chapters ahead in the textbook while Binns talked, absorbing information at his own pace rather than at the pace of a dead man who'd lost interest in his subject sometime around the 16th century. Herbology was in the greenhouses with a cheerful, dirt-smudged witch named Professor Sprout who clearly loved plants the way Gomez loved Morticia, completely, irrationally, and with a willingness to forgive them for occasional violence. The Addams twins performed well here too, though their comfort with plants that bit, stung, and attempted strangulation raised some eyebrows. When a venomous tentacula tried to wrap itself around Hadrian's wrist, he simply spoke to it, not in Parseltongue, just calmly, firmly, the way you'd speak to a misbehaving dog, and it released him and sulked in its pot. "How did you do that?" Neville Longbottom asked, wide-eyed. Neville, it turned out, was exceptional at herbology, the only subject where his constant anxiety melted away and was replaced by genuine confidence. "Plants respond to intent," Hadrian said. "They can feel what you're projecting. If you're afraid, they know. If you're calm, they settle. That's not in the textbook." "No. My grandmother taught me. She keeps a garden that's killed 3 postal workers." Neville stared at him, trying to determine if this was a joke. Hadrian's expression gave him nothing. "I'd like to see that garden," Neville said quietly, and Hadrian decided he liked Neville Longbottom, who was afraid of almost everything except the things that grew in soil. But the class everyone was waiting for, the one that hummed through the corridors in whispered conversations and nervous speculation, was Defense Against the Dark Arts. Tuesday afternoon. Professor Quirrell. The man with the turban. The classroom smelled like garlic. It was draped in the stuff, hanging from the ceiling, strung along the walls, piled on the windowsills. Quirrell claimed it was to ward off a vampire he'd met in Romania, but the smell was so overwhelming it suggested less a defensive measure and more a deep psychological need to keep something at bay. Quirrell himself was a wreck. He stuttered through his introduction. He flinched at sudden noises. He couldn't maintain eye contact with anyone for more than 2 seconds. He was, by every measurable standard, the worst teacher Hadrian had ever encountered, and Hadrian had been educated by a woman who once used a live scorpion as a visual aid. But underneath the stuttering and the twitching, Hadrian felt something. That same signal from the welcome feast, his scar pulsing warm, a frequency that resonated with something in the turban. Something watchful. Something intelligent. Something hungry. He sat in the front row because Adamses didn't hide in the back of classrooms. Wednesday sat beside him. Draco was behind them. He'd taken to sitting near the twins in every shared class, gravitating toward them with the helpless inevitability of a moon caught in a planet's orbit. Today we will be discussing the basics of defensive theory, Quirrell stammered, his eyes skating over the class and landing everywhere except on Hadrian. The first principle of defense is, Professor, Hadrian said. Quirrell froze. Actually, physically froze, like a rabbit that had just heard a fox. Your turban is moving. Every head in the class turned to look at Quirrell's turban. It wasn't moving, not visibly, not in any way the other students could detect. But Hadrian had said it with such calm certainty that everyone looked anyway, and in the moment of collective attention, Quirrell's hand flew to his head, pressing the turban flat, his face draining of what little color it had. It's not, it doesn't, my mistake, Hadrian said pleasantly. Must have been the garlic shifting. Please continue, Professor. He didn't look at Wednesday. He didn't need to. He could feel her attention sharpening beside him like a blade being drawn from a sheath. She'd seen it too, not the turban moving, but Quirrell's reaction. The fear. The way his hand had gone to his head like he was protecting something. Quirrell stumbled through the rest of the lesson. It was terrible. His knowledge of defensive magic, when it occasionally surfaced through the stuttering, was actually decent, but the delivery was so fractured, so interrupted by nervous tics and abrupt pauses, that most students absorbed nothing. When the bell rang and students filed out, Hadrian remained in his seat. Wednesday remained beside him. Quirrell busied himself at his desk, shuffling papers, very deliberately not looking at them. Professor, Hadrian said again. Interesting class. Thank you, Mr. Adams. The garlic is a nice touch. Though if you're worried about dark creatures, I'd recommend warding rather than seasoning. Garlic only works on a very specific subset of vampiric species, and even then it's more of an irritant than a deterrent. Quirrell's hand stopped shuffling. For a single, fleeting instant, the stutter vanished and something hard and sharp looked out through his eyes, not Quirrell's usual nervous blinking, but a focused, predatory intelligence that assessed Hadrian with the speed of someone accustomed to evaluating threats. Then it was gone. The stutter was back. The twitching resumed. I'll keep that in mind, Mr. Adams. Good day. They left. In the corridor, Wednesday walked beside him in silence for 30 paces before speaking. That wasn't him. No. For a moment, something else was looking at us through his eyes. Yes. Something that recognized you. Yes. She stopped walking. They were alone in the corridor, between classes, the dungeons were empty. She turned to face him, and her expression was the one she wore when she was done observing and ready to act. Tell me everything. The scar. The burning. The turban. All of it. So he did. Standing in a cold stone corridor in the bowels of Hogwarts, Hadrian told his sister about the prickling in his scar whenever Quirrell was near. About the feeling of recognition, not his own recognition, but something recognizing him, like a predator catching a familiar scent. About the thing in the turban that watched through Quirrell's eyes and wasn't Quirrell at all. Wednesday listened without interrupting. When he finished, she was quiet for 10 seconds, an eternity, for her. The Sorting Hat said something to you, she said. I could tell from your face when you came to the table. You controlled it well. No one else noticed. But I did. The hat told me I was someone else once. Someone named Harry Potter. The name hung in the air between them. Harry Potter, Wednesday repeated. The boy who lived. I read about him. He vanished 11 years ago after his parents were murdered by a dark wizard named Voldemort. No one knows where he went. He's the most famous missing person in the British wizarding world. Apparently he's not missing anymore. Apparently he's my brother. She said it without sentimentality, a statement of fact. But her hand found his forearm and gripped it once, hard, a pressure that meant you are mine and this changes nothing. The hat, did it tell you anything else? A prophecy. It mentioned a prophecy connecting me to whoever Voldemort is. Then Voldemort is relevant to us, whether we want him to be or not. And if the thing in Quirrell's turban recognized you. She trailed off, the logic completing itself without words. We need more information. About Voldemort. About the prophecy. About what happened to Harry Potter and why he was reborn as my twin. Where do we start? The library. The chamber. Medusa. She paused. And Dumbledore. Dumbledore's been watching me since the feast. I know. He knows something. He's been waiting for Harry Potter to surface for 11 years, and now a boy with a lightning scar, Parseltongue, and a basilisk has shown up at his school. He's not stupid. No. He's something more dangerous than stupid. He's patient. Wednesday considered this. Then we'll need to be more patient. A beat. Or we could just confront him. Let him come to us. We're Adamses. We don't chase. We attract. The ghost of a smile crossed her face. You sound like Mother. Worse things to sound like. They went to dinner. The confrontation with Draco Malfoy happened on Friday, and it wasn't Draco's fault. Not entirely. It started in the entrance hall before lunch. The first years were transitioning between classes, and the wide stone space was crowded with students from all 4 houses. Hadrian and Wednesday were crossing toward the great hall when they heard it, a voice, loud enough to carry, dripping with the particular cruelty that children who've never been challenged specialize in. And he couldn't even keep hold of his Remembrall. Honestly, Longbottom, you can barely keep hold of your own wand. I'm amazed they let people like you into Hogwarts at all. Draco. Standing in the center of a loose circle of students, holding a small glass sphere that swirled with red smoke. Behind him, Crabbe and Goyle loomed. In front of him, Neville Longbottom stood with his hands clenched at his sides, his face red, his eyes bright with the kind of helpless anger that comes from knowing you should fight back and not knowing how. Hermione was beside Neville, furious. Give it back, Malfoy. It's not yours. It's not yours either, Granger. Stay out of pureblood business. Ron pushed forward from somewhere in the crowd. Pureblood business? You sound like your father. And everyone knows your father, don't you dare talk about my father, Weasley. The situation was deteriorating. Hadrian could feel it, the energy in the room shifting, tightening, the way it did when too many emotions were compressed into too small a space. Students were gathering. Choosing sides. The house lines were drawing themselves in real time. Hadrian walked into the center of the circle. He didn't rush. He didn't shout. He just walked, and the crowd parted for him because something in the way he moved communicated that getting in his way would be unwise. He stopped in front of Draco. Give it back, he said. Not loud. Not angry. Conversational. The tone of someone making a request they expected to be fulfilled. Draco's chin came up. The defensiveness was immediate. He'd been caught doing something he knew was wrong by someone whose opinion he was beginning to care about, and that made him angry. It's just a Remembrall, Adams. I was having a bit of fun. You were having fun at the expense of someone who wasn't in a position to stop you. That's not fun. That's weakness dressed up as power. The words landed like a slap. Draco's face went white. Behind him, Crabbe and Goyle shifted, confused, their limited social processing struggling with the idea that someone from their own house was challenging Draco. I'm not weak, then prove it. Give the Remembrall back and walk away. Strong people don't need to take things from others to feel significant. The entrance hall was completely silent. Every student within earshot had stopped moving, stopped talking, stopped breathing. This was Slytherin confronting Slytherin, and the political implications were registering on every face. Draco's hand trembled around the Remembrall. His eyes were locked on Hadrian's, and what he saw there wasn't contempt or anger. It was something worse, disappointment. From someone he wanted to impress, someone he'd been orbiting for a week, someone whose approval he hadn't realized he craved until this moment. He threw the Remembrall. Not at Neville. Not at Hadrian. Up. Straight up, as hard as he could, a petulant, impulsive act of someone who'd lost and couldn't bear to concede cleanly. The glass sphere arced toward the high ceiling of the entrance hall, catching the light. Hadrian moved. He didn't think. Thinking was too slow. Something older than thought took over, a reflex that didn't belong to Hadrian Adams, that belonged to someone else, someone who'd never consciously existed but whose instincts were written into his muscles and bones. He jumped onto the nearest banister, pushed off, caught the edge of a stone ledge 10 feet up, swung himself higher, and snatched the remembrall out of the air at the apex of its arc, 20 feet above the entrance hall floor. He hung there for a moment, one hand gripping a torch bracket, the other holding the remembrall, his body suspended against the stone wall with casual, impossible grace. Every face in the hall was turned upward, mouths open. He dropped. Landed softly. Straightened. The silence was absolute. Hadrian walked to Neville and held out the remembrall. "I believe this is yours." Neville took it. His hands were shaking. Thank you. Don't thank me. Just don't let anyone take your things." He looked at Neville, really looked, the way Wednesday had taught him to look, seeing past the surface to the person underneath. "You're worth more than you think, Longbottom. Don't let anyone convince you otherwise." Neville swallowed hard and nodded, and something in his posture shifted, not much, but enough. A straightening. A small, fierce spark of something that had been stomped on too many times and was still, somehow, burning. Hadrian turned back to Draco. The blond boy was standing very still, his expression a complicated wreckage of anger, shame, and something that might have been the beginning of understanding. "We need to talk," Hadrian said. "Later. Privately." He walked into the great hall. Wednesday fell into step beside him. Behind them, the crowd slowly began to move again, and the whispers started, a tidal wave of gossip that would reach every corner of the castle by dinner. "That was dramatic," Wednesday said. "It was necessary. You could have just summoned the remembrall with magic." "I could have. But that wouldn't have made the same point." "Which was?" "That I don't need magic to be extraordinary. Draco needs to understand that power isn't about what you can take. It's about what you choose to do." Wednesday was quiet for 3 steps. "You jumped 20 feet straight up." "Yes. That wasn't normal." "No. You moved like you'd done it before. In another life." Hadrian flexed his hand, the one that had caught the remembrall, and felt the ghost of something. Not a memory. An echo. Wind and speed and the stomach-dropping thrill of being airborne, of chasing something small and golden through open sky. "Maybe I did," he said. The conversation with Draco happened that evening, in a corner of the Slytherin common room after the other first years had gone to bed. Hadrian waited. Draco appeared at the top of the dormitory stairs 20 minutes after lights out, wearing his pajamas and his pride like 2 layers of insufficient armor. He sat in the chair opposite Hadrian. The greenlit lake water cast shifting patterns across both their faces. "I'm not going to apologize," Draco said immediately. "Longbottom is, I don't want an apology. I want you to think." Draco's mouth snapped shut. "You're smart, Draco. Smarter than you act. You know things about this world, the politics, the families, the power structures. You've been raised in it. That's valuable. But every time you punch down, every time you go after someone weaker because it's easy, you spend that value. You make yourself smaller. And people notice. Your father isn't here. You are. And you need to decide what kind of person you are, separate from your name." Draco stared at him. The firelight made his pale features look younger, more vulnerable. For a moment, the mask slipped, the arrogance, the superiority, the performance, and underneath was something startlingly simple, a boy who'd been told his whole life that he was better than everyone else and was beginning to suspect it wasn't true. "Why do you care?" Draco asked. "About Longbottom. About me. About any of it. Because my family taught me that strength means protecting people, not diminishing them. And because you sat down in our train compartment when my sister told you to. That took guts. I don't waste guts. A pause. Long, heavy. I don't know how to be different from my father, Draco said quietly. He's everything I know. Everything I was taught. Then learn something new. That's what school is supposed to be for. Draco was quiet for a long time. Outside the windows, something large moved through the lake water, Medusa, patrolling, her shadow blocking the light for a moment before passing on. Draco didn't notice. Hadrian did. I'll try, Draco said finally. I'm not promising anything. But I'll try. That's enough for now. Draco stood. He got halfway to the dormitory stairs before turning back. Adams. Yes. That jumped today. In the entrance hall. What the hell was that? Hadrian smiled. Genetics. That's not an answer. It's the only one I've got. Draco shook his head and disappeared up the stairs. Hadrian sat in the green dark and listened to the lake, and wondered what else Harry Potter had left him besides a scar and the ability to fly. The room of requirement revealed itself on their third night at Hogwarts, exactly as Hadrian had predicted, and exactly because Wednesday had gone looking for it. I need a space, she'd said to the blank stretch of wall on the 7th floor, pacing back and forth 3 times with the focused intensity of someone who expected the universe to accommodate her and was fully prepared to punish it if it didn't. A space for working. For experimenting. For planning. Somewhere private. Somewhere that understands what I need before I need it. The wall shivered. Stone folded in on itself like origami. A door appeared, dark wood, iron-banded, with a handle shaped like a coiled serpent. Wednesday opened it. The room beyond was perfect. Not large, Wednesday didn't need large. She needed functional. A long worktable dominated the center, already stocked with potion ingredients, dissection tools, and blank notebooks. Bookshelves lined 2 walls, filled with texts that seemed to have materialized based on Wednesday's interests: advanced transfiguration theory, dark arts analysis, potion development, magical law. A fireplace burned in the corner, casting warm light. There was a second desk, smaller, positioned near the shelves, clearly intended for Hadrian because the room had understood that where Wednesday worked, Hadrian was never far away. The castle is sentient, Wednesday said, running her hand along the worktable. Not conscious in the way we understand consciousness. But aware. It responds to need, to intent, to magical resonance. The room of requirement, Hadrian said, examining the bookshelves. It's mentioned in obscure references, a room that becomes whatever you need it to be. Most people think it's a legend. Most people are unimaginative. She pulled a book from the shelf, Advanced Transfiguration, Theory and Praxis, and opened it. This is our space. We work here. We plan here. No one else comes in without our permission. Agreed. They spent 2 hours in the room that night. Wednesday organized. Hadrian read. They talked, intermittently, about what they'd learned in their first days, the classes, the teachers, the political dynamics between the houses, the way the older Slytherin students watched the twins with a mixture of fascination and wariness. And they talked about Quirrell. I've been watching him at meals, Wednesday said, not looking up from her notebook. He never eats with his back to a room. He positions himself at the end of the staff table with a wall behind him. That's not stuttering nervous professor behavior. That's tactical. Someone trained him. Or something is controlling him. The turban. You said you felt something alive in it. Not just alive. Aware. Intelligent. And old. It feels old, Wednesday. Old and angry and hungry. She set down her quill. Voldemort. The name dropped between them like a stone into still water. Consider the timeline, she continued. Voldemort attacked the Potters 11 years ago. He was destroyed, or appeared to be. His body was gone, but no one ever confirmed his death. He was obsessed with immortality. Every account suggests he explored the darkest fringes of magic to cheat death. She ticked points off on her fingers. A wizard obsessed with surviving death. A disappearance without a confirmed death. And now, 11 years later, a defense professor with something living in his turban that recognizes the reborn version of the boy who supposedly destroyed him. You think Quirrell is carrying Voldemort? I think Quirrell is hosting Voldemort. Some kind of parasitic attachment, a shade, a fragment, something less than alive but more than dead, latched onto a living wizard and using him as a vessel. Hadrian considered this. It was exactly the kind of conclusion Wednesday would reach, logical, precise, horrifying. And it fit. It fit everything he'd felt, everything he'd observed, every prickle of his scar and every flash of alien intelligence behind Quirrell's nervous eyes. If you're right, then Voldemort is in this school. With us. With hundreds of children. Yes. And Dumbledore almost certainly knows. He's too perceptive not to. Which raises the question, why is he allowing it? They looked at each other. The fire crackled. Somewhere below them, separated by hundreds of feet of stone, Medusa shifted in the Chamber of Secrets, dreaming whatever dreams ancient serpents dream. He's using Quirrell as bait, Hadrian said. Or as a test. There's something in this school he wants to protect, or something he wants to lure Voldemort toward. The third-floor corridor, Wednesday said immediately. The one that's forbidden. Dumbledore announced it at the feast. The third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. No competent headmaster announces the location of a secret that explicitly. It's an invitation. Or a trap. Both. He set something up. Something Voldemort wants. Something protected. And he's watching to see who goes after it. Meanwhile, Voldemort is sitting in our defense classroom, stuttering his way through lessons, waiting for his chance. And Dumbledore is sitting in his office, twinkling his way through dinners, waiting for his. And we're sitting in a magic room on the 7th floor, figuring it all out on day 3. Wednesday almost, laughed. It came out as a brief exhalation through her nose, which was the Wednesday Addams equivalent of rolling on the floor in hysterics. We're the only ones in this castle who aren't playing someone else's game. That's because we're playing our own. Hadrian stood and stretched. We need to see what's on the 3rd floor. Not tonight, we need more information first. But soon. I've already started. She opened her notebook to a page covered in her angular handwriting. Hagrid, the groundskeeper, he talks. Excessively. He was at Gringotts on the same day we were in Diagon Alley. I overheard him telling another student about Dumbledore's business there. Vault 713 was emptied that same day. Whatever Dumbledore is hiding on the 3rd floor came from that vault. How do you already know this? I listened. While you were being charming with Hermione in the bookshop, I was being observant outside the bank. She closed the notebook. We find out what was in that vault, we understand the game. And then we decide whether to play. We've already decided to play. The question is whether we play by their rules or ours. Wednesday. We're Addamses. Yes. When have we ever played by anyone else's rules? She stood, gathered her things, and walked to the door. In the doorframe, she paused and looked back at him. The firelight caught her face, and for a moment she looked older than 11, sharper, fiercer, the person she was becoming visible through the person she was. Hadrian. Yes. Whatever Harry Potter was, whoever he was, he's gone. You're my brother. That's the only identity that matters. She left. The door closed. The room of requirement held its breath. Hadrian stood alone in the quiet and pressed his hand to the scar on his forehead. It was warm. Not burning, not the alarm signal heat of Quirrell's presence. Just warm. Like something alive, something embedded in his skin, acknowledging what Wednesday had said and agreeing with it. He was Hadrian Adams. He had a sister who would burn the world for him. He had a basilisk who would eat anyone who threatened him. He had a family whose love was expressed in explosions and sword fights and poisons that were always, just the right amount of lethal. And somewhere in this castle, a dark wizard was hiding in a turban, and an old wizard was hiding behind a twinkle, and both of them were about to learn what happened when you played games in an Adams's territory. Hadrian smiled in the empty room. It was not a reassuring smile. Saturday morning dawned cold and bright, and Hadrian did something he'd been putting off since arriving at Hogwarts. He went to the library. Not for research, Wednesday had that covered, but for a specific book. A specific name. He needed to understand the life he'd supposedly lived before this one, and the library's biographical section seemed like a reasonable place to start. He found it in the historical records, the rise and fall of the dark arts, tucked between an account of the Goblin rebellions and a comprehensive history of the Waisengamot. He pulled it from the shelf and sat at a table in the back corner, alone, and opened it to the index. Potter, Harry. See, Boy Who Lived. See also, Voldemort, Defeat of. He turned to the chapter. It was relatively short, the facts were sparse, the speculation abundant. On October 31, 1981, Lord Voldemort had gone to Godric's Hollow and murdered James and Lily Potter. He had then attempted to murder their infant son, Harry. The killing curse had rebounded, destroying Voldemort's body. Baby Harry had survived with nothing but a lightning bolt scar on his forehead. Hadrian touched his own scar. Lightning bolt. Right forehead. The book continued. Harry Potter had been placed with Muggle relatives by Albus Dumbledore. Within 24 hours, the boy had vanished. No trace. No magical signature. No record. Dumbledore had searched. The Ministry had searched. The entire wizarding world had searched. The boy who lived was gone. Theories abounded. He'd been kidnapped by Death Eaters. He'd been taken by Dumbledore and hidden for his own protection. He'd been spirited away to another country. He'd died quietly and the wizarding world couldn't accept it. Nobody had considered that he'd been reborn. That whatever magic had rebounded the killing curse had sent his soul somewhere else entirely, not to the afterlife, but sideways, into another vessel, another family, another life. Into Morticia Adams's womb, alongside her daughter. Into the Adams family, where dark magic was mother's milk and death was a family friend. Hadrian closed the book. He felt nothing. That was the honest truth of it, he felt nothing for Harry Potter. No grief, no nostalgia, no sense of loss. Harry Potter was a stranger who happened to have donated a soul. Hadrian Adams was the person that soul had become, and he was wholly, completely, unapologetically himself. But the political implications were staggering. Harry Potter was the most famous wizard in Britain. If Dumbledore confirmed what the Sorting Hat had found, if the connection became public, the fallout would be nuclear. The Ministry would get involved. The press would descend. People would try to claim him, control him, use the Potter name and the Boy Who Lived legend for their own purposes. Hadrian would burn it all down before he let that happen. He returned the book to the shelf and left the library. In the corridor, he nearly walked into Severus Snape. The man was standing in the middle of the hallway, arms folded, blocking the path. He'd clearly been waiting. His expression was the careful blankness of someone holding something volatile behind his eyes. Mr. Adams. Professor Snape. Walk with me. It wasn't a request. Hadrian walked with him. They moved through the corridors in silence, Snape's robes billowing, Hadrian's hands in his pockets, until they reached an empty classroom on the second floor. Snape ushered him in, closed the door, and cast 3 separate privacy charms with the practiced speed of a man who valued secrecy the way other people valued oxygen. Then he turned, and the mask crumbled. Not completely, Snape was too controlled for a complete collapse. But the cracks showed. The tightness around his eyes, the faint tremor in his jaw, the way his hands gripped each other behind his back. "Your eyes," Snape said. His voice was rough. "What about them? They're not the right color. They should be green. They're dark, like an Adam's. But the shape is the same. Her shape." "Whose shape, Professor?" Snape's breath came out shaking. "Lily Evans. Lily Potter. He stopped. Started again. "I knew the moment you walked into the Great Hall. The scar. The Parseltongue, yes, I've heard the rumors, word travels in Slytherin House. The age. Everything fits except the family, and families can be circumstantial." Hadrian regarded him steadily. Snape was in pain. Genuine, profound pain, the kind that didn't come from a fresh wound but from an old one that had never healed and had just been ripped open. "You knew Lily Potter," Hadrian said. "She was," Snape's voice cracked. He turned away, one hand pressing against the desk behind him. "She was my best friend. When we were children. Before everything went wrong. Before he stopped again. Drew a breath that sounded like it took every ounce of his self-control. "I have been looking for Harry Potter for 11 years. I swore, I made a vow, to protect her son. And he vanished. And I have spent every year since then carrying that failure. I'm not Harry Potter." Snape turned back. His eyes were bright, not with tears. Snape would die before crying in front of a student, but with something raw and desperately searching. "The Sorting Hat," Snape said. "I spoke with it this morning. It wouldn't give me details, it's bound by enchantments of confidentiality. But when I asked if Harry Potter was in this castle, it said," he swallowed. "It said, the boy you're looking for no longer exists. But the soul persists." Silence. Hadrian let it stretch. He owed this man nothing. Harry Potter might have owed him something, a debt, a connection, a thread of shared history, but Hadrian Adams was not Harry Potter, and the obligations of a dead life didn't transfer. And yet, the pain in Snape's eyes was real. The grief was real. Whatever this man's history, whatever mistakes he'd made, whatever complicated web of loyalty and regret had brought him to this moment, the love underneath it, the love for Lily Potter, was genuine. Hadrian had grown up in the Addams family. He knew what real love looked like. It looked like this, ugly, desperate, inconvenient, impossible to kill. "I don't remember her," Hadrian said quietly. "I don't remember any of it. I was born to Morticia and Gomez Adams. They're my parents. Wednesday is my sister. That's my reality." Snape nodded. Jerkily, painfully. "But," Hadrian continued, "I have a scar that burns when Quirrell looks at me. I speak Parseltongue. I caught a glass ball out of the air yesterday by instinct, and when I did it, I felt like I was remembering something from a life I never lived. So whatever Harry Potter was, some part of him is in me. And if Lily Potter was someone worth loving, which she clearly was, given what you're standing here feeling right now, then I'll carry that forward. Not as her son. As myself." Snape's hands unclenched. It was a small thing, a subtle release of tension, but it changed the entire shape of his body. The rigidity softened. The sharpness of his expression dulled to something almost, in the right light, approaching peace. "You're nothing like I expected," Snape said. "Adamses never are. Your mother, Lily, she was fierce. Brilliant. She didn't take nonsense from anyone, least of all me. She had a temper like a fired curse and a laugh that could," he stopped himself. Cleared his throat. "You have her stubbornness. That much carried over. I'll take that as a compliment. It is one. Snape straightened. The mask began reassembling itself, piece by piece, the cold expression, the rigid posture, the controlled voice. But the cracks were still visible, if you knew where to look. Professor. The thing in Quirrell's turban. You know what it is. Snape's expression hardened instantly. That is not your concern. It became my concern when it started reacting to my scar. Whatever's in that turban is connected to whatever happened at Godric's Hollow. It recognizes me. And I'd rather confront it informed than ignorant. Snape stared at him for a long moment. Then, come to me if you feel threatened. Any time, day or night. I will, he hesitated. I will keep my vow. It wasn't an answer. But it was a promise, and Hadrian recognized the weight of it. This man had been carrying a dead woman's ghost for 11 years, and the closest he could come to laying it down was standing in an empty classroom, offering protection to the echo of her son. Thank you, Professor. Snape nodded once. He unwarded the room and opened the door. And Mr. Adams? Yes. Your potions work is genuinely exceptional. Both you and your sister. Thank you. Don't let it make you complacent. I expect improvement, not maintenance. He swept out. Hadrian stood in the empty classroom and breathed and processed and filed Severus Snape away in the growing cabinet of people at Hogwarts who were more complicated than they appeared. He told Wednesday, of course. He told her everything, Snape's confession, the connection to Lily Potter, the vow of protection. They were in the room of requirement, which had configured itself tonight as a comfortable sitting room with 2 chairs by a fire, because the room could apparently read emotional states and had decided that warmth was appropriate. He's compromised, Wednesday said. His judgment regarding you will always be filtered through grief. That makes him unreliable as an objective source. It also makes him loyal. And loyalty is useful. Loyalty based on a dead woman's memory is unstable. All loyalty is based on something. Ours is based on blood and family. His is based on love and guilt. The foundation is different. The structure can still hold. Wednesday studied him. You're being charitable. I'm being strategic. Snape is the most competent teacher in this school. He knows something about Quirrell. He has access to Dumbledore's inner circle. And he has a personal, emotional investment in keeping me alive. I can use that. Now you sound like me. I'm choosing to take that as a compliment. It is one. They sat by the fire and planned. Wednesday had continued her research into the 3rd-floor corridor. She'd identified the protections by observation and inference. A 3-headed dog guarded a trapdoor. She'd heard it growling behind the door during one of her nighttime explorations. A Cerberus, she said. Classical creature. Traditionally soothed by music. Beyond that, there will be additional protections, probably one from each teacher contributing to the security. The object they're guarding came from Gringotts Vault 713. Have you identified what it is? Not yet. But I have a theory. She opened her notebook. Nicholas Flamel. The alchemist. Dumbledore is the only known associate of Nicholas Flamel. Flamel is famous for one thing, the Philosopher's Stone. An alchemical device that produces the elixir of life, granting immortality. Yes. Hadrian leaned back in his chair. And if Voldemort's primary obsession was cheating death, then the stone is what Voldemort wants. And Dumbledore has put it in this school, behind protections, with the dark wizard who wants it teaching a floor below where it's hidden. Wednesday closed her notebook. It's a trap. Dumbledore is using the stone as bait. And using the students as, what? Witnesses. Cover. If Voldemort makes a move, there are hundreds of children in this castle. Dumbledore is playing a long game. He believes he can control the variables. Contain the threat. Manage the confrontation on his terms. He's wrong. Obviously. No plan survives contact with the Addams family. She stood. We have enough information to act. Not yet, we need to observe Quirrell's movements, identify the full set of protections, and determine Dumbledore's exact timeline. But we're ahead of everyone in this castle, including the headmaster. And Medusa? Medusa is our trump card. 1,000-year-old basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, accessible only through Parseltongue, unknown to everyone except us. If Voldemort makes his move, we have a weapon no one expects. Hadrian stood and faced his sister. They were the same height, they'd always been the same height, growing at identical rates, their bodies synchronized the way their minds were. In the firelight, their shadows merged on the wall behind them into a single dark shape. We're 11 years old, he said. We're in a castle with a Dark Lord, a manipulative headmaster, and a mystery. Our parents sent us here with a basilisk and 17 cursed artifacts. And a note that said, do try to keep up. We need to live up to that note. We're Addamses, Wednesday said. We don't live up to things. We surpass them. The fire crackled. The room of requirement held them in its ancient, responsive magic. And somewhere, 3 floors below and behind a locked door, a 3-headed dog growled in its sleep, guarding a stone that could make a dead man immortal. The game was set. The pieces were moving. And the Addams twins were 3 moves ahead. Chapter 3, What lurks beneath October came to Hogwarts like a slow bruise, the green of the grounds darkening to brown and gold, the air sharpening with a cold that crept through stone walls and settled into bones. The castle changed with the season, torches burned brighter in the corridors, the suits of armor seemed to huddle closer together, and the lake outside the Slytherin common room windows turned from murky green to near black, so that Medusa's shadow, when it passed, was indistinguishable from the water itself. Hadrian had been at Hogwarts for 6 weeks, and the school had not yet figured out what to do with him. The problem wasn't academic. The professors had long since accepted that the Addams twins operated on a different level. McGonagall had moved them to 4th-year practical exercises in Transfiguration, Flitwick was teaching them charm theory from his personal notes, and Snape had stopped pretending to evaluate their potions work and had started assigning them independent research projects that would have challenged any EWT students. Even Quirrell's stuttering lessons couldn't slow them down, though Wednesday's habit of correcting his mistakes in real time had given the man a visible twitch that had nothing to do with whatever was living in his turban. The problem was social. The Addams twins existed outside the established hierarchy of Hogwarts, and the hierarchy didn't know how to process that. They were Slytherins who befriended Gryffindors. They were first-years who outperformed 7th-years. They were polite without being deferential, powerful without being aggressive, and absolutely, fundamentally impossible to intimidate. The older Slytherins had tested them early. Marcus Flint, the 6th-year Quidditch captain with the build of a troll and the subtlety of a brick, had cornered Hadrian in the common room during the 2nd week to establish pecking order. He'd leaned over Hadrian with his best predatory sneer and said something about first-years knowing their place. Hadrian had looked up at him calmly and said, "You have spinach in your teeth. It's been there since lunch. I mention it because no one else apparently respects you enough to tell you." Flint had been so blindsided that he'd actually checked, and in the moment of self-consciousness, Hadrian had stepped around him and walked away. Flint had never tried again. The message had propagated through Slytherin House with the efficiency of a well-aimed curse: the Addams twins were not to be tested. But if the Slytherins had been convinced through sheer force of presence, the broader school remained uncertain. Gryffindors were suspicious. Hermione's friendship with the twins drew muttering from her housemates who couldn't reconcile Slytherin with trustworthy. Ravenclaws were envious. The twins' academic performance was a constant, silent rebuke to the house that prided itself on intelligence. Hufflepuffs were cautious, because Hufflepuffs were always cautious, and the Addams energy was the opposite of everything their common room stood for. And through it all, Dumbledore watched. Hadrian felt it like weather. Not oppressive, Dumbledore was too skilled for that, but persistent. A gentle awareness, like being under a very sophisticated and very patient microscope. At meals, those blue eyes would find him across the great hall, twinkling benignly, and Hadrian would meet them and hold them until the old man looked away first. It had become a game between them, a silent, civil contest of wills played out over breakfast. Dumbledore had not yet approached him directly. Hadrian found this interesting. The headmaster was waiting for something, for Hadrian to come to him, perhaps, or for some event to create an opening. A man like Dumbledore didn't confront. He orchestrated. "He's patient," Wednesday said one morning over breakfast, not looking up from the letter she was writing to their parents. "But he's getting less patient. I noticed him speaking with Snape yesterday after dinner. Snape looked like he'd swallowed a wasp. Snape always looks like he's swallowed a wasp. This was a different wasp. A Dumbledore wasp. The headmaster is pressing him for information about me. Almost certainly. Snape won't give him anything. His loyalty to Lily's memory is stronger than his loyalty to Dumbledore, which is saying something because his loyalty to Dumbledore is considerable. But the pressure will increase." Hadrian nodded. Across the great hall, Hermione was waving at them from the Gryffindor table. Beside her, Ron was engaged in the construction of what appeared to be a sausage fortress. Neville was reading a herbology textbook and smiling at something in it. "Our circle is forming," Hadrian said. "Such as it is. A know-it-all, a chess player, a gardener, and a Malfoy with an identity crisis. And us. And us." She sealed her letter and handed it to the family owl, a massive, black-feathered creature named Aristotle who was rumored to have once carried a live badger across 3 counties. "Mother says Pugsley set the greenhouse on fire again. Father put it out by setting the garage on fire, which he felt balanced things out. I miss home." "So do I." She said it simply, without sentiment, but Hadrian heard what was underneath it. Wednesday missed the estate the way she missed breathing when she held her breath. It was essential, even when she could survive without it. The post owls arrived in their usual chaotic swarm, and among them was something unusual, a large, official-looking envelope dropped directly in front of Hadrian. Ministry seal. Heavy parchment. He opened it. "Dear Mr. Adams, it has come to the attention of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement that an unregistered magical creature of considerable size has been detected on the grounds of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. As the registered guardian of the creature in question, we request your immediate cooperation in." Hadrian stopped reading and set the letter on fire with a wandless incendio so casual that the students around him barely flinched. They'd grown accustomed to casual displays of wandless magic from the twins. It was just another breakfast. "Ministry," he said to Wednesday. Someone reported Medusa. The giant squid probably told a mermaid who told a portrait who told a student who told a parent who told the ministry. Information security at this school is non-existent. They want me to cooperate in her registration and possible removal. They can want. Wanting is free. Wednesday returned to her toast. Medusa stays. If the ministry objects, Father will handle it. He has 7 lawyers and not one of them is entirely sane. Hadrian had already composed the reply in his head. He'd send it after breakfast, a polite, precise letter explaining that Medusa was a family companion protected under the Magical Creatures Cohabitation Act of 1847, which may or may not actually exist, but Gomez's lawyers could make anything exist on paper, that she was wearing protective lenses to prevent petrification, and that any attempt to remove her would be met with the full legal and magical resources of the Adams estate. He'd sign it with the family seal, the one that made ministry clerks go pale. The Basilisk issue, he knew, would not go away. But it could be managed, delayed, buried under enough legal paperwork that by the time the ministry sorted through it, the school year would be over and Medusa would have established residency rights through squatter's precedent, which Wednesday had already researched. Some battles were won with power. Others were won with patience and a really good lawyer. The morning of October 31st dawned gray and smelling of frost and something sweeter underneath. the house elves had been cooking since dawn, preparing for the Halloween feast. Pumpkins the size of armchairs floated in the great hall. Bats swooped between the enchanted candles. The entire castle thrummed with excited energy, students whispering about costumes and parties and candy. Wednesday found the excitement contemptible. Halloween is a sacred observance of death and the liminal boundary between worlds. The commercialization is revolting. You're describing the Addams Family approach. Other people just want candy. Other people are wrong. Their morning classes passed without incident. Charms was double period with the Gryffindors, and Flitwick had them practicing the levitation charm again, this time on heavier objects. Most students managed feathers and quills. Hermione levitated a textbook. Ron, after much frustrated wand-waving and Hermione's increasingly pointed coaching, managed to levitate his feather 3 inches before it drifted sideways and landed on Seamus Finnegan's head. "You're saying it wrong," Hermione told Ron. "It's Leviosa, not Leviosa." "You do it then, if you're so clever." "I already did. While you were arguing about it." Hadrian, who had spent the period levitating increasingly absurd combinations of objects to test the limits of the charm's weight-to-magical output ratio, he was currently holding 4 textbooks, a chair, and Professor Flitwick's personal teapot in a rotating orbit above his desk, watched the exchange with the quiet amusement of someone observing a mating ritual between 2 animals who hadn't realized that's what it was. "They'll either become best friends or destroy each other," Wednesday murmured beside him. She dismantled the levitation charm theoretically, identified 3 inefficiencies in the standard incantation, and was now writing a revised version in her notebook that she planned to submit to Flitwick as a formal academic proposal. "There's no middle ground with personalities that strong. They're already friends. They just haven't admitted it yet. Denial is a powerful bonding mechanism." After charms, the day fragmented. Wednesday went to the library to continue her research into the 3rd-floor protections. Hadrian had a free period, and he used it to do something he'd been planning for weeks. He went to see Hagrid. The groundskeeper's hut sat on the edge of the forbidden forest like a small, warm island in a sea of dark trees. Smoke curled from the chimney. An enormous boarhound named Fong was sleeping on the front step. Hadrian knocked. The door opened, and Rubeus Hagrid filled the frame, an enormous man, easily 8 feet tall, with a wild tangle of black hair and a beard that could have housed a family of birds. His beetle-black eyes blinked down at Hadrian with surprise. Hello there. You're one of the Addams twins, aren't ye?" "Hadrian. May I come in?" Hagrid glanced over his shoulder, then back. Sure. Come in. Just, mind the fire, I've got something on." The interior of the hut was a single large room, dominated by a massive fireplace and a table that looked like it had been built by someone who understood the concept of furniture but disagreed with the execution. Everything was oversized, the chairs, the mugs, the copper pots hanging from the ceiling. A crossbow leaned against the wall. The whole place smelled like dog and wood smoke and something baking that Hadrian suspected was edible only in the loosest definition. Fong followed them in and immediately collapsed on Hadrian's feet, drooling profusely. Hadrian reached down and scratched behind the dog's ears. Fong groaned with pleasure. "He likes ya," Hagrid said, surprised. "Usually takes him a while to warm up to Slytherins." "No offense." "None taken. My family keeps creatures that make Fong look like a hamster. I'm comfortable with animals." "So I heard." Hagrid's expression shifted, curiosity and a hint of something guarded. "Heard Yevi got some kind of big snake in the castle." "Medusa. She's a basilisk. She's been with my family for 7 years." Hagrid's eyes went wide. "A basilisk? A real, actual, blimey. How'd you manage that?" "I speak Parseltongue. I found her in the caves beneath our estate when I was 4. She was young then. We bonded." "Parseltongue." Hagrid sat down heavily, his chair groaning. That's a rare gift, that is. Haven't heard of a parselmouth since, he stopped. His face clouded. Well. Anyway. She's not dangerous. The basilisk? She's extremely dangerous. She's also extremely loyal. She's wearing goblin-forged lenses over her eyes so she can't petrify anyone. She won't attack unless I'm threatened. Goblin-forged. Hagrid shook his head slowly, then broke into a grin so wide it was visible through his beard. That's brilliant, that is. Goblin-forged lenses on a basilisk. I've seen a lot of magical creatures in my time, Hadrian, but I've never heard of anyone taming a basilisk. I didn't tame her. We're partners. Hagrid's grin softened into something warmer. Partners. Yeah. That's how it should be. That's how I feel about all my creatures. People don't understand, they see something big and scary and they want to kill it or cage it. They don't think maybe it's just different. Maybe it just needs someone who speaks its language. He said this with such simple conviction that Hadrian felt something shift in his assessment of Hagrid. The man was not sophisticated. He was not subtle. But he was sincere, which was rarer and more valuable than either. Hagrid. I have a question that might seem strange. Go on. What was in Vault 713 at Gringotts? Hagrid's face went through approximately 9 expressions in 2 seconds, cycling from surprise to alarm to badly feigned ignorance. He was the worst liar Hadrian had ever encountered, and Hadrian had grown up with Pugsley, who once tried to deny setting off dynamite while still holding the detonator. I don't, how'd you know about, I shouldn't have, Hagrid took a breath. That's between Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel, and I shouldn't have said that. You just said Nicholas Flamel's name. Hagrid went scarlet. No, I didn't. You did. 3 seconds ago. Look, forget I said anything. It's Hogwarts business. Secret Hogwarts business. Dumbledore would have my head if he knew I shouldn't be talking about this with a student. Of course. I understand completely. Hadrian stood. Thank you for the tea, Hagrid. I'll come visit again, if that's all right. I'd love to hear more about your creatures. Hagrid brightened immediately, the flannel slip already fading from his mind as the prospect of talking about magical creatures took over. Any time. I've got a whole family of fire crabs out back I've been breeding. And if ya ever want to bring Medusa round, obviously she's a bit big for the hut, but I'd love to see her. A real basilisk. Imagine that. Hadrian left Hagrid's hut with the confirmation he'd needed. Nicholas Flamel. The Philosopher's Stone. Wednesday's theory was correct. He also left with something he hadn't expected, a genuine liking for Rubeus Hagrid. The man was an open book in a castle full of locked ones, and there was something refreshing about that, something Hadrian's Adam sensibilities, which valued honesty above almost everything, responded to instinctively. He was crossing the grounds toward the castle, the October wind cutting through his robes, when his scar burned. Not the gentle warmth of proximity. Not the signal pulse of Quirrell's distant presence. This was sharp, sudden, a white-hot needle driven into his forehead. He stopped walking. His vision fractured, the grounds blurring, the castle distorting, and for a single, terrible instant, he was somewhere else. A dark room. Stone walls. A mirror, tall, ornate, golden-framed. And a voice, high and cold and hungry, whispering from the back of a skull that wasn't its own, the boy. The boy is here. I can feel him. He is close. He is mine. Then it was gone. Hadrian was standing on the Hogwarts grounds, breathing hard, his hand pressed to his scar. The pain faded to a throb, then to nothing. Quirrell. Voldemort. They'd been somewhere in the castle, thinking about him, and the scar, the connection, had transmitted it. Hadrian lowered his hand and stared at the castle. Somewhere behind those ancient walls, a dead Dark Lord was dreaming about him. Wanting him. Claiming him. I am not yours, Hadrian thought, with the cold, absolute certainty that was the Addams family's greatest weapon. I belong to no one but myself. And if you come for me, you will discover exactly what that means. He walked inside. The scar was silent. The Halloween feast began at 7. The great hall had been transformed, 1,000 candles floated in midair, live bats swooped between them, jack-o'-lanterns the size of small wagons grinned from every surface. The enchanted ceiling showed a stormy sky, and occasionally a bolt of lightning would flash, casting sharp shadows across the faces of 1,000 students. Hadrian sat between Wednesday and Draco at the Slytherin table. The feast was magnificent: roast turkey, mountains of roasted potatoes, platters of sausages and bacon, tureens of gravy, boats of cranberry sauce, blocks of every kind of candy imaginable. Pugsley would have loved it. Grandmama would have found it hopelessly pedestrian. Draco was in an unusually good mood. He'd received a care package from his mother that morning, expensive chocolates, new quills, a letter that he'd read 3 times, and the effect on his demeanor was visible. He was softer, less sharp, almost relaxed. The change in him over the past 6 weeks had been gradual but real. He still said cutting things, still carried himself with Malfoy superiority, but the cruelty that had defined his first interactions had dulled. He was learning, slowly, to be sharp without being vicious. Hadrian considered it progress. My mother wants to meet you, Draco told Hadrian. Both of you. She said the Addams family is one of the few remaining families worth knowing, which from her is practically a declaration of love. We'd be happy to meet her, Hadrian said. She also said to tell your mother that the rose clippings she sent were exquisite and terrifying, and she's never been more pleased with a gift. Mother sent your mother rose clippings? Wednesday looked mildly interested. Which roses? She didn't specify. If they were from the South Garden, your mother should wear gloves. Those roses draw blood deliberately. Draco paled slightly. I'll mention that. The feast progressed. Hadrian ate steadily, talked intermittently, and kept one eye on the staff table. Dumbledore was presiding with his usual grandfatherly performance. Snape was eating with grim determination. Quirrell's seat was empty. Hadrian set down his fork. He scanned the staff table again, carefully. Quirrell was gone. His plate was untouched. His chair was pushed back at an angle that suggested he'd left in a hurry. Wednesday. She followed his gaze. Her eyes narrowed. He's been at every meal since term started, she said quietly. Every single one. He never misses. He can't, whatever's in his turban needs him in public, maintaining the cover. Something's happening. Something important enough to break pattern. Before Wednesday could respond, the doors of the great hall slammed open with a force that silenced every voice in the room. Professor Quirrell stood in the doorway, turban askew, face white, robes torn at one sleeve. He staggered forward 3 steps, fixed his wild eyes on Dumbledore, and screamed. Troll! In the dungeons! Troll in the dungeons! A beat of absolute silence. Thought you ought to know, Quirrell added, almost conversationally. Then he collapsed face first onto the stone floor. The great hall erupted. 1,000 students began screaming simultaneously, chairs toppled, plates shattered, younger students burst into tears. The sound was enormous, a wall of panic that hit Hadrian like a physical force. Dumbledore stood. His wand fired a cannon blast that cut through the noise like a blade. Silence. The screaming died. Students froze. Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories. Teachers, follow me to the dungeons. The hall mobilized. Prefects began herding students toward the doors, and the crowd moved with the frightened, disorganized energy of a herd that smelled a predator. Hadrian didn't move. Wednesday didn't move. Our dormitory is in the dungeons, Hadrian said. Yes. Where the troll supposedly is. Convenient. Suspiciously so. Wednesday watched Quirrell's prone form on the floor. 2 students were stepping over him. No one was checking on him. He's faking. Obviously. This is a diversion. Whatever he's actually doing tonight has nothing to do with a troll. The 3rd floor. Their eyes met. The same thought, arriving simultaneously, the way it always did with them. He's going for the stone, Wednesday said. Tonight. Halloween. The entire school is being evacuated. The teachers are going to the dungeons. The 3rd floor will be empty. What do we do? Hadrian stood. The students were filing past them, a river of black robes and frightened faces. He caught a flash of red hair, Ron, and bushy brown hair, Hermione, moving with the Gryffindor crowd. Then he caught the absence of someone who should have been there. Where's Hermione? Ron appeared at his elbow, fighting against the current of moving students. She's not here. She's been in the bathroom since Charms, she was upset about something and she missed the feast. She doesn't know about the troll. Which bathroom? 1st floor. The girls' one near the Charms corridor. The 1st floor. Between the dungeons and the 3rd floor corridor. Directly in the path of a troll that was allegedly loose in the castle. Hadrian made the calculation in less than a second. The troll was a diversion. But the troll was also real, even if Quirrell had let it in deliberately, there was still a 12-foot mountain troll somewhere in the castle, and Hermione was alone and unaware. Wednesday. The stone. Go. I'll handle Quirrell. He looked at her. She looked back. The conversation happened in the space between their eyes, trust, strategy, the absolute confidence that came from knowing your twin would execute their part flawlessly. Be careful. I'm always careful. I'm just never cautious. They split. Wednesday moved against the flow of students, slipping through the crowd like a shadow, heading for the staircase that led to the 3rd floor. Hadrian grabbed Ron's arm. Come with me. Hermione needs help. The troll is exactly why she needs help. Move. They ran. The corridors were chaos, students streaming in every direction, prefects shouting, ghosts swooping through walls with excited babbling. Hadrian moved through it all with the focused precision of someone who'd memorized the castle's layout in his first week and could navigate it blindfolded. Ron scrambled to keep up, his longer legs barely compensating for Hadrian's speed and certainty. They rounded the corner to the Charms corridor, and Hadrian smelled it before he saw it. The stench was indescribable, a physical assault on the senses, like a dumpster in August had been crossbred with a sewage plant and given legs. It rolled down the corridor in waves, thick enough to taste. Ron gagged. Hadrian's eyes watered but he kept moving. The troll was at the far end of the corridor, and it was exactly as horrible as the smell suggested. 12 feet tall, granite-gray skin, a small head sitting on a massive body like a boulder balanced on a mountain. It carried a wooden club the size of a tree trunk, dragging it along the stone floor with a grinding screech. Its tiny eyes were fixed on a door, the door to the girls' bathroom. The door behind which Hermione Granger had been crying about a Charms argument for the past 3 hours, completely unaware that a monster was about to tear the room apart. The troll raised its club. Hey! Ron shouted, and threw a piece of broken pipe at the troll's head. It bounced off without visible effect, but the troll paused, confused, its tiny brain struggling to process a new stimulus. It turned. It saw them. It grunted. Hadrian was already moving. He didn't reach for his wand. He didn't calculate, didn't plan, didn't weigh options. He reached for the thing that had been growing inside him since he'd first entered the Chamber of Secrets, the deep, cold, serpentine power that lived in his blood and responded to his will like a current of electricity answering a switch. He opened his mouth and spoke in Parseltongue. Not to the troll, trolls didn't speak any language, let alone the snake tongue. He spoke to the magic. To the castle. To the ancient power that Salazar Slytherin had woven into these stones 1,000 years ago and that had been waiting, dormant and patient, for someone who spoke its language. The stones answered. The floor beneath the troll moved. Not cracking, not breaking, shifting, the individual stones rearranging themselves like scales on a snake's back, rippling outward from Hadrian's feet in a wave that reached the troll and pulled the ground out from under it. The troll staggered, its club swinging wild. It stumbled, off balance, its massive feet finding no purchase on a floor that was suddenly, actively hostile. Hadrian raised his hand, not his wand, his hand, and spoke again, and the stones rose. They climbed the troll's legs like living things, encasing its feet, its ankles, its knees in a sheath of solid stone that hardened and locked and held. The troll roared, confused, terrified, struggling against bonds it couldn't understand. Hadrian walked toward it. Calmly. Steadily. The troll thrashed and swung its club, but the stone held it in place, and the swing went wide, smashing into the corridor wall and sending a shower of dust and fragments cascading down. Hadrian didn't flinch. He raised his hand again. Down, he said in Parseltongue. The troll's club flew from its grip, not by levitation, not by a charm, but because the stone of the floor reached up, grabbed the end of the club, and wrenched it away. The club clattered to the ground. The troll bellowed. Sleep. It wasn't a spell. It wasn't an incantation. It was an act of will, channeled through the oldest magic in the castle, the magic that recognized Hadrian's blood and obeyed his voice. The troll's eyes glazed. Its massive body swayed. And then it toppled forward, unconscious, hitting the stone floor with a crash that shook the walls, its legs still encased in their stone prison. Silence. Ron Weasley stood 10 feet behind Hadrian, his mouth open so wide that a quaffle could have flown in without touching the sides. Hadrian turned to the bathroom door and knocked. Hermione. It's Hadrian. You can come out now. The door opened. Hermione stood in the doorway, her face blotchy from crying, her eyes enormous. She looked at Hadrian. She looked past him at the unconscious troll embedded in the floor. She looked at Ron, who was still doing an impression of a goldfish. What, Hermione said very precisely, just happened? A troll tried to visit the bathroom. I disagreed. Hadrian offered his hand. Are you hurt? No. I didn't even know it was, I heard the noises but I thought it was Peeves. She took his hand and stepped over the rubble. Her fingers were shaking. She looked at the troll again, at the stone encasing its legs, at the way the floor itself had been reshaped. Hadrian. What did you do? He looked at the troll. He looked at his own hand, the hand that had commanded the castle's stones with nothing but Parseltongue and intent. He flexed his fingers. They tingled, not unpleasantly. Something new, he said. Footsteps. Fast, multiple, coming from both directions. Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Flitwick rounded the corner simultaneously, wands drawn, faces set for combat. They stopped. They stared at the troll. They stared at the floor. They stared at Hadrian. McGonagall's wand lowered slowly. Mr. Adams. Explain. The troll was about to break into the bathroom where Hermione was hiding. I stopped it. You stopped it. McGonagall looked at the stone-encased legs. At the reshaped floor. At the structural modifications to a corridor that had been unchanged for 1,000 years. You stopped it by doing what, exactly? I asked the castle for help. It agreed. Snape moved forward, his dark eyes scanning the scene with the rapid, analytical intensity of a man who understood magic on a molecular level. He knelt beside the troll, examined the stone sheath around its legs, and ran his wand along the surface. His expression went through several phases, ending on something that looked very much like shock ruthlessly controlled. This isn't transfiguration, Snape said quietly. This isn't any recognized branch of magic. The stone hasn't been transformed, it's been animated. Something told the raw material of the castle to move. He looked up at Hadrian. Parseltongue. Yes. You spoke to the castle in Parseltongue, and the castle, built by Salazar Slytherin, imbued with his magic, responded. Yes. Snape stood. He and McGonagall exchanged a look that contained an entire conversation, alarm, amazement, the professional acknowledgement that they were witnessing something unprecedented. Flitwick, meanwhile, was practically vibrating with excitement. Extraordinary. Simply extraordinary. I've read theoretical papers on sympathetic architectural magic, the idea that a building imbued with enough magical intent could develop a form of responsiveness, but I've never seen it in practice. Mr. Adams, would you be willing to demonstrate? Not tonight, Phileas, McGonagall said firmly. She turned to Hadrian. 5 points to Slytherin for protecting a fellow student. And Mr. Adams, yes, Professor. In the future, when there is a troll in the castle, please allow the adults to handle it. With respect, Professor, the adults were in the dungeons. McGonagall's lips thinned to a line so sharp it could have cut paper. But she didn't argue, because there was no argument to make. He was right, and they both knew it. Snape lingered as the other professors organized the troll's removal. He caught Hadrian's eye and held it for a moment. The look he gave was complicated, part pride, part worry, part the specific pain of watching someone you've sworn to protect prove they don't need your protection. Impressive, Snape said. It was the first time he'd used the word in Hadrian's presence. Thank you, Professor. Where's Quirrell? Snape's expression hardened. He was not with us in the dungeons. He arrived late, claiming to have gotten lost. Did he? He did. And he was limping. Snape's eyes narrowed. The right leg. A three-headed dog. Guarding a trapdoor. On the 3rd floor. Interesting, Hadrian said. Be careful, Snape said, and it was the second time he'd said it and meant something much larger than the words. Hadrian collected Hermione and Ron and walked them to the staircase where the house routes diverged. Hermione was still shaking, but the tears had dried and been replaced by something harder, determination, anger, the specific fury of an intelligent person who'd been caught helpless and never intended to be caught that way again. I want to learn what you did, she said. With the stones. With the, whatever that was. It might be specific to me. The Parseltongue, the connection to the castle's foundational magic. I don't know if it can be taught. Then teach me something else. Teach me how to fight. Not just spells, how to think in a fight. How to be the person who solves the problem instead of the person hiding in the bathroom. She said it fiercely, her chin up, her eyes bright. I never want to be the person who needs rescuing again. Hadrian looked at her. He saw the girl in the bookshop, clutching 12 books, talking too fast because she was used to people losing interest. He saw the girl who'd been crying in a bathroom because a boy had been cruel about the way she spoke. And he saw the girl who was choosing, right now, in this moment, to become someone different. Tomorrow, he said. Room of requirement. 7th floor. I'll show you. She nodded once, sharply, and left with Ron. Ron paused at the turn, looked back. That thing with the floor, he said. That was the maddest thing I've ever seen. And my brothers once taught a gnome to ride a broom. Go to bed, Ron. Ron grinned and disappeared around the corner. Wednesday was waiting in the room of requirement. She sat at the worktable with her notebook open, writing with controlled speed, her expression the particular focused blankness she wore when her mind was working at full capacity. Report, Hadrian said, dropping into his chair. Quirrell went to the 3rd floor. I followed at a distance. He approached the door to the Cerberus room and attempted to enter. The dog, 3 heads, I confirmed, was alert and aggressive. He got the door open but couldn't get past. The dog bit him. Right leg. Snape said he was limping. He retreated within 3 minutes. He was speaking to someone as he ran, not out loud, but in a whisper, directed behind him. At the turban. He was talking to the thing in the turban. Receiving instructions, I think. The tone was, she paused, choosing her words. Subservient. Afraid. Whatever's in that turban is the dominant intelligence. Quirrell is the host, not the pilot. Voldemort couldn't get past the dog. Not tonight. But he'll try again. He's desperate, I could hear it in his voice. Whatever timeline he's operating on is accelerating. Hadrian sat down across from her. The room had configured itself for strategy, the table was clear, the lighting was bright, and a detailed map of Hogwarts had appeared on the wall. The room, apparently, had opinions about interior design that responded to context. The protections beyond the dog, he said. Have you identified them? Partially. She opened her notebook to a page dense with her angular writing. The Cerberus is Hagrid's contribution, I confirmed this through indirect questioning. Beyond that, each teacher contributed a protection. I've identified McGonagall's, likely a transfiguration challenge. Sprouts, probably a herbology obstacle, Devil's Snare is the most logical choice. Flitwick's, a charms-based puzzle. Snape's, almost certainly a potions riddle, given his expertise. And Quirrell's own contribution, which is ironic given that he's the one trying to get through. What about Dumbledore's? Unknown. But it will be the final protection. The one closest to the stone. And it will be the most significant. Hadrian studied the map on the wall. The third-floor corridor. The trapdoor. The unknown depths below. We need to let this play out a little longer, he said. Quirrell failed tonight. He'll try again, but not immediately, he'll need to solve the Cerberus problem first. That buys us time. Time for what? To prepare. When he makes his real attempt, I want to be there. Not to protect the stone, Dumbledore can worry about his own bait. But because Voldemort is in this castle, and I have a connection to him that I don't understand, and I need to understand it. The scar. The scar. The visions. The recognition. If I was Harry Potter, and Voldemort tried to kill Harry Potter, then there's a link between us. Magic like that doesn't just vanish. It persists. Like a soul persists. Like a soul persists. Wednesday closed her notebook. She stood, walked to the map, and traced the route from the Slytherin dungeons to the third-floor corridor with her finger. When the time comes, she said, we go together. Obviously. And we bring Medusa. Hadrian smiled. It was the smile that made people who didn't know him step backward, and made people who did know him step forward. Obviously. The troll incident made Hadrian Adams the most talked-about student in Hogwarts overnight. By breakfast the next morning, the story had been told, retold, and embellished to the point where some versions had him fighting the troll hand-to-hand and others had him bringing the entire corridor to life like a stone golem army. The truth was dramatic enough that the exaggerations were barely necessary, but 11-year-olds are not known for their restraint in storytelling. The staff, too, was buzzing. Hadrian could feel it, a new quality to the way teachers looked at him, a mixture of professional interest and something approaching caution. He'd demonstrated a form of magic that didn't exist in any curriculum, any textbook, any established theory. He'd spoken to a building and the building had obeyed. Dumbledore's watching intensified. The twinkle was still there, but beneath it, the analytical machinery was running at full speed. Hadrian could practically hear the gears turning across the great hall. But Dumbledore still didn't approach. Not yet. The old man was recalculating, adjusting his models, incorporating new data. He'd expected Harry Potter to surface as a lost, confused boy in need of guidance. Instead, he'd gotten an Adams, powerful, informed, surrounded by allies, bonded with a basilisk, and demonstrating magical abilities that had no precedent in recorded history. The chessboard had changed. The old man needed a new strategy. He'd find one. Hadrian was certain of that. Dumbledore was too brilliant and too patient not to adapt. The question was whether his new strategy would be clever enough to work on someone who'd been trained from birth to see through every game. Meanwhile, Hadrian had other matters to attend to. The Quidditch pitch was a grassy oval surrounded by towering stands, 3 golden hoops at each end, and an atmosphere of barely controlled violence that Hadrian found immediately appealing. Slytherin's first match of the season was in 2 weeks, against Gryffindor, naturally, because the scheduling at Hogwarts was apparently designed to maximize drama, and Marcus Flint had called a practice session that Hadrian had not been invited to. He showed up anyway. He walked onto the pitch carrying a school broom, one of the ancient, battered clean sweeps that the school kept for flying lessons, and stopped at the edge of the grass where the Slytherin team was running drills. Flint saw him, scowled, and flew down. "First years don't play Quidditch, Adams. First years haven't played Quidditch since 1902. That's a tradition, not a rule." "Same thing." "It's really not. Show me the rulebook that prohibits it." Flint's scowl deepened. He was a 6th-year captain, biggest player on the team. He was not accustomed to first years challenging him. But Hadrian's reputation had grown large enough in 6 weeks that even Flint's considerable ego couldn't entirely ignore it. "You've never even been on a broom." "Incorrect. I've been on a broom once, during Madame Hooch's flying lesson. I was airborne for 30 seconds before she made me land because she said I was showing off in a manner that endangered the emotional well-being of less gifted students." Flint stared at him. 30 seconds. "Would you like a demonstration?" Something in Hadrian's tone, the absolute, unshakable confidence of someone who knew exactly what he was about to do, made Flint hesitate. He looked at the school broom in Hadrian's hand. He looked at Hadrian's face. He made a decision that was part curiosity and part the dim awareness that refusing an Adams was probably more dangerous than accepting. "Fine. Show me what you've got." Hadrian mounted the broom. It was old, poorly maintained, and vibrated under him like an arthritic animal. He didn't care. The moment his feet left the ground, the world changed. "This," the echo in his blood whispered. "This is what you were." He shot upward. Not the careful, measured ascent of a beginner, a rocket launch, vertical, accelerating, the wind slamming into his face and his robe streaming behind him like a banner. The ground fell away. The stands shrank. He climbed until the players below were specks, and then he leveled out and flew. It was like breathing. Like speaking Parseltongue. Like commanding the castle's stones. His body knew this, not his Adam's body, not the muscles and bones that Morticia and Gomez had given him, but something deeper, something that predated his current life and had been waiting, dormant, for this exact moment. He dove. Straight down, vertical, the broom screaming, the ground rushing up at a speed that would have been terrifying if he'd had any capacity for terror. At the last possible second, at the absolute razor's edge of disaster, he pulled up, leveling out 6 inches above the grass, the broom handles trailing twigs actually brushing the ground. The Slytherin team had stopped practicing. They were hovering in place, staring. Hadrian climbed again, found the team's seeker practice snitch that was buzzing lazily around the goalposts, and caught it. Not after a chase, he'd plotted its trajectory the moment he'd seen it, calculated its flight path, accelerated to an intercept point, and plucked it from the air like picking fruit from a tree. He descended to the ground, dismounted, and handed the snitch to Flint. "I'd like to try out for seeker," Hadrian said. Flint looked at the snitch. He looked at his current seeker, Terence Higgs, a 5th year who was competent but not extraordinary. He looked at Hadrian. "Practice is Tuesdays and Thursdays," Flint said. "Don't be late." Hadrian nodded and walked off the pitch. Behind him, he heard Terence Higgs say, "Did that just happen?" And Adrian Pusey's reply, mate, that's an Adams. Everything that happens around them, just happens. The news reached the Gryffindor team within the hour. Oliver Wood, the Gryffindor captain, was reportedly so agitated that he called an emergency practice and ran his seeker through drills until the poor third year couldn't see straight. Draco was incensed. A seeker? You're going to be the youngest seeker in a century and you didn't even tell me? I didn't know until I did it. That's not how this works. There are supposed to be conversations. My father was going to buy me onto the team next year. Now you've just walked on, like it's nothing. It is nothing. It's flying. It's Quidditch. It's politics and legacy and house pride and, Draco stopped, visibly recalibrated, and took a breath. It's also flying. You're right. And you were incredible. I've never seen anyone fly like that. Thank you, Draco. Don't thank me. Just win. If Slytherin loses to Gryffindor while I'm at this school, I'll never hear the end of it from my father. Wednesday had watched the entire tryout from the stands. She'd said nothing during the flight. Afterward, in the room of requirement, she sat in her chair and looked at him with an expression he couldn't quite read. The echo, she said. What? The thing you carry from before. The Harry Potter residue. It's in your flying. I've watched you do 100 things that are purely you, the magic, the strategy, the way you talk to people. But the flying is different. When you're on a broom, you're channeling something that isn't entirely Hadrian Adams. He considered this. Does that bother you? No. It fascinates me. You're not possessed, it's not a separate consciousness. It's more like muscle memory from a life you didn't live. Instinct without experience. Talent without training. A gift from a ghost. From yourself. A previous version of yourself. She paused. It makes me wonder what else is waiting. What other abilities might surface when the right trigger presents itself. I suppose we'll find out. We always do. She opened her notebook. Now. About the third-floor corridor. I have a revised plan. They talked strategy until midnight. The room of requirement kept the fire burning and the tea hot, because the room, like the castle, like Medusa, like every magical thing in Hadrian's life, had apparently decided that serving the Addams twins was not just an obligation but a pleasure. The Quidditch match was Saturday, November 9th. Slytherin vs. Gryffindor. The entire school turned out, stands packed, scarves and banners in green, silver and red gold, the noise level approximating a small riot. Hadrian stood in a Slytherin locker room and listened to Flint's pre-game speech, which consisted primarily of variations on "win or I'll kill you," delivered with escalating intensity. The team was nervous. First match of the season, rivalry game, and their new seeker was a first year who'd been on the team for less than 2 weeks. Hadrian was not nervous. Adamses didn't do nervous. He held his broom, still the school clean sweep, because there hadn't been time to order a proper racing broom and he frankly didn't need one, and waited. Adams, Flint said, looming over him. Catch the snitch. That's your only job. I'm aware of how seeking works. I'm saying don't get fancy. Don't get creative. Don't do anything, Adams, Hadrian said. What? I'm going to catch the snitch. If you'd like to specify a time frame, I'm open to suggestions. Flint opened his mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. Just catch the damn snitch. They walked out onto the pitch to a wall of sound. Madame Hooch stood at center field, the chest of balls at her feet. 14 players mounted their brooms. The whistle blew. The game exploded into motion. Hadrian launched upward, climbing above the fray. Below him, chasers battled for the quaffle, beaters swung at bludgers, the game unfolded in a chaotic ballet of speed and violence. He ignored it all. His focus was singular, the snitch. A walnut-sized golden ball with silver wings, currently invisible against the gray November sky. He circled the pitch at altitude, scanning. His vision in the air was different, sharper, wider, as if the act of flying unlocked a perceptual mode that his grounded self didn't have access to. Another gift from the ghost. The Gryffindor Seeker, the third year, a decent flyer named something Hadrian had already forgotten, shadowed him at a distance, trying to read his movements, waiting for him to spot the snitch and then follow. Hadrian ignored him too. 3 minutes into the match, his broom jerked. It was subtle, a small, unnatural shudder, like the broom had hiccuped. Hadrian's hands tightened on the handle. The broom jerked again, harder. Then it bucked, violently, pitching to the left, and Hadrian felt it, magic. Not the broom's own enchantments. External magic, targeted, deliberate, trying to throw him off. His scar burned. He looked down. In the staff stands, Quirrell was staring at him. Not twitching, not stuttering, not performing his usual nervous act. Staring with fixed, concentrated intensity, his lips moving in a continuous mutter. The broom kicked again. Hard. Hadrian's grip slipped and he swung sideways, hanging by one hand, 300 feet above the ground. The crowd screamed. He felt the magic crawling over the broomstick, a jinx, layered and persistent, trying to shake him loose. It was strong. Quirrell, or whatever was working through Quirrell, was pouring real power into this. The broom twisted and rolled, and Hadrian's fingers burned as the handle tried to wrench itself free. In the stands, Wednesday was on her feet. She'd spotted what was happening in the same instant Hadrian had, she always did. Hadrian saw her moving, pushing through the crowd toward the staff section, her wand already in her hand. But he didn't need rescuing. He never needed rescuing. Hadrian closed his eyes. He stopped fighting the jinx. He stopped gripping the broom. He let go. The crowd's scream became a roar. 300 feet of open air below him, nothing but gravity and stone. He fell for exactly 2 seconds. Then he spoke, a single sibilant word, not to the broom, not to the jinx, but to the magic itself. To the raw, ancient power that saturated the Hogwarts grounds, that had been laid into the earth by 4 founders and 1,000 years of practice. He spoke to it the way he'd spoken to the corridor stones on Halloween. Not a spell. An instruction. Catch me. The air solidified beneath him. Not wind, something denser, something that felt like invisible hands made of pure force, cradling him, slowing his fall, turning a fatal plunge into a controlled descent. He hung in midair, suspended by nothing visible, 30 feet below his rogue broomstick. The stadium went silent. Hadrian looked up at the broom, which was still bucking and rolling under Quirrell's jinx. He looked down at the ground, 270 feet below. He looked at the Gryffindor goalposts, where a tiny flash of gold was hovering near the left hoop. The snitch. He rotated in midair, the invisible force responding to his intent, and accelerated. Not on a broom. Not with wings. Just moved, the magic of the grounds carrying him like a current, like a river of raw power flowing wherever he directed it, and he directed it at the snitch. The Gryffindor Seeker saw the flash of gold at the same moment and dove for it. He was on a broom, a Nimbus 2000, the best racing broom available, and he was 50 feet closer. It didn't matter. Hadrian hit the snitch like a bolt of lightning. He came in from an angle that shouldn't have been possible, from below, from the side, from a vector that no broomstick could have achieved, and his hand closed around the golden ball with a snap that echoed across the pitch. The magic set him down gently on the grass. His feet touched the ground. He stood there, snitch in hand, robes barely ruffled. The silence lasted 3 full seconds. Then the Slytherin stands erupted with a sound that could have registered on seismographs. Green and silver banners waved like a tide. Students were screaming, jumping, hugging each other. Even the Gryffindors were stunned into a kind of awed silence that transcended house rivalry, they just witnessed something that none of them had a frame of reference for. Madame Hooch's whistle blew. Slytherin wins. 150 points to, she stopped, staring at Hadrian. Mr. Adams. Where is your broom? Hadrian pointed upward. His clean sweep was still circling the pitch, freed from the jinx now that he was no longer on it, drifting aimlessly like a confused bird. I outgrew it, he said. Madame Hooch looked at him, looked at the sky, looked at the snitch in his hand. She blew her whistle again, more weakly. Slytherin wins. The team mobbed him. Flint was bellowing incoherently. Adrian Pusey was laughing so hard he could barely stand. Even Terence Higgs, whose position Hadrian had effectively taken, was grinning, because what he'd just seen was so far beyond normal competition that jealousy was pointless. In the stands, Wednesday sat back down. Her wand was still in her hand, she'd been halfway through a hex aimed at Quirrell when Hadrian had solved the problem himself. She put it away. Her expression was calm, controlled, betraying nothing. But her hands were shaking. Just slightly. Just enough that Hadrian would have noticed if he'd been close enough to see. She'd watched her brother fall 300 feet and catch himself with magic that didn't have a name. She'd watched and she'd been ready and she hadn't been needed, and the complicated emotion of relief plus pride plus fear plus fury was not something that fit neatly into Wednesday Addams's preferred emotional range. She would deal with it later. In private. Possibly by destroying something. Across the pitch, in the staff stands, Quirrell sat very still. His face was blank. His hands were clenched in his lap. The thing in his turban was silent, stunned, perhaps, or afraid, or recalculating with the cold precision of a being that had just watched its prey demonstrate abilities that exceeded every prediction. And at the far end of the staff row, Albus Dumbledore sat with his hands folded, his blue eyes fixed on the boy standing on the pitch with a golden ball in his hand and the raw magic of Hogwarts still shimmering around him like a heat haze. The twinkle in his eyes had gone out. What replaced it was something much more complex. Not fear, Dumbledore didn't fear an 11-year-old. But the look of a grandmaster who had just realized the game was being played on a board he didn't recognize, by rules he hadn't written, by a player who shouldn't exist. Minerva, he said quietly. McGonagall, beside him, was gripping the railing of the stand so tightly her knuckles were white. Albus. I believe it's time I had a conversation with Mr. Adams. I believe, McGonagall said, that's overdue. The summons came that evening, delivered by a school owl that dropped a note on Hadrian's plate during dinner. Mr. Adams, I would be delighted if you could visit my office this evening at 8 o'clock. I find myself in possession of some excellent sherbet lemons and no one to share them with. The password is, Fizzing Wisby. Yours, Albus Dumbledore. Hadrian read it and passed it to Wednesday without comment. Alone, she said. He addressed it to me. I wasn't asking about the invitation. I was asking about the strategy. I go alone. He wants to evaluate me one-on-one, without the dynamic of both of us. If you're there, he'll focus on managing two variables. If I'm alone, he might actually show me something real. Or he might try to manipulate you without a witness. He might. I'd like to see him try. Wednesday studied his face for a long moment. Then she nodded. I'll be in the room of requirement. If you're not back by 9:30, I'm coming to get you. If I'm not back by 9:30, I'll have already handled whatever kept me. I know. I'm coming to get you anyway. He went. Dumbledore's office was at the top of a spiral staircase behind a gargoyle that jumped aside when Hadrian gave the password. The staircase moved on its own, a slow, grinding spiral upward that deposited him at an oak door. He knocked. Come in, my boy. The office was circular, cluttered, and fascinating. Portraits of former headmasters lined the walls, most of them pretending to sleep while clearly eavesdropping. Silver instruments whirred and puffed on spindly tables. A magnificent red and gold bird sat on a perch near the desk, a phoenix, Hadrian recognized immediately, its plumage like living fire. And behind the desk sat Albus Dumbledore, smiling warmly, his hands folded, his blue eyes twinkling with precisely calibrated benevolence. Hadrian. Thank you for coming. Sherbet lemon. He offered a dish. No, thank you. They're really quite good. I find that sugar facilitates difficult conversations. I find that honesty facilitates them better. Dumbledore's smile didn't waver. But something shifted behind it, a micro-adjustment, the smile becoming slightly more genuine as he acknowledged the opening move. Quite right. Please, sit. Hadrian sat. The chair was comfortable, deliberately so. Everything in this office was deliberate. The warmth, the clutter, the twinkling instruments, the phoenix. It was all designed to put visitors at ease, to create the impression of a kindly, slightly eccentric old man whose office was as harmless as he was. Hadrian saw through it the way he saw through everything, completely and without effort. I'll be direct, Dumbledore said, and his tone shifted, the grandfatherly warmth receding slightly to reveal something sharper underneath. You are an extraordinary young man, Hadrian. The things you've demonstrated in your short time at Hogwarts, the Parseltongue, the affinity with the castle's foundational magic, the flying, these are abilities that have no parallel in my considerable experience. Thank you. They also have no explanation. At least, not one that doesn't require us to discuss certain, uncomfortable truths. Such as? Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. The twinkle dimmed. For the first time, Hadrian saw the man behind the mask, old, tired, brilliant, burdened with the weight of a war that had never really ended and a chess game that had been running for decades. 11 years ago, Dumbledore said, a boy named Harry Potter vanished. He was placed with his maternal relatives after his parents were murdered. Within 24 hours, he was gone. I searched for him for a decade. Every tracking charm, every locating spell, every resource available to me. Nothing. And then, in September of this year, a boy arrived at my school with a lightning bolt scar, Parseltongue abilities, and a connection to this castle that echoes Salazar Slytherin himself. A boy who, by every magical metric I can measure, carries a signature that is unmistakably similar to the one I spent 10 years searching for. Dumbledore leaned forward. His eyes were very blue, very bright, and not twinkling at all. Are you Harry Potter, Hadrian? The question hung in the air between them. The portraits on the walls had stopped pretending to sleep. The phoenix turned its head to look at Hadrian with ancient, golden eyes. Hadrian met Dumbledore's gaze without flinching, without hesitation, without the slightest trace of discomfort. Harry Potter is dead, he said. Whatever soul inhabited that body was reborn. Into the Addams family. Into me. I carry echoes, the scar, the Parseltongue, certain reflexes. But Harry Potter's memories, his identity, his connections to his former life, those are gone. I am Hadrian Addams. That is not negotiable. Dumbledore studied him. The silence stretched. The silver instrument's word. I see, Dumbledore said softly. And your parents, Gomez and Morticia, they know. They know I'm their son. That's all that matters to them. The Addams family. Something that might have been rueful admiration crossed Dumbledore's face. Of all the families in all the world, the universe chose to place Harry Potter's soul with the one family that would raise him to be absolutely, categorically ungovernable. I prefer independent. I'm sure you do. Dumbledore reached for a sherbet lemon and unwrapped it slowly. Hadrian. I won't pretend that my interest in you is purely academic. Harry Potter, you, are connected to a prophecy. A prophecy that concerns Voldemort. I know about Voldemort. I know he's in this castle. I know what he wants. For the first time, real surprise crossed Dumbledore's face. It was gone in an instant, but Hadrian caught it. You know. Professor Quirrell is hosting a parasitic shade of Voldemort, most likely attached to the back of his skull beneath the turban. The scar on my forehead reacts to his presence. He tried to jinx my broom during today's Quidditch match. He attempted to access the third-floor corridor on Halloween night using the troll as a diversion. The object he's after is the Philosopher's Stone, which you moved from Gringotts Vault 713 to the school and placed behind a series of protections contributed by various members of your staff. He paused. Have I missed anything? The silence that followed was the most satisfying silence of Hadrian's life. Dumbledore stared at him. The sherbet lemon sat unwrapped and forgotten in his hand. Behind his half-moon spectacles, his eyes were doing something they probably hadn't done in decades, widening. How long have you known? My sister and I worked most of it out within the first week. The troll confirmed our theory about Quirrell. Hagrid confirmed the Flamel connection. Snape confirmed the timeline. Severus told you, Snape told me nothing directly. He didn't need to. The information was available to anyone paying attention. Dumbledore set the sherbet lemon down. He removed his spectacles and polished them, a gesture Hadrian recognized as a stalling tactic, buying time to think, to recalculate, to adjust. You are, Dumbledore said carefully, not at all what I expected. I keep hearing that. I expected a lost boy. Someone in need of guidance, mentorship, a gentle hand. I prepared for that. I had plans, careful, considered plans, to help Harry Potter understand his history, his connection to Voldemort, his destiny. And instead you got me. Instead I got you. He replaced his spectacles. An Adams. With a basilisk. Who has already identified the threat, mapped the defenses, and is apparently waiting for Voldemort to make his move so you can, what? Confront him yourself. When the time comes, yes. You're 11 years old. And Voldemort is a disembodied parasite latched onto a mediocre wizard. I have a basilisk, a twin sister who terrifies a sentient hat, and a castle that does what I tell it. I think the odds are in my favor. Dumbledore leaned back. He looked at Hadrian for a long time, not with the analytical assessment of a chess player evaluating a piece, but with something more human. Something that might have been respect, or worry, or the complex emotion of a very old man watching a very young one make choices that will define both their futures. I could order you to stay away from the third floor, Dumbledore said. You could. It wouldn't work. No. I don't suppose it would. He sighed. The prophecy, Hadrian. You should know its contents. Tell me. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The words fell into the room like stones into still water. Born as the 7th month dies, Hadrian repeated. July 31st. My original birthday. Yes. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal. He touched his scar. The mark. Yes. Power the Dark Lord knows not. He considered. Love. That's your interpretation, isn't it? Lily Potter's sacrifice. The protection of a mother's love. Dumbledore's expression was complicated. That was my interpretation, yes. It's incomplete. Lily Potter's love may have created the protection that rebounded the curse. But the power I carry now isn't love, not in the way you mean. It's family. It's belonging. It's the knowledge that I am not alone, that I have never been alone, that there are people who would tear the world apart for me. That's not a sentimental concept, Headmaster. In the Addams family, it's a strategic reality. And the final line. Neither can live while the other survives. Then one of us will die. And it won't be me. He said it without bravado. Without anger. With the calm, absolute certainty of someone stating a fact about the physical universe. Water is wet, gravity pulls downward, Hadrian Adams will outlive Voldemort. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. Then, very slowly, he smiled. Not the twinkling, grandfatherly smile. Something realer. Something that acknowledged a truth he hadn't expected to face. You know, Dumbledore said, in all my years, I have never had a student walk into this office and tell me, with complete conviction, that they intend to handle a Dark Lord on their own terms. I'm not handling him on my own. I have Wednesday. I have Medusa. I have an entire castle that speaks my language. And, if you're willing to stop playing chess with children's lives, I have you. The words landed. Dumbledore's smile faltered. That's what this is, isn't it? Hadrian pressed. The stone. The protections. Quirrell. You knew Voldemort would come. You set the trap. But the trap uses this school, these students, as the backdrop. Hundreds of children in a castle with a Dark Lord, because you're playing a long game and the game requires a specific scenario to play out. It's more complicated than that. It's exactly that complicated. The question is whether you trust me enough to adjust your strategy. Trust is earned. Then let me earn it. When Voldemort makes his move, stay out of my way. I'll handle Quirrell. I'll handle the Shade. And when it's over, you and I will have a real conversation, not this fencing match, not this evaluation. A conversation between allies. You want to be my ally? I want to end Voldemort. If being your ally serves that goal, then yes. If being your ally means being your pawn, then no. I've never been a pawn. I never will be. Dumbledore studied him. The phoenix trilled a soft, clear note that seemed to fill the room with warmth. You're remarkable, Dumbledore said. And terrifying. And I suspect that your family would say those are the same thing. They would. Very well, Hadrian. I won't interfere. But I will be watching. And if the situation exceeds what you can handle, it won't. I will intervene regardless. That is non-negotiable. Hadrian stood. He'd gotten what he came for, information, acknowledgement, and the implicit agreement that Dumbledore would not try to control him. It wasn't trust. Not yet. But it was a foundation. He was at the door when Dumbledore spoke again. Hadrian. Lily and James Potter were good people. The best I ever knew. Hadrian paused. He didn't turn around. They would be proud of who you've become. Even if you don't carry their name. Something stirred in Hadrian's chest. Not a memory, he had no memories to stir. But a warmth. A resonance. The echo of two people he'd never known, who had loved him enough to die for him, whose sacrifice had sent his soul spiraling through the void and into the arms of a family that would raise him to be something even prophecy hadn't predicted. Good night, Professor, he said, and left. The gargoyle closed behind him. He descended the spiral staircase and walked through the darkened corridors toward the 7th floor, where Wednesday was waiting with tea and questions and the steady, unshakable anchor of her presence. Behind him, in his office, Albus Dumbledore sat alone with his phoenix and his sherbet lemons and the dawning realization that the boy who lived had become something he had no name for, something that was simultaneously exactly what the wizarding world needed and absolutely nothing it was prepared for. The phoenix sang. The instruments whirred. And the greatest wizard of the age ate a sherbet lemon and contemplated, for the first time in a very long time, the possibility that he was not the smartest person in the room. Chapter 4, The Mirror and the Flame. December arrived at Hogwarts like a slow exhalation of cold. The grounds went white overnight, snow burying the landscape in a silence so complete that the castle seemed to exist in a bubble, separated from the rest of the world by a wall of frozen air. The lake froze at the edges, though not in the center. Something large moving beneath the surface kept the deep water liquid, and students who walked too close to the shore sometimes reported seeing a shadow under the ice that was far, far too big to be the giant squid. Medusa didn't mind the cold. She'd spent centuries hibernating in stone, and the deep places beneath Hogwarts were warmer than the caves under the Adams estate. She'd made the Chamber of Secrets her own. Hadrian visited her most evenings, descending through the hidden passage, speaking to her in Parseltongue while the carved serpents on the pillars seemed to listen. She told him about the old days, the centuries of sleep, the dreams she'd had of a speaker who would come and wake her. He told her about classes, about Quidditch, about the chess game with Dumbledore. She found human politics tedious but was willing to listen because it was him. The old one with the beard, Medusa said one evening, her massive head resting on her outermost coil while Hadrian leaned against her warm scales and read a transfiguration text by Wandlight. You say he knows what you are. He knows I carry Harry Potter's soul. He knows about the prophecy. He's agreed not to interfere when Voldemort makes his move, though I don't entirely believe him. The bearded ones are always the most deceptive. I knew a wizard once, centuries ago, before the long sleep, who wore a beard so large he could hide weapons in it. He was a terrible person. I don't think Dumbledore hides weapons in his beard. You don't know that. Hadrian conceded the point. The days shortened. Exams approached. The castle took on the particular frenzy of a school nearing the end of term, students cramming in the library, professors assigning last-minute essays, Peeves the poltergeist taking advantage of the general chaos to drop water balloons on anyone who walked beneath the fourth-floor corridor. The Addams twins were, predictably, unaffected by exam stress. Wednesday had mastered every subject's material weeks ago and was now reading sixth-year textbooks out of what she described as preventative boredom. Hadrian had completed his exam preparation in early November and was spending his free time on 3 parallel projects, mapping the Chamber of Secrets secondary passages, there were 7, leading to various points throughout the castle, developing his ability to communicate with the castle's foundational magic, which was becoming more responsive the more he practiced, and training Hermione. The Hermione project had become one of the more interesting developments of the term. True to her word after the troll incident, she'd shown up at the room of requirement the next morning, jaw set, eyes hard, ready to learn. I don't want to just be smart, she'd said. Smart didn't help me when there was a troll outside the door. I want to be capable. So Hadrian taught her. Not just spells, philosophy. The Addams approach to conflict, which was less about winning fights and more about never being in a position where you could lose one. Awareness. Preparation. The art of walking into a room and knowing, within 3 seconds, where the threats were and how to neutralize them. Wednesday contributed to the training with her typical efficiency. She taught Hermione analytical frameworks for evaluating magical theory, shortcuts for spell modification, and 3 different ways to incapacitate an attacker using only household objects. Hermione absorbed it all with the ferocious hunger of someone who'd found the education she'd always been looking for. You're teaching me to think like an Addams, Hermione said one evening, after successfully disarming Hadrian in a practice duel for the first time. We're teaching you to think like yourself, Wednesday corrected. You were already brilliant. We're just removing the limitations you placed on your own brilliance because the world told you smart girls should be quiet and helpful. Hermione stared at her. Then she smiled, not the nervous, approval-seeking smile she'd worn in September, but something sharper. More certain. I was never quiet. No. But you were helpful. There's a difference between helping people and being useful to them. One is a choice. The other is a cage. Ron came to the training sessions occasionally, though his interest was less in combat theory and more in the chess-like strategic exercises that Wednesday devised. He turned out to have an extraordinary mind for tactics, not the academic kind, but the instinctive, spatial, pattern recognition kind that couldn't be taught from books. Wednesday, who did not give compliments, told him his strategic thinking was not embarrassing, which Ron correctly interpreted as high praise. Draco came too, though he pretended it was reluctant. I'm only here because the alternative is studying with Crabbe and Goyle, and watching Goyle try to read gives me a headache. You're here because you want to be, Wednesday said without looking up from her notebook. I'm here because you're the most interesting people in this school and it's either this or go mad from boredom. That's the same thing. Draco opened his mouth, closed it, and sat down. He was getting better at knowing when Wednesday had won an exchange, which was always, and accepting it with something approaching grace. The group trained together 3 evenings a week. By December, Hermione could cast 7 jinxes that weren't in the first-year curriculum. Ron could analyze a tactical scenario and identify optimal outcomes faster than anyone except Wednesday. Draco could duel with a fluidity that surprised even himself, his pure-blood training combining with the Adam's practical approach to produce something elegant and effective. Neville, who had started attending in late November after Hadrian personally invited him, had found that his magical ability, which seemed so inconsistent in classes, responded beautifully to the confidence-based approach the Adams twins taught. When he stopped being afraid of failing, he stopped failing. "You're building an army," Snape observed one evening, when Hadrian stayed after potions to discuss an independent research proposal. "I'm building a circle. There's a difference. The difference being, an army follows orders. A circle holds together." Snape regarded him with the particular expression he reserved for moments when Hadrian said something that reminded him of Lily. It happened more often than either of them acknowledged. "Be careful with loyalty, Mr. Adams. It's a blade that cuts in both directions. My family would say that's what makes it worth wielding. Your family is clinically insane. That's the nicest thing you've ever said about them." The ghost of a smile crossed Snape's face, bare and gone so quickly it might have been a trick of the light. "Get out of my classroom." The discovery happened on a Tuesday night in mid-December, a week before the Christmas holidays. Hadrian was returning from the Chamber of Secrets, taking the long route through the upper floors because he'd been mapping passage connections and wanted to verify a junction on the 4th floor. The castle was quiet, past curfew, corridors empty, torches dimmed to a low amber glow. He turned a corner on the 3rd floor and stopped. A door was open. Not the door to the Cerberus room, a different door, one he hadn't noticed before, set into an alcove that was partially hidden by a tapestry of trolls in tutus. The door was slightly ajar, and warm golden light spilled from the gap. Hadrian's instincts, Adam's instincts, honed from birth, told him this was wrong. Doors didn't open themselves at midnight. Light didn't appear in abandoned rooms without a source. He drew his wand and pushed the door open. The room beyond was large and empty except for a single object standing in the center, a mirror. It was enormous, ceiling height, framed in ornate gold, standing on 2 clawed feet. An inscription was carved across the top, Erist stra eru oit ube kafru oit onwosi. Hadrian read it backward instantly, "I show not your face but your heart's desire." The Mirror of Erist. He'd read about it, a magical artifact of considerable power and considerable danger, known for showing the viewer their deepest, most desperate desire. People had wasted away in front of it, unable to leave, trapped by visions of things they could never have. He should have turned and walked away. And Adams knew better than to stare into a mirror that showed you what you wanted most. Desire was a weapon, and weapons pointed at your own heart were the most dangerous kind. He looked anyway. The mirror's surface rippled like water disturbed by a stone. The reflection of the empty room dissolved, replaced by something else, a scene, vivid and warm, painted in colors that were almost too real. He saw himself. Older, not much, maybe a year or 2. Standing in a room he didn't recognize, sunlit, warm. Wednesday was beside him, and she was laughing. Not the almost smile, not the brief exhalation through the nose. Laughing. Full, real, unguarded laughter that transformed her face into something incandescent. Behind them stood Gomez and Morticia, arms around each other, watching their children with the fierce, proud joy that Hadrian knew was always there but that his parents expressed through swords and poison and the language of controlled chaos rather than anything so pedestrian as a smile. Pugsley was there. Grandmama. Lurch. Thing, scuttling across a table. Even Fester, who had been traveling and whom Hadrian hadn't seen in months. And beside the Adams family, integrated so naturally it was as if they'd always been there, stood the others. Hermione, older too, with her hair pulled back and her chin up and the look of someone who had grown into exactly the person she was meant to be. Ron, taller, broader, grinning. Draco, leaning against a wall with studied nonchalance that couldn't quite hide his belonging. Neville, standing straight, no longer flinching. And behind them all, barely visible, two figures who shouldn't have been there. A man with messy black hair and glasses. A woman with red hair and green eyes. They weren't part of the group, they stood slightly apart, slightly translucent, like memories given form. But they were smiling. Looking at Hadrian with an expression that was unmistakable. "We're proud of you." Hadrian's hand rose to the mirror's surface. His fingers touched cold glass, and the vision shifted, the translucent figures fading, the Addams family brightening, Wednesday's laugh echoing in silence. Something cracked inside him. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't a collapse. It was more like a hairline fracture in a wall he hadn't known he'd built, a wall between Hadrian Addams and the ghost of Harry Potter, between the life he lived and the life he'd never had. The crack let in light, and the light hurt, and for the first time since arriving at Hogwarts, Hadrian Addams felt something he didn't have a word for. Not grief. You couldn't grieve people you'd never known. Not longing. He had everything he wanted. His family, his sister, his life. It was more like an awareness of a wound he'd never noticed, a gap in the shape of two people who had loved him enough to die for him and whom he would never, could never, remember. He stood in front of the mirror and let it wash over him. The Addams way was to face things directly, to look at the darkness without blinking, to hold the knife by the blade if that was what it took. So he looked. He saw what the mirror showed him, the family he had, whole and complete and perfect in its magnificent dysfunction, alongside the family he'd lost, present only as ghosts, and he let himself feel it. 2 minutes. He gave himself 2 minutes. Then he heard footsteps behind him. Step away from the mirror. Wednesday's voice. Not concerned, Wednesday didn't do concerned. But the particular flatness she used when she was controlling something powerful underneath. "I'm fine," Hadrian said. "You've been standing there for 20 minutes. You missed our scheduled meeting. I came looking. Step away from the mirror." He hadn't realized it had been 20 minutes. The mirror did that, warped time, held you, made minutes feel like seconds while it fed you your own desires like honey laced with arsenic. He stepped back. The vision faded. The mirror showed only his reflection, pale, dark-haired, scar visible, expression more open than he usually allowed it to be. Wednesday crossed the room and stood beside him. She looked at the mirror. Her expression didn't change, but her eyes widened fractionally, the only sign that whatever the mirror was showing her had gotten through her defenses. She looked for exactly 5 seconds. Then she turned away. "What did you see?" Hadrian asked. "You. Alive. Old." She said it without elaboration, and the simplicity of it, the raw, distilled truth of Wednesday Addams's deepest desire being nothing more than her brother's continued existence, hit Hadrian harder than anything the mirror had shown him. "Wednesday. Don't make it a moment." "I'm not making it a moment. I'm acknowledging what you just told me. I told you what the mirror showed me. I didn't tell you to have feelings about it. Too late." She looked at him. In the golden light of the mirror room, her dark eyes were unguarded for once, the analytical mask lowered, the careful control relaxed, and underneath was the person she only ever was with him. Not soft, Wednesday would never be soft. But real. Honest. Present. "The mirror is dangerous," she said. "It shows you what you want and makes you forget what you have. We need to leave." "I know. One question first." "What?" "The mirror. Dumbledore put it here." "Obviously. It's not a permanent fixture, it was placed recently. The dust patterns on the floor show it was moved into this room within the last week." It's part of the stone's protection. Or it was, and he moved it out here temporarily. Hadrian studied the mirror's frame, the inscription, the clawed feet. A mirror that shows your heart's desire. If the stone were hidden inside it, only someone who wanted to find the stone but not use it could retrieve it. That's elegant. That's Dumbledore. The question is whether the stone is in there now, or whether he's planning to put it back. Does it matter? We're not after the stone. No. But understanding Dumbledore's protections helps us understand his mind. And understanding his mind helps us predict what he'll do when Voldemort makes his move. He paused. And when we make ours. They left the room together. The door closed behind them, and the golden light vanished, and the mirror stood alone in the dark, showing nothing to no one. In the corridor, Wednesday walked close enough that her shoulder brushed his. It was her version of holding his hand, minimal, deniable, and absolutely deliberate. The people in the mirror, she said. Behind the family. The ones you were looking at when your face changed. They were the Potters. Not a question. She always knew. Yes. They looked proud. They looked like ghosts. Sometimes ghosts are proud. She paused. You are their legacy, Hadrian. Not their loss. There's a difference. He stopped walking. She stopped with him. The corridor was dark and cold and smelled like old stone and winter, and they stood in it together, 11 years old, twins, bound by blood and choice and the particular kind of love that the Addams family expressed through loyalty so absolute it bent the universe around it. Thank you, he said. For what? For coming to find me. I will always come to find you. That's not a favor. It's a fact. They walked back to the dungeons. The castle shifted around them, staircases moving, corridors adjusting, the ancient building doing its slow, endless dance with itself. And somewhere in the deep places, Medusa stirred in her sleep and dreamed of warmth and speaking and the sound of a voice that was the first thing she'd heard after centuries of silence. Christmas morning at Hogwarts was an assault on the senses, snow piled against the windows, fires roaring in every common room, the smell of roasting turkey rolling through the corridors like a benevolent fog. Most students had gone home for the holidays. The Addams twins had not. The decision had been strategic. Wednesday had argued that leaving the castle for 2 weeks would mean losing surveillance on Quirrell, losing access to the chamber, and losing the momentum they'd built. Hadrian had agreed, though privately he suspected Wednesday also wanted to spend Christmas somewhere that wasn't home for the first time, not because she loved home less, but because she wanted to understand what it felt like to be the Addams family somewhere else. Gomez and Morticia had understood, because they always understood. Their response had been a care package delivered by Aristotle the Owl on Christmas Eve, a crate so large it required 3 house elves to carry it to the Slytherin common room. Inside, a sword for Hadrian. Not a toy, a genuine rapier, goblin forged, with a blade that sang when drawn and an edge that could cut shadow. A note from Gomez, every Addams man needs a blade. This one was your great-grandfather's. He killed a vampire with it at a dinner party. The vampire had been rude about the wine. Use it wisely, use it often, and never apologize for being armed. A set of precision throwing knives for Wednesday. 8 blades, obsidian-handled, each one balanced to her specific grip measurements. A note from Morticia, for the daughter who never misses. We love you. Come home with stories. A box of Grandmama's cookies, which the house elves refused to touch after one of them opened the box and something inside growled. 17 additional packages of varying sizes, wrapped in black paper, containing items that ranged from practical, enchanted notebooks that couldn't be read by anyone but the owner, to characteristically Addams, a jar of something labeled Uncle Fester Surprise, do not open indoors. And a letter. Handwritten, in Morticia's elegant script, Darling children, your father is moping. He says the house is too quiet without you and has taken to dueling the furniture. Pugsley has built something in the attic that makes the walls vibrate. Grandmama is teaching Thing to cook, which has resulted in 3 small fires and 1 moderately large explosion. We miss you terribly. We are so proud of everything we've heard. Your professors write to us, you know, all except Professor Snape, who we suspect communicates primarily through disapproval, which is a language your father speaks fluently. The snake says hello. Your father attempted to relay this message in Parseltongue and produced a sound that frightened the postman. He is not gifted with languages. Come home to us in the summer with everything you've learned and everything you've become. We will be here. We will always be here. All our love, all our darkness, all our joy, Mother and Father. P.S. Wednesday, the rose clippings you sent Mrs. Malfoy have taken root and are thriving. She reports that they've already drawn blood from a gardener and a house elf. Well done. P.P.S. Hadrian, a ministry official came to the estate regarding Medusa. Your father challenged him to a duel. The official declined. The matter is, for now, resolved. Hadrian read the letter twice, folded it carefully, and placed it in the inner pocket of his robes, against his chest. Wednesday did the same with her copy. Father challenged a ministry official to a duel, Hadrian said. That's restraint, for him. I expected at least a small fire. They spent Christmas morning in the Slytherin common room with Draco, who had also stayed for the holidays. His reasons were less strategic than the twins. Narcissa Malfoy had written to say that Lucius was hosting a political gathering over Christmas and Draco's presence was not required, which Draco had interpreted correctly as, your father doesn't want you underfoot while he's scheming. Draco had received his own pile of gifts, expensive, tasteful, impersonal. Fine robes, rare books, a set of platinum cufflinks from his father with a note that read, represent the family well. No warmth. No personality. No sense that the gifts had been chosen by someone who knew him as anything other than an heir. He'd watched the twins open their packages with an expression he thought he was hiding but wasn't, longing, not for the gifts themselves, but for the love that saturated every one. The sword that Gomez had chosen specifically for Hadrian's grip. The knives balanced to Wednesday's hand. The letter that was so purely, overwhelmingly family that it made the air in the room feel warmer. Wednesday noticed. She always noticed. She reached into the crate and pulled out a package that Hadrian hadn't seen her add. This is for you, she told Draco. He stared at her. You got me a present? Mother got you a present. I told her you'd be here for Christmas and she insisted. She said no child should open presents alone. Draco took the package with hands that weren't quite steady. He unwrapped it carefully, black paper, silver ribbon. Inside was a scarf. Not a Hogwarts scarf, a personal one, hand-knitted in deep green and black, impossibly soft, clearly made by someone who'd put time and care into every stitch. Grandmama made it, Wednesday said. She wanted to send something alive, but Mother overruled her. Draco held the scarf and said nothing for a very long time. When he looked up, his eyes were bright and his Malfoy mask was in ruins. Tell your grandmother thank you, he said, and his voice was rough in a way he'd clearly rather die than acknowledge. Tell her yourself. She's coming for the end-of-year feast. Your grandmother is coming to Hogwarts. Our entire family is coming. Mother believes the end-of-year feast should involve actual family. She wrote to Dumbledore. He agreed. He agreed. He was unlikely to refuse Morticia Adams. Few people are. Draco wrapped the scarf around his neck. It looked absurd with his silk pajamas, expensive, aristocratic sleepwear paired with a hand-knitted scarf from a woman who cooked with Eye of Newt. He didn't take it off for the rest of the day. They ate Christmas dinner in the Great Hall with the handful of students who'd stayed, a few Gryffindors, a couple of Ravenclaws, the Weasley twins, who had volunteered to stay when Ron went home, for reasons that almost certainly involved unauthorized experiments in empty classrooms, and a Hufflepuff 7th year who was studying for NEWTS with the single-minded focus of someone who'd abandoned the concept of holidays. Dumbledore wore a ridiculous paper crown from a cracker and told jokes that were either brilliant or terrible depending on your tolerance for wordplay. McGonagall allowed herself a single glass of wine and became approximately 8% less stern, which was a dramatic transformation by her standards. Snape was not present. He'd retreated to the dungeons with a bottle of something dark and the expression of a man who considered Christmas a personal affront. After dinner, the Weasley twins cornered Hadrian in the corridor. "Adams," said Fred, or George, they were genuinely indistinguishable. "We have a proposition." "We've been watching you," said the other one. "You're interesting." "We like interesting. More importantly, you're the only first year we've ever met who makes teachers look nervous. That's a quality we deeply admire. We also noticed you wandering the castle at night. Repeatedly. Without getting caught. Which means you either know the castle better than anyone has a right to after one term, or you have some way of avoiding detection. Either way, we'd like to offer you this." Fred, definitely Fred, Hadrian had figured out the tells, produced a large, folded piece of parchment from inside his robes. It looked blank. Old. Unremarkable. "What is it?" Hadrian asked. "Observe." George tapped the parchment with his wand. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Ink bled across the surface, lines and labels and tiny moving dots, spreading outward from the point of contact like a living thing. Within seconds, the parchment showed a complete, detailed, real-time map of Hogwarts. Every room, every corridor, every secret passage. And moving through the corridors, tiny labeled dots showing the position of every person in the castle. "The Marauder's Map," Fred said. "Made by legends. Shows you everything." "We nicked it from Filch's office in our first year," George added. "But we've memorized the castle by now. We don't need it anymore. And frankly, we think it belongs with someone who'll use it properly." Hadrian stared at the map. It was extraordinary, the craftsmanship, the magic, the sheer audacity of creating a real-time surveillance system for an entire castle. His eyes tracked the dots, Dumbledore, pacing in his office. McGonagall, in the staff room. Students scattered through the building. And on the third floor, a dot labeled Quirrell, stationary, positioned directly outside the door to the Cerberus room. Hadrian also noticed something that made the bottom of his stomach drop. In the Chamber of Secrets, which the map showed, the Marauders had apparently known about it, a dot. Unlabeled, but massive, filling the entire chamber with a presence that the map's magic could detect but couldn't identify. Medusa. If the Weasley twins had noticed that, they hadn't mentioned it. Yet. "This is remarkable," Hadrian said, meaning it. "What do you want in return?" "Nothing," Fred said. "We're not transactional," George added. "We're chaotic. There's a difference. We want you to cause trouble. Magnificent trouble. The kind of trouble that makes Filch weep and McGonagall pretend she's not impressed. We believe in you, Adams. Don't let us down." They vanished around a corner with the practiced ease of two people who'd been evading authority figures since birth. Hadrian stood in the corridor holding the map, watching the dots move, watching Quirrell's dot hover near the third-floor door, and thinking. He tapped the map with his wand. Mischief managed. The ink faded. The parchment went blank. He put it in his pocket and went to find Wednesday. The room of requirement was configured for strategy. The map was spread on the table, active, its dots drifting across the parchment in tiny, purposeful patterns. Wednesday stood over it, her dark eyes tracking movement with the precision of a hawk watching a field. "Quirrell has been to the third-floor corridor 4 times this week," she said. "Always between midnight and 2 in the morning. He stays for 15 to 20 minutes, then returns to his quarters. He's testing the protections. Working through them one at a time. He's passed the dog." She pointed to the map. 3 nights ago, his dot went through the trapdoor and into the space below. He was down there for 40 minutes. He figured out the music. Hagrid told a student about Fluffy's weakness in October. The student told a friend. The friend told another friend. The information has been circulating for 2 months. Quirrell would have heard it. Fluffy. The three-headed dog is named Fluffy. Hagrid named him. Hagrid also tried to raise a dragon in a wooden hut. His naming conventions are the least of his judgment issues. Hadrian leaned over the map. Below the Cerberus room, the map showed additional chambers, the protections, laid out in sequence. He could see them now, labeled in the Marauder's spidery handwriting: Devil's Snare Chamber, Winged Key Room, Chess Chamber, Troll Room, Potion Riddle Room. And beyond them, at the very bottom, a final chamber with no label. Dumbledore's protection. The mirror. He's working through them sequentially, Hadrian said. Devil's Snare first, Sprout's contribution. Then Flitwick's keys, McGonagall's chess set, his own troll contribution, Snape's potion riddle. The only one left is Dumbledore's. The mirror. Which he can't beat. Not as Quirrell, and not as Voldemort. The mirror shows your heart's desire. Voldemort wants to use the stone. The mirror will only give it to someone who wants to find it without using it. It's the one protection that's truly Voldemort-proof. Unless Voldemort figures out how it works and finds a way around it. He won't. He can't think like someone who doesn't want power. It's his blind spot. Then why are we worried? Because desperation makes people unpredictable. If Voldemort realizes he can't get the stone through the protections, he might try another approach. A direct attack. Hostages. Something that forces Dumbledore's hand. Wednesday tapped the map, her finger resting on Quirrell's dot. He's accelerating. The visits are more frequent, the duration is longer. Whatever's driving his timeline is pushing harder. The elixir. If Voldemort is sustaining himself through Quirrell, parasitically feeding on his host, then Quirrell is deteriorating. Have you noticed? He's thinner. Paler. The stutter is worse. The host body is failing. So Voldemort needs the stone not just for immortality, but for survival. Without the elixir of life, his current vessel will die, and he'll be cast out again. Disembodied. Weak. Which means he'll make his move soon. Before the term ends. Before the students leave and the castle empties and he loses his cover. They looked at each other over the map. The dots moved in their tiny patterns, students sleeping, teachers patrolling, Quirrell finally leaving the third-floor corridor and returning to his quarters in a route that took 3 wrong turns because even the castle's staircases seemed to be trying to slow him down. We need to be ready, Hadrian said. We are ready. We've been ready since October. I mean fully ready. The protections. Every one of them. I want to know exactly what we're walking into, not from inference but from direct observation. You want to go down there. Before Quirrell makes his final attempt. I want to see the defenses, understand the layout, confirm the mirror's location. I want to know the battlefield. When? This week. While the castle is empty. Before the students return and the game gets complicated. Wednesday nodded. She pulled her notebook from her robes and opened it to a blank page. I'll plan the route. You talk to Medusa. If we're going down there, I want her positioned near the entrance in case we need extraction. Agreed. And Hadrian. Yes. The mirror. When we reach it, you don't look. He met her eyes. She was serious, absolutely, entirely serious. She'd seen what the mirror had done to him. She'd found him standing in front of it, lost in a vision, 20 minutes gone like seconds. She would not let that happen in enemy territory. I won't look, he said. Promise me. I promise. She held his gaze for a moment longer, then nodded and returned to her planning. The fire crackled. The map showed the castle sleeping. And somewhere in the deep places, Medusa dreamed of a boy who spoke her language and a girl who feared nothing except losing him. They went on December 28th. The castle was practically deserted, a skeleton crew of staff, a handful of students, the ghosts doing their eternal circuits through empty corridors. The conditions were perfect. Midnight. Hadrian and Wednesday stood before the door on the third floor. From behind it came the sound of deep, rumbling breathing, 3 sets of lungs working in sequence, the Cerberus sleeping but alert, its dreams probably full of bones and rabbits and the occasional postal worker. Hadrian had brought a small enchanted harp, borrowed from the Room of Requirement, which had produced at the moment he'd thought about needing one. He set it on the floor, activated the self-playing charm, and waited. Music filled the corridor, soft, lilting, a melody that had no name but seemed to be composed of pure sleep. Behind the door, the rumbling breathing deepened. Slowed. Became rhythmic. Wednesday opened the door. Fluffy filled the room. 3 massive heads, each the size of a beer barrel, resting on enormous paws. The dog was asleep, drool pooling on the flagstones, its body rising and falling with each breath. The trapdoor was visible beneath one of its paws. They moved quickly. Wednesday went first. She was lighter, quieter, and had spent the past month practicing a silence charm on her footsteps that was so effective she could walk across broken glass without a sound. She reached the trapdoor, eased the paw aside with a levitation charm, and pulled the door open. Darkness below. The smell of earth and something organic. She dropped through. Hadrian followed. Devil's snare caught them, thick, ropey vines that wrapped around their limbs the moment they landed. Wednesday had anticipated this. She didn't struggle, struggling made it tighten. Instead, she relaxed completely, going limp, and the vines loosened. Hadrian did the same, and added a burst of wandless heat from his palm that made the plant recoil. They fell through to a stone chamber below. Damp, cool, lit by a faint phosphorescence. Sprout's contribution. Past, Wednesday said, brushing vine residue from her robes. The next chamber was the winged key room, a vast space full of glittering, jewel-colored keys with wings, buzzing around like a swarm of metallic birds. A heavy wooden door stood at the far end, locked. 3 broomsticks hovered near the entrance. Hadrian looked at the keys. He looked at the door. He looked at the broomsticks. Then he raised his hand and spoke to the castle. The lock on the door clicked open. The keys continued their frantic buzzing, unaware that their purpose had just been bypassed entirely. That's cheating, Wednesday said. The castle and I have an arrangement. They passed through the door into the chess chamber. This one was impressive, a full-sized wizard chess set, the pieces carved from stone, standing on a board that covered the entire floor. The pieces were enormous, the king nearly as tall as Hadrian, their stone faces impassive and waiting. McGonagall's contribution, Wednesday said. You have to play across. Win the game to pass. She studied the board. Her eyes moved across the pieces, tracking positions, calculating lines, running through scenarios with the analytical speed that made her Wednesday Addams. White opens with Queen's Gambit declined, she murmured. The optimal counter-strategy is the Terrace defense, modified for the unusual bishop positioning. She looked at the pieces. This will take approximately 12 moves. It took 11. Wednesday directed the black pieces with calm, precise commands, sacrificing strategically, controlling the center, forcing the white king into a position where checkmate was inevitable 3 moves before it happened. The white king threw down his crown. The pieces moved aside. McGonagall designed this well, Wednesday said, with the particular tone she used for things she genuinely respected. The board adapts to the player's skill. A weaker player would face a simpler game. I got her best. Of course you did. The troll room was next, and it was already handled. A massive mountain troll lay unconscious on the floor, a lump the size of an egg on its head. Quirrell's contribution, and Quirrell had clearly neutralized his own protection during one of his practice runs. Lazy, Wednesday said. He should have reset it. He's deteriorating. Cutting corners. Beyond the troll room, purple flames sprang up in the doorway the moment they approached. A table stood before the flames, holding 7 bottles of varying sizes and shapes, and a scroll of parchment. Wednesday picked up the scroll and read it. A logic puzzle, identifying which bottle would allow safe passage through the flames. She solved it in approximately 40 seconds, which Hadrian suspected was her deliberately going slow to double-check her work. This one. She held up a small, round bottle containing a dark liquid. Enough for one. You go back. I'll go forward. No. Wednesday, I said no. She studied the bottles, then the scroll again. The riddle says the smallest bottle gets you through the black fire ahead. But the third bottle from the left takes you back through the purple fire. If there's only enough forward potion for one person, then yes, one of us goes ahead and one goes back. But it's not going to be you alone. She pulled her wand and tapped the smallest bottle. A duplication charm, not a perfect one, the duplicated potion would be slightly weaker, but for a short passage through magical fire, it would be sufficient. Remind me to tell Snape his logic puzzle has a vulnerability, she said. They drank. The potion tasted like ice, not cold, but the concept of cold, flooding through their bodies and coating them in something that made the flames irrelevant. They walked through the black fire side by side and emerged in the final chamber. The mirror of Eriste stood in the center of the room. Hadrian stopped. He'd promised. He kept his eyes on the floor, on the walls, on Wednesday, anywhere but the mirror's surface. Wednesday walked to it without hesitation. She circled it, examining the frame, the inscription, the base. She didn't look at the reflection. She studied the mirror as an object, not a window. The stone is inside, she said. I can feel it, there's a secondary enchantment layered beneath the desire magic. A containment charm. The stone is physically stored in a pocket dimension accessible only through the mirror's surface. Can you retrieve it? If I wanted to. But that's Dumbledore's game, he wants someone to retrieve it. He wants the confrontation to happen here, in this room, on his terms. If we take the stone, we remove his endgame. We leave it. We leave it. But now we know the layout. Every chamber, every protection, every weakness. When Quirrell comes for real, we'll be here first. They stood in the chamber, surrounded by cold stone and ancient magic, and the mirror of Eriste glowed softly behind them, showing nothing to no one because neither of them was foolish enough to look. Time to go, Hadrian said. They went back the way they'd come, through the flames, past the troll, across the chessboard. The pieces had reset and watched them pass with stone eyes, through the key room, up through the devil's snare. Fluffy was still sleeping, the harp still playing, the trapdoor still open. They emerged onto the 3rd floor and sealed the door behind them. The corridor was empty. The castle was silent. Wednesday checked her watch. 2 hours, 14 minutes. Total traversal time. We can do it faster when it counts. We won't need to. When it counts, we'll already be in position. They walked back to the dungeons. The castle, as always, shifted around them, accommodating, responsive, alive with the ancient magic that recognized Hadrian's blood and Wednesday's will and shaped itself around both. In his quarters, Quirrell slept badly. The thing in his turban whispered to him in dreams, urgent, hungry, desperate. Soon. It must be soon. The boy is close. The stone is close. Everything I need is within reach. Soon. The whispers faded. The castle settled. And in the deep places, Medusa opened one enormous eye behind her goblin-forged lenses, tasted the air, and went back to sleep. Not for long. Chapter 5, Checkmate. The students returned after New Year's and the castle filled again with noise and motion and the particular chaos of several hundred young witches and wizards who'd spent 2 weeks eating too much and sleeping too late. The corridors were packed. The common rooms were loud. The great hall at mealtimes was a roar of conversation and clattering silverware and the occasional magical mishap from students showing off spells they'd practiced over the holidays. Hadrian noticed none of it. He was watching Quirrell die. It happened slowly, day by day, visible only to people who were paying the kind of attention that most 11-year-olds didn't pay. The man was thinner each week. His skin had taken on a grayish pallor that no amount of garlic-scented air could disguise. His stutter had worsened to the point where entire sentences were lost in the gaps between sounds. He'd stopped eating at meals. He sat at the staff table and pushed food around his plate while the thing in his turban consumed him from the inside out, a parasite devouring its host because the host had outlived its usefulness. Snape saw it too. Hadrian caught the potions master watching Quirrell at meals with the expression of a man observing a countdown, and the tension between the two professors had become so thick that other staff members were beginning to notice. Snape had taken to following Quirrell in the corridors, not subtly, but with the open, aggressive surveillance of someone who wanted the target to know he was being watched. Quirrell, for his part, had stopped pretending. The stutter was still there, the nervous tics, the twitching, but they were mechanical now, a performance running on fumes. Underneath, the real Quirrell, or whatever Quirrell had become, was focused with a singular, desperate intensity on the third-floor corridor and what lay beneath it. The Marauder's map confirmed it. Every night, Quirrell's dot migrated to the third floor. Every night, it lingered longer. Every night, it moved deeper. He's past the chess room, Wednesday reported on January 15, in the room of requirement, the map spread before them. He spent 3 hours below the trapdoor last night. He's working on Snape's potion riddle. He'll solve it. It's logic, not magic, and whatever else Voldemort is, he's not stupid. Which means the only thing between him and the stone is the mirror. And the mirror is the one thing he can't beat. Unless he changes his approach. Wednesday tapped the map. He could force someone else to retrieve it. Someone who doesn't want to use it. The implication settled between them like a cold wind. Me, Hadrian said. You're the most likely candidate. You have a connection to the stone's protections through the castle. You have no interest in immortality. And Voldemort already wants you, the prophecy, the scar, the unfinished business from Godric's Hollow. If he can lure you to the mirror or force you in front of it, you might be the one person who could pull the stone out. That assumes I'd cooperate. Voldemort doesn't need cooperation. He needs leverage. She paused. Or he needs a moment of weakness. A distraction. Something that puts you in front of the mirror before you can think about what's happening. Hadrian leaned back in his chair. Outside the room of requirement's walls, the castle hummed with its ancient, patient magic. He could feel it now, always, a background frequency, like a second heartbeat. The castle knew him. The castle was waiting. Then we don't give him the chance to improvise, Hadrian said. We go first. We choose the time and the place. We control the confrontation. When? Soon. Before he solves the riddle. Before he figures out the mirror. Before he gets desperate enough to do something unpredictable. This weekend. Saturday night. The castle will be quiet. Most students will be in their common rooms. We can be in position by midnight. And Medusa? I'll bring her up through the secondary passage. The one that opens into the second-floor bathroom. It's the widest route, she can fit through it if she compresses. If we do this, Wednesday said, we do it completely. No half measures. No retreat. We go down there, we face whatever Quirrell and Voldemort have become, and we end it. We end it. She closed the notebook. I'll prepare. Wednesday. She looked at him. After this, things change. Dumbledore will know what we did. The school will know. The ministry will know. We won't be able to go back to being interesting first years with a basilisk. We'll be the children who confronted Voldemort. We were never just interesting first years, Hadrian. We were always this. The confrontation just makes it visible. She left. The door closed. The room of requirement held its breath, and Hadrian sat alone with the map and watched Quirrell's dot pace the third-floor corridor like a caged animal running out of time. He spent the days before Saturday tying up loose ends with the methodical care of someone who expected to survive but planned as if he might not. He met with Hermione in the library on Wednesday afternoon. She was deep in a Transfiguration text, her notes spread around her in organized chaos, her quill moving at a speed that suggested her hand was struggling to keep up with her brain. "I need you to do something for me," he said, sitting across from her. She looked up. Something in his tone registered, she was too perceptive to miss it. "What's happening?" "Something I can't tell you about yet. Something that might get loud. If it does, I need you to do 3 things. First, keep Ron and Neville away from the 3rd floor. They'll want to help. Don't let them. Hadrian, second, if anything goes wrong, if you hear an explosion, if the castle shakes, if something happens that shouldn't, go to Snape. Not Dumbledore. Snape. Tell him it's happening and he'll know what it means. You're scaring me. Third." He met her eyes. "If anything happens to me, take care of Wednesday." Hermione's face went very still. The quill stopped moving. She set it down carefully, deliberately, the way she did everything when she was processing something that threatened to overwhelm her. "Nothing is going to happen to you," she said. "Probably not. But I plan for every outcome. You sound like Wednesday." "That's because she taught me how to plan." Hermione stared at him for a long moment. Then she reached across the table and gripped his wrist, hard, fierce, her fingers digging in with a strength that surprised them both. "You come back," she said. "That's not a request. That's the plan. You come back, and then you tell me everything, and then I yell at you for being reckless, and then we move on. That's how this works." "Hermione, that's how this works, Hadrian." He looked at her hand on his wrist. At her face, fierce, frightened, refusing to let the fear win. This girl who'd been crying in a bathroom 3 months ago, who'd been rescued from a troll and had decided in that moment to never be rescued again. She'd kept that promise. She'd grown into something remarkable, and she wasn't done growing. "I'll come back," he said. "Good." She released his wrist. "Now go do whatever ridiculous, dangerous thing you're planning, and when it's over, you owe me a full explanation. With details. I want details." He talked to Draco on Thursday evening, in the Slytherin common room. Draco was playing chess against himself, a habit he'd picked up from watching Ron, and losing on both sides, which was a metaphor that Wednesday would have appreciated. "Saturday night," Hadrian said, sitting beside him. "I need you in the common room. Visible. Accounted for. If anyone asks where I am, you don't know." Draco's hand paused over a bishop. "What are you doing?" "Something necessary." "That's not an answer. It's the only one I can give you right now." Draco set the bishop down. He looked at Hadrian with the expression he'd been developing all term, the one that had replaced the Malfoy sneer with something more honest, more vulnerable, more real. "Is this about Quirrell?" Hadrian didn't react, but the non-reaction was telling. "I'm not blind, Adams. I'm Slytherin. I watch people. Quirrell's been acting strange all year, stranger than usual, which is saying something for a man who wraps his head in a tablecloth. He looks like he's dying. And you and Wednesday have been tracking him for months. You noticed that. I notice everything you do. It's self-preservation. You're the most dangerous people I know, and I'd rather see the storm coming than get caught in it. Hadrian studied him. Draco Malfoy at 11, still sharp, still proud, still carrying the weight of a name he was slowly learning to wear differently. The boy who'd thrown a remembrall to prove a point and had been learning better points ever since. It's about more than Quirrell, Hadrian said. I can't tell you more. Not yet. But after Saturday, things will change, and I need to know that you're solid. Solid how? Solid as in on our side. Not Dumbledore's side, not your father's side, not the ministry's side. Ours. The circle. Draco was quiet for a long time. The fire crackled. The lake pressed against the windows. When I got on the train in September, Draco said slowly, I knew exactly who I was. I was Lucius Malfoy's son. I was going to be sorted into Slytherin, make the right friends, say the right things, and grow up to be exactly what my father wanted. It was simple. Clear. He picked up the chess bishop and turned it in his fingers. Then your sister told me to sit down and stop performing, and everything got complicated. Good complicated or bad complicated? The kind of complicated where you realize the simple version of your life was a cage, and someone just opened the door, and you're not sure if you're brave enough to walk through it. Are you? Draco set the bishop down. I'm wearing a hand-knitted scarf from a woman I've never met because it's the warmest thing anyone's ever given me, and I mean that in every possible sense. So yes, Adams. I'm solid. Whatever happens Saturday, I'm solid. Hadrian held out his hand. Draco looked at it, then at Hadrian, and then took it. The handshake was firm, brief, real, the kind of thing that sealed something that didn't need words. On Friday, Hadrian went to the Chamber of Secrets. Medusa was awake, her massive body coiled in the open space before Slytherin's statue, her goblin-forged lenses gleaming in the phosphorescent light. She'd been restless for days, she could feel Hadrian's tension through whatever bond connected them, and it made her scales itch. Tomorrow, Hadrian said in Parseltongue, sitting against her coils in what had become their usual position, him leaning against her warmth, her head lowered beside him, her tongue flickering to taste his mood. Tomorrow we fight, Medusa said. It wasn't a question. Tomorrow we face the thing that's been living in the turban. The shade of a dark wizard. He's dangerous, but he's weak, trapped in a human host, bodiless, desperate. All desperate things are dangerous, little speaker. A cornered rat will bite harder than a hunting wolf. I know. That's why I need you. Her great head swung toward him, the lenses catching the light. You have always had me. Since the first day you spoke to me in the dark. I was old and tired and alone, and you sat down and talked to me as if I were not a monster. As if I were a person. You are a person. A very large, very old, very deadly person. Flatterer. Her tongue flickered against his face, a basilisk kiss, sandpaper rough and impossibly gentle. I will come tomorrow. I will come through the old passages. And if the dark thing threatens you, I will show it why my kind was feared when this castle was young. The lenses, I will wear the lenses. I have no wish to kill your schoolmates. But if the dark thing looks into my eyes. She trailed off, and the silence was more threatening than any words. I know. Thank you, Medusa. Do not thank me. Protect you is what I do. It is what I am. It is the only thing that has mattered to me since you woke me from the long sleep. He pressed his forehead against her snout. Her scales were warm against his skin. For a moment, in the deep silence of the chamber, he wasn't an Adams or a Potter or a prophecy child or a chess piece in someone else's game. He was just a boy and his snake, sitting in the dark, preparing for something that would change everything. Then the moment passed, and he was all of those things again, and he stood. Tomorrow night. The second-floor passage. I'll call you when it's time. I will be ready. He left the chamber and climbed back to the world above, where the castle was settling into its nighttime rhythms and Saturday was less than 24 hours away. On Friday night, Hadrian couldn't sleep. He lay in his four-poster bed in the Slytherin dormitory, staring at the green-tinged canopy, listening to the breathing of the other boys, Draco's measured inhales, Blaze's soft snoring, Theo's restless shifting. The lake pressed against the windows, dark and deep. He thought about the prophecy. Neither can live while the other survives. He'd carried those words since Dumbledore's office, turning them over like a stone in his pocket, examining them from every angle. The prophecy said one of them had to die. It didn't say when. It didn't say how. And Hadrian had spent enough time with Wednesday's analytical frameworks to know that prophecies were descriptions, not prescriptions. They told you what would happen, not what you had to do about it. Voldemort would die. Not tomorrow, probably. The shade in Quirrell's turban was a fragment, a parasite, not the whole of whatever Voldemort had become. Killing it, if it could be killed, wouldn't end the war. It would end a battle. The war would continue until Hadrian understood what Voldemort had done to cheat death and systematically undid it. But that was future strategy. Tomorrow night was about something simpler, facing the thing that had killed Harry Potter's parents, looking it in whatever passed for its eyes, and showing it exactly what it had created by sending a soul into the Addams family. He turned over. Closed his eyes. Willed himself to sleep. Somewhere in the deep places, Medusa stirred. Somewhere on the third floor, Quirrell paced. Somewhere in his office, Dumbledore sat with his instruments and his calculations and his contingency plans, playing a game that was already 2 moves behind the children sleeping in the dungeons below. And somewhere, in the space between sleep and waking, a voice whispered, "Tomorrow." Hadrian slept. Saturday, January 17th, dawned grey and bitterly cold. Hadrian moved through the day with deliberate normalcy, breakfast in the Great Hall, a morning in the library, lunch with Wednesday and Draco, an afternoon walk around the lake to clear his head and feel the castle's magic one more time, steady and strong beneath the frozen ground. Wednesday spent the day in the room of requirement, preparing. She didn't tell Hadrian what she was preparing, she'd said only that she had contingencies, and that he should trust her, which he did absolutely and without question, because she was Wednesday and trusting her was as natural as breathing. At dinner, he sat at the Slytherin table and ate roast chicken and potatoes and watched the Great Hall the way he'd watched it every evening since September, reading faces, tracking movements, feeling the pulse of 1,000 lives intersecting in a room that was warm and bright and completely unaware of what was about to happen in the dark places beneath it. Dumbledore was at the staff table. Their eyes met across the hall. The old man's gaze held a question, "Tonight?" Hadrian didn't respond. He didn't need to. Dumbledore knew. He'd probably known for days, had probably been tracking Quirrell's movements with his own methods, had probably calculated the timeline with the same precision Wednesday had. The difference was that Dumbledore was prepared to let it play out, to watch, to intervene at the last moment, to orchestrate. And Hadrian was prepared to act. Snape was watching too. Not Hadrian, Quirrell. The potions master's dark eyes tracked Quirrell's every movement with the focused intensity of a predator waiting for its moment. He'd positioned himself at the staff table between Quirrell and the door, which was either coincidental or the most deliberate seating choice in the history of formal dining. Quirrell barely ate. His hands trembled. His skin was the color of old parchment. He looked, Hadrian thought, like a man in the final stages of being consumed, hollowed out, running on nothing but the will of the thing inside him. Tonight. It would be tonight. Hadrian could feel it the way you feel a storm approaching, a change in pressure, a charge in the air, the instinctive knowledge that something was coming and nothing could stop it. Dinner ended. Students drifted to their common rooms. Hadrian went to the Slytherin dormitory and sat on his bed and waited for the castle to quiet. At 11, he changed. Not into robes, into dark clothes, practical, fitted, the kind of thing Gomez would have called adventure attire. He strapped his rapier to his hip. He put his wand in a holster on his forearm. He tucked the Marauder's map into his pocket. He left the dormitory. Draco was in the common room, reading, or pretending to read. He looked up when Hadrian passed. "Be careful," Draco said. "Always." "That's a lie and we both know it." "Be careful anyway." Hadrian nodded and left. Wednesday was waiting in the corridor outside the common room. She was dressed the same way, dark, practical, armed. Her throwing knives were in a harness across her chest, partially hidden by her robes. Her wand was in her hand. Her expression was the one she wore when she was done thinking and ready to act, focused, clear, without a single unnecessary emotion. "Medusa?" Hadrian asked. "In position. I spoke to her through the passage on the second floor an hour ago. She's waiting." "The map." He pulled out the Marauder's map, tapped it, and watched the dots resolve. The castle was quiet. Students in their dormitories. Teachers in their quarters. Filch on patrol in the east wing, far from the third floor. And Quirrell. Quirrell was moving. Not pacing, moving with purpose, heading from his quarters toward the third floor corridor in a straight line, no hesitation, no wrong turns. Moving like a man who'd made a decision and burned every bridge behind it. "He's going now," Wednesday said. "Then so are we." They moved through the castle at speed. Not running, Adamses didn't run unless the situation demanded it, but walking with the long, ground-eating stride of people who knew exactly where they were going and refused to be delayed. The corridors were dark, the torches dimmed, the portraits sleeping. The castle's magic hummed around them, responsive, alert, the ancient building sensing that something was about to happen in its deepest places. They reached the second-floor bathroom, Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, the one that no one used because the ghost of a perpetually weeping girl made it the least appealing lavatory in the school. The bathroom was empty, the ghost absent, the taps gleaming in the moonlight. Hadrian walked to a specific sink, the one with a tiny snake carved into the tap, and spoke. "Open." The sink moved. The wall moved. A passage opened, wide, sloping downward, smelling of cold stone and deep water and the particular musk of a very large reptile. Medusa emerged. She came up the passage like a river of muscle and scale, her body filling the opening and then some, her head emerging into the bathroom with a slow, deliberate grace that made the room feel very small. Her goblin-forged lenses caught the moonlight and threw it back in two amber discs. Her tongue flickered, tasting the air, tasting the night, tasting the intention of the two humans standing before her. "Little speaker," she said. "It is time. It's time. Can you fit through the upper corridors? If the castle allows it." Her head swung toward the doorway, her body already flowing after it. The bathroom door was too small by half, but the stones shifted, Hadrian felt it, the castle's magic responding to his unspoken request, and the doorframe widened, just enough, the stone flowing like water to accommodate Medusa's passage. She poured into the corridor. 63 feet of Basilisk, moving through Hogwarts like a dark river through a canyon, her scales whispering against stone, her body impossibly silent for something so massive. Wednesday walked beside her head. Hadrian walked ahead, the Marauder's map in his hand, guiding them through corridors that the castle obligingly cleared of obstacles, staircases locking in place, doors opening, the building itself becoming a highway for a snake that was older than its foundations. They reached the third floor. The door to the Cerberus room was open, Quirrell had already gone through. From beyond it came the sound of the harp, still playing from Hadrian's last visit, its self-playing charm apparently permanent. Fluffy was asleep. All three heads, snoring, drool pooling. The trapdoor was open. "Medusa stays here," Wednesday said. "She can't fit through the trapdoor. She guards the exit." Hadrian relayed this. Medusa's response was a low rumble that made the walls vibrate. "I will guard this door. Nothing enters. Nothing leaves. Except you. If Dumbledore comes, if the bearded one comes, I will allow him to pass." Reluctantly. "Thank you. Stop thanking me and go kill the dark thing." They dropped through the trapdoor. The devil's snare caught them and they burned through it in seconds. They hit the floor of the first chamber running. Through the winged key room, Hadrian spoke to the lock and it opened. Through the chest chamber, the pieces began to set up, but Wednesday raised her wand and said, "Reducto," with such cold authority that the nearest piece exploded into rubble and the rest decided discretion was the better part of valor and moved aside. Through the troll room, the troll was still unconscious from Quirrell's earlier visit. They reached the purple flames. The potion bottles were empty, Quirrell had used them. Wednesday pulled 2 small vials from her robes. "I brewed replacements. Snape's recipe. One of my contingencies." They drank. Walked through the flames. And entered the final chamber. Quirrell was already there. He stood before the mirror of Ariste, his back to them, his turban unwound and hanging loose around his neck. Without the turban, the back of his skull was visible, and what was on the back of his skull was wrong. A face. Pressed into the skull like a mask pushed into clay from the wrong side. White skin, red eyes, slits for nostrils. A face that was not Quirrell's face, that was not anyone's face, that was something in between human and not, alive and not, real and not. It was pressed against the bone, flattened, distorted, but undeniably present, a second consciousness peering out from the back of a stolen head. Voldemort. Quirrell was staring into the mirror. His hands were pressed against the glass. His body was trembling, not with cold, not with fear, but with the strain of housing something that was burning through him from the inside. "I can see the stone," Quirrell whispered. "I can see it, Master, but I can't, it won't, the boy." The voice came from the face on the back of Quirrell's skull. It was high, cold, thin, a voice stripped of everything human, reduced to pure will and hunger. It shouldn't have been audible in a room this size, but it filled the space like smoke. "The boy is here." Quirrell spun. His eyes, wide, bloodshot, almost mad, fixed on Hadrian and Wednesday standing in the doorway. For a moment, naked terror crossed his face, not fear of the children, but fear of what the thing on the back of his head would do now that it had what it wanted. Then the terror was wiped away, and something else took its place. Something that wasn't Quirrell at all. "Harry Potter," said the voice from behind, and Quirrell's body moved like a puppet, turning, the face on the back of his skull now facing them directly. Red eyes met Hadrian's dark ones across 20 feet of cold stone. "My name," Hadrian said, "is Hadrian Adams." The red eyes narrowed. The lipless mouth curved into something that was trying to be a smile and achieving only malice. "You can call yourself whatever you like. I know what you are. I knew the moment you entered this school, the scar, the parseltongue, the stink of old magic. You are the boy who survived my killing curse. You are the boy the prophecy speaks of. And you are standing between me and immortality. I'm standing in a room. You're the one between yourself and immortality. The mirror won't give you the stone and we both know it." Voldemort's expression, if you could call it an expression, if you could call that distorted, parasitic horror a face, shifted. Calculation replaced hunger. The red eyes studied Hadrian with the cold, precise evaluation of an intelligence that had spent decades analyzing threats. "You're different," Voldemort said. "You were supposed to be a child. A frightened, malleable child, raised by muggles, ignorant of magic, easy to break. Instead." The red eyes moved to Wednesday, who stood beside Hadrian with her wand drawn and her knives accessible and her expression suggesting she was evaluating Voldemort the way she evaluated everything, as a problem to be solved. "Instead, you've been raised by monsters." "Thank you," Wednesday said. "My family would take that as a compliment." Voldemort's attention snapped to her with the speed of a striking snake. "You are not relevant to this, girl. This is between me and the boy. Nothing involving my brother is irrelevant to me. And you're wasting time. Your host is dying." She nodded at Quirrell's body, which was visibly deteriorating, the skin graying, the limbs trembling, sweat running down a face that was already more skull than skin. Whatever you're going to do it before he collapses and you're back to being a ghost in the wind. Wednesday, Hadrian murmured. I'm establishing parameters. He's a parasite in a failing host with no wand of his own, facing two armed opponents in a room with one exit. His tactical position is catastrophic. Silence. Voldemort's voice cracked through the room like a whip, and Quirrell's body surged forward, his wand coming up, his mouth forming a curse. Hadrian moved. Not defensively. Not reactively. He stepped forward, into the space between himself and the curse, and spoke to the castle. The stones erupted. The floor of the chamber rose in a wave, flagstones peeling upward like scales, forming a wall between Hadrian and the incoming curse. The spell hit stone and detonated, blasting chunks of rock across the room, but the wall held, reformed, and grew. Stones climbed Quirrell's legs the way they'd climbed the trolls on Halloween, encasing, imprisoning, locking him in place. Quirrell screamed. He fired curses wildly, green light, red light, purple light, each one met by rising stone, each one absorbed or deflected by a castle that was actively, aggressively defending its speaker. The room reshaped itself around the combat, walls closing in, the ceiling lowering, the space between Hadrian and Quirrell compressing until there was nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. Wednesday flanked left. She didn't use the castle's magic, that was Hadrian's language, not hers. She used her own. 3 throwing knives left her hand in rapid succession, aimed not at Quirrell but at precise points on his robe, the seams at the shoulders, the hem near his wand arm. The knives severed fabric, not flesh, but they disrupted his movement, fouled his arm, forced his wand off target. Quirrell's next curse went wide. It hit the mirror of Ariste, and the mirror cracked, a spiderweb of fractures spreading across the glass. Something fell from behind the fractured surface and clattered to the stone floor. A red stone. Small, roughly cut, glowing with an internal light that pulsed like a heartbeat. The Philosopher's Stone. Voldemort saw it. Quirrell saw it. Every conscious being in the room saw it, and the world contracted to a single point of focus, a stone on the floor that could grant eternal life to whatever reached it first. Quirrell lunged. The stone sheath around his legs cracked. Voldemort was pouring power through the host body, burning through Quirrell's remaining life force to fuel a single, desperate burst of strength. Stone shattered. Quirrell stumbled forward, his hand reaching, his fingers stretching toward the Philosopher's Stone. Hadrian got there first. He didn't plan it. Didn't calculate. His body moved with the same instinct that had caught the Remembrel, that had caught the snitch, that had known how to fly before he'd ever sat on a broom. He dove, rolled, and his hand closed around the stone. It was warm. Alive. It pulsed against his palm like a second heart. Quirrell's hand clamped down on his wrist. And the world screamed. Pain, not from the scar, not from the stone, but from the point where Quirrell's skin touched his. Hadrian felt it like acid, burning, searing, a chemical reaction between his flesh and whatever Quirrell had become. But Quirrell felt it worse. Far worse. The man's hand was smoking, his skin blistering, blackening, peeling away from the bone where it touched Hadrian's wrist. Quirrell screamed. The sound was inhuman, a shriek of agony that bounced off the stone walls and multiplied into a chorus of pain. He wrenched his hand back, and the skin came with it, sloughing off his fingers like wax from a candle, leaving raw, red, ruined flesh beneath. Kill him. Voldemort shrieked from the back of the skull. Seize him. Take the stone. Quirrell lunged again, both hands reaching. They closed on Hadrian's face, and the burning intensified. Hadrian felt it, felt the searing heat where Quirrell's skin met his, but it was worse for Quirrell, infinitely worse. The man's hands were disintegrating. His fingers crumbled. His palms cracked and split and fell apart, and Quirrell screamed and the sound was terrible and the smell was terrible and the thing on the back of his skull was howling with rage and desperation. Hadrian didn't retreat. He stepped into the contact. He grabbed Quirrell's wrists, ruined, crumbling, barely solid, and held them, and let the fire do its work. Quirrell's arms dissolved. His chest caved. His face, his own face, not Voldemort's, went blank, the light leaving his eyes, the pain leaving his features, and for a single, fleeting instant, the real Quirinus Quirrell looked out through dying eyes and mouthed a single word that might have been please or might have been thank you or might have been nothing at all. Then Quirrell's body collapsed. It didn't fall, it came apart, crumbling like ash, like a structure that had been held together by nothing but Voldemort's will, and that will was no longer enough. He hit the floor in a heap of robes and dust and fragments, and from the wreckage something rose. The shade. It was visible for just a moment, a dark, twisted, screaming thing, a face without a body, a presence without form. It hung in the air above Quirrell's remains, and its red eyes found Hadrian, and the hatred in them was so pure and so concentrated that it was almost beautiful in its absoluteness. "This is not over," the shade hissed. "You cannot destroy me. I am beyond death. I am eternal." Hadrian stood in the ruined chamber, the philosopher's stone in one hand, his wand in the other, Quirrell's ashes at his feet. He looked at the shade of Lord Voldemort, the most feared dark wizard of the age, reduced to a screaming ghost, bodiless, powerless, held together by nothing but rage and the tattered remnants of dark magic that had failed to make him immortal. "You're not eternal," Hadrian said. "You're afraid. Afraid of death. Afraid of being forgotten. Afraid that if you stop existing, nothing you did will matter. That's not power. That's not even ambition. That's just fear with a better vocabulary." The shade shrieked. It lunged at him, a formless rush of dark energy, pure malice given motion. Hadrian raised his wand and spoke a word in Parseltongue that he hadn't known he knew, a word that came from the deepest part of whatever he carried from his old life, a word that meant go and leave and you are not welcome here. The castle answered. Every stone in the chamber vibrated. The walls pulsed with light, deep, golden green, the same light that had erupted from his wand in Ollivander's shop. The light hit the shade like a physical force, and the shade screamed, a sound that wasn't sound, a vibration that was felt in the bones and the teeth and the soul, and it fragmented. Pieces of it tore away, dissolving into nothing, and the rest of it, the core, the essence, whatever was left of Tom Riddle's broken soul, fled. Through the walls, through the stone, through the ancient magic of the castle that tried to hold it and couldn't quite, because whatever Voldemort had done to himself had made him slippery in ways that even Hogwarts couldn't fully counter. It was gone. The chamber was quiet. Hadrian stood in the silence and breathed. His wrist burned where Quirrell had grabbed him, the skin was red and raw, blistered. His scar throbbed with a dull, fading ache. His hand was still closed around the philosopher's stone. Wednesday emerged from behind the cover she'd taken during the final explosion. She was dusty, her hair had come loose from one braid, and there was a shallow cut on her cheek from a flying piece of stone. She crossed the chamber in 4 quick strides and grabbed Hadrian's shoulders, her fingers digging in, her dark eyes searching his face with an intensity that was not analytical, was not strategic, was nothing except the raw, desperate need to confirm that her brother was alive and whole and standing in front of her. "I'm fine," he said. "You're burned. Your wrist, I'm fine, Wednesday." She held his gaze for 3 seconds. Then she pulled him into a hug. It was the first hug Wednesday Addams had initiated since they were 6 years old, when Hadrian had fallen off the roof during a thunderstorm and she'd caught him at the bottom and held him so tightly he couldn't breathe. It was fierce and brief and slightly painful, because she was gripping him hard enough to bruise, and it lasted exactly 4 seconds before she released him and stepped back and rearranged her expression into something more familiar. "Don't tell anyone I did that," she said. "Wouldn't dream of it." She looked at the chamber. At the cracked mirror. At the pile of robes and ash that had been Quirrell. At the scorch marks on the walls and the reshaped stones and the evidence of a battle that had lasted less than 5 minutes and had changed everything. "The shade escaped," she said. "I know. I drove it out, but I couldn't destroy it. Voldemort has done something to anchor himself, something beyond the host body. He won't die until we find what's keeping him tethered. Horcruxes. Hadrian looked at her sharply. What? Horcruxes. I've been researching since November. The darkest form of soul magic, splitting your soul through murder and anchoring the fragments in physical objects. It's the only explanation that fits his survival pattern. He should have died at Godric's Hollow. He didn't. He should have died when Quirrell died. He didn't. His soul is fragmented and stored elsewhere. How long have you known about this? I've suspected since December. I confirmed the theory last week in a book I found in the Chamber of Secrets, one of Slytherin's personal journals. He wrote about Horcruxes theoretically. The practice disgusted even him. Hadrian stared at his sister. She'd been sitting on this for weeks, building her case, confirming her evidence, waiting until the right moment to present it. Because that was what Wednesday did, she didn't speculate, she didn't guess, she waited until she was certain and then she delivered certainty like a blade. How many? He asked. Unknown. Voldemort's psychology suggests he would have chosen a significant number. 7 is the most magically powerful number. My working theory is 7 Horcruxes. 7 fragments of soul. 7 objects we need to find and destroy. Yes. That's a long war. We have time. He's bodiless and weakened. We have years before he can reconstitute. And we have resources he doesn't, the Addams family, the castle, Medusa, our circle. She paused. And each other. And each other. They stood in the wreckage and looked at each other, and between them was everything they'd been since birth, twin bond, family bond, the Addams bond that was stronger than magic and darker than death and fiercer than anything the wizarding world had a name for. Footsteps on the stairs above. Multiple people, moving fast. Dumbledore burst through the flame barrier with Snape half a step behind him. Both had their wands drawn. Both stopped dead at the scene before them. The ruined chamber. The cracked mirror. The pile of ashes. And 2 11-year-old children standing in the middle of it all, dusty and bloody and completely, entirely in control. Dumbledore's eyes moved from the ashes to the mirror to the stone in Hadrian's hand. He lowered his wand slowly. I see, he said, that I'm late. Fashionably, Hadrian said. He held up the Philosopher's Stone. I believe this is yours. Or rather, Nicholas Flamel's. Dumbledore took the stone. He held it in his palm, looking at it with an expression that mixed relief with something deeper and sadder. Professor Quirrell, he asked. Dead. The shade of Voldemort was using him as a host. When the host body failed, the shade fled. Fled where? I don't know. Out of the castle. East, I think. It was damaged, I heard it, but not destroyed. No, Dumbledore said quietly. I don't suppose it would be destroyed so easily. He looked at Hadrian. The twinkle was back, but muted, and underneath it was something that Hadrian hadn't seen before, respect. Not the cautious, calculating assessment of a chess player. Genuine, unguarded respect for someone who had done something extraordinary. You were right, Dumbledore said. You handled it. We handled it, Hadrian corrected, glancing at Wednesday. We always do. Snape had been examining the remains. He straightened, his face unreadable, and looked at Hadrian's burned wrist. Hospital wing, he said. Now. It's not, now, Mr. Addams. Hadrian almost argued. Then he saw the expression on Snape's face, not anger, not his usual coldness, but the rigid, controlled terror of a man who had just seen the child he'd sworn to protect standing over the ashes of a dead man, and who was processing the reality that his protection hadn't been needed and that this was simultaneously the best and worst possible outcome. Yes, Professor, Hadrian said, and let himself be shepherded toward the exit. Behind them, Dumbledore stood in the ruined chamber with the Philosopher's Stone and the remains of his carefully constructed trap, and contemplated the reality that two children had dismantled a Dark Lord's plan in under 5 minutes while he'd been running down 7 flights of stairs. The greatest wizard of the age looked at the ashes of Quirrell and sighed. "I really must learn," he murmured to the empty room, "to stop underestimating the young." The aftermath unfolded with the particular blend of chaos and bureaucracy that the wizarding world excelled at. Madame Pomfrey healed Hadrian's wrist in 20 minutes and Wednesday's cheek in 10, while simultaneously lecturing them both about the irresponsibility of fighting dark wizards without adult supervision. She was a formidable woman, sharp, caring, and absolutely unwilling to be impressed by anything that resulted in patients in her ward. "I don't care if you defeated you-know-who himself," she said, applying burn paste to Hadrian's wrist with slightly more force than strictly necessary. "You are children. Children get hurt. And when children get hurt, I have to fix them, and I have quite enough to do without adding Dark Lord combat injuries to my workload." "We'll try to be more careful next time, Madame Pomfrey," Wednesday said. "There will not be a next time." "Of course not," Wednesday said, in a tone that communicated the exact opposite. Dumbledore handled the official narrative. Quirrell had been killed in an accident involving the Mirror of Erist, a magical backlash, a failed experiment, a tragedy but not a mystery. The involvement of students was not mentioned. The Philosopher's Stone was returned to Nicholas Flamel, who, after a long conversation with Dumbledore, agreed that the stone should be destroyed. 665 years was, apparently, enough. The school was told that Professor Quirrell had suffered a magical mishap, and that a replacement defense against the dark arts teacher would be arranged. The students accepted this with the cheerful incuriosity of people who'd already decided Quirrell was the worst teacher they'd ever had and were happy to see him go. The inner circle knew the truth. Hadrian told Hermione, Ron, Draco, and Neville the full story, or most of it, in the room of requirement the following evening. He left out the Horcruxes. That was information for later, when they were ready. Hermione listened to the entire account with her fists clenched and her jaw tight. When he finished, she stood up and hit him on the arm. "Ow! You went after Voldemort. You went after Voldemort. Without telling me. Without letting me help. I told you to go to Snape if something went wrong. Something could have gone very wrong, Hadrian. You could have died. But I didn't. But you could have." She hit him again, then seemed to realize what she was doing and stopped, breathing hard, her eyes bright. "Don't do that again. Don't leave me behind. Hermione, I'm serious. Whatever comes next, and there's always something next, I'm not naive, I'm part of it. Not on the sidelines. Not waiting for news. Part of it." He looked at her. At all of them, Ron, who was pale but steady, processing the reality of what his friends had done with the pragmatic acceptance of someone who'd grown up in a world where dark wizards were history, not current events. Draco, who was gripping the arms of his chair with white knuckles but hadn't left, hadn't run, hadn't retreated behind his family name. Neville, who was quiet, his hands folded in his lap, his expression not fearful but resolved, as if something that had been struggling to take root inside him had finally found solid ground. "You're all part of it," Hadrian said. "You always were. That's why I told you." Ron leaned back in his chair. "So. Voldemort's not dead. He's out there somewhere, bodiless, and he'll come back eventually." "Yes. And when he comes back, he'll come after you." "Almost certainly. And we're going to stop him." "Yes." Ron nodded slowly. "Right. Okay. I'm going to need a lot more chess practice." The tension broke. Hermione laughed, a startled, genuine laugh that she immediately tried to suppress and couldn't. Draco made a sound that might have been a laugh if he'd been willing to admit it. Even Wednesday's mouth twitched. Neville spoke for the first time. "My parents fought Voldemort. In the First War. They were Aurors. They were tortured by Death Eaters until they lost their minds. They're in St. Mungo's now. They don't recognize me. The room went still. I've never told anyone that, Neville continued, his voice steady. I've been ashamed of it. Ashamed that they couldn't fight hard enough, ashamed that I'm not brave enough to be their son. He looked at Hadrian. But you just walked into a room with Voldemort and walked out again. And you're not any older than me. And you weren't born brave, you were raised by people who taught you how to be. Neville, teach me. The way you taught Hermione. The way you taught all of us. Teach me how to be the kind of person who walks into rooms like that. Not because I'm not afraid, I'll always be afraid. But because being afraid doesn't mean being helpless. Hadrian looked at this boy, round-faced, soft-spoken, chronically terrified, and saw something that the rest of Hogwarts had never seen. Underneath the anxiety, underneath the clumsiness and the self-doubt and the crushing weight of a legacy he felt he couldn't live up to, there was steel. Not Adam's steel, something gentler, more flexible, but no less strong. The steel of a boy who'd grown up visiting parents who didn't know his name and had chosen, every single day, to keep going. You're already that person, Neville, Hadrian said. You just haven't realized it yet. The circle held. 6 first years in a magic room in a castle in Scotland, bound together by something that was stronger than house colors and older than school rivalries, the simple, powerful decision to stand together against what was coming. Whatever that was. Whenever it came. The end-of-year feast was 2 weeks later, and Hogwarts had never seen anything like it. The great hall was packed, students in their house colors, staff at the high table, the enchanted ceiling showing a warm June evening streaked with amber and violet. Dumbledore presided, his robe spectacularly purple, his beard newly trimmed, his expression suggesting that he was about to enjoy himself immensely. But the surprise wasn't Dumbledore. It was the guests. Gomez Adams entered the great hall first, wearing a suit so sharp it could have drawn blood, his mustache waxed to mathematical perfection, his stride the confident swagger of a man who believed that every room he entered was improved by his presence and was usually right. Morticia glided beside him, tall and pale and devastating in black silk, her bone parasol exchanged for the evening for a clutch purse that was rumored to contain either a powder compact or a small explosive device, the distinction being irrelevant to the Addams family. Behind them came Pugsley, round, cheerful, visibly disappointed that the castle hadn't exploded yet. Grandmama, hunched and beaming, carrying a basket that the house elves eyed with deep suspicion. Lurch, who had to duck to enter and whose mere presence caused the floating candles nearest the door to rise an additional 6 feet as if trying to maintain altitude. And Thing, who scuttled across the staff table during a gap in Dumbledore's attention and was halfway through the bread basket before anyone noticed. The great hall went quiet. Then Gomez opened his arms. Hogwarts. What a magnificent institution. Tish, look at this ceiling, it's divine. Absolutely divine. Is that real weather or just very good magic? Either way, I love it. Gomez, darling, you're making a scene, Morticia said. I live for scenes, my love. Children. Hadrian and Wednesday rose from the Slytherin table. The walk across the great hall, under the gaze of every student and teacher, through a silence so complete you could hear candle wax dripping, should have been self-conscious. It was not. They walked the way they always walked, together, shoulders nearly touching, unhurried, unashamed. Gomez caught Hadrian in a hug that lifted him off the ground. My boy. Look at you. You're taller. You're fiercer. You smell like old stone and something magnificent. That's the dungeon, Father. I love it. He set Hadrian down and turned to Wednesday. His expression softened, the manic energy dimming to something warmer, deeper, the way it always did with her. My Wednesday. Father. She allowed the hug. She even returned it, briefly, which made Pugsley gasp and Grandmama cackle. Morticia embraced them both, a single, encompassing gesture that smelled like night-blooming flowers and the particular warmth of a mother who loved like a force of nature. "You've been busy," Morticia murmured, holding them at arm's length, her dark eyes moving from Hadrian's healed wrist to Wednesday's cheek where the cut had been. "We'll discuss it at home." "There's a lot to discuss," Hadrian said. "There always is, darling. That's what makes it family." They returned to the feast. The Addams family was given seats of honor, Gomez beside Dumbledore, where the two men immediately launched into a conversation that appeared to involve equal parts politics, philosophy, and the proper technique for disarming an opponent in a fencing match. Morticia sat beside McGonagall, and within 5 minutes the stern professor was actually smiling, which several students later reported as a hallmark of the apocalypse. Grandmama found her way to the Slytherin table, where she settled beside Draco and immediately began interrogating him about his eating habits. "You're too thin, boy. Here, eat this." She produced something from her basket that looked like a cookie and smelled like a dare. Draco looked at the cookie. He looked at Grandmama. He looked at Wednesday, who gave him the smallest possible nod. He ate the cookie. "Good boy," Grandmama said, and patted his cheek with a hand that had brewed poisons, raised children, and survived 2 centuries of Addams family holidays. "You'll do." Dumbledore stood for the year-end speech. The hall quieted. "Another year gone," he said, and his voice carried the warm, slightly theatrical authority that was his trademark. "And what a year it has been. We have learned. We have grown. We have, in some cases, exceeded every expectation placed upon us, our own and others." His eyes found Hadrian. The twinkle was back, real, this time, not the calculated version. Something between amusement and admiration and the grudging acceptance of a man who'd been outplayed by someone a sixth his age. "Before I announce the House Cup results, I have a few last-minute points to award. To Ronald Weasley, for the finest tactical mind I've seen in a first year in 30 years, 50 points to Gryffindor." Ron went scarlet. Hermione grabbed his arm. To Hermione Granger, for loyalty, courage, and the kind of intellectual fearlessness that Hogwarts was built to nurture, 50 points to Gryffindor. Hermione's eyes filled. She blinked hard and didn't let them fall. To Neville Longbottom, for discovering that the bravest thing a person can do is choose to grow, 50 points to Gryffindor. Neville sat very straight in his chair. His hands were folded. He didn't cry. He just sat there, quiet and certain, and the boy he'd been in September was gone and the boy he was becoming was right there, visible, undeniable. To Draco Malfoy, for the courage to question the path laid out for him and choose his own, 50 points to Slytherin. Draco's hand went to the scarf around his neck, Grandmama's scarf, which he still wore every day, green and black against his uniform. His jaw tightened. He nodded once. To Wednesday Addams, for a mind that I am frankly grateful is on our side, 50 points to Slytherin. Wednesday inclined her head. Her expression didn't change. But under the table, her hand found Hadrian's and squeezed. And to Hadrian Addams. Dumbledore paused. The hall was silent. For facing darkness without flinching. For choosing family over fear. For reminding an old man that the most powerful magic in the world is not in any textbook. He smiled. 100 points to Slytherin. The Slytherin table exploded. The noise was tremendous, cheering, stamping, the entire house rising to its feet. The green and silver banners unfurled from the ceiling. Slytherin had won the House Cup. But the cheering wasn't just from Slytherin. The Gryffindor table was applauding too, Ron and Hermione and Neville on their feet, clapping, their faces bright with the particular joy that comes from watching your friends win something they deserved. Even the Ravenclaws applauded. Even the Hufflepuffs. Because this wasn't about house points. This was about something bigger, A year that had started with two dark-haired children walking into a castle with a basilisk and ended with a dead Dark Lord shade driven into the wilderness and a circle of friends forged in fire and chess matches and midnight explorations and the particular magic of people choosing each other over everything else. Hadrian stood in the noise and the light and the chaos, and his family was around him, his Hogwarts family and his Adams family, merged, overlapping, two circles becoming one, and he felt something that was beyond happiness, beyond satisfaction, beyond anything the mirror of Ariste could have shown him because it was real. Gomez was teaching Dumbledore a fencing move with a bread knife. Morticia was making McGonagall laugh. Pugsley was explaining explosives to a terrified but fascinated group of Hufflepuffs. Grandmama was feeding Draco a second cookie. Lurch was standing in the corner, stoic and immovable, and three Gryffindor girls were trying to work up the courage to talk to him. Thing was arm wrestling a house elf and losing. Hermione caught his eye across the great hall and raised her goblet. Ron gave him a thumbs up. Neville smiled, a real smile, confident and steady. Draco was eating Grandmama's cookies and pretending he wasn't emotional about it. And Wednesday was beside him, as she always was, as she always would be. His twin. His anchor. The other half of whatever he was. Next year will be harder, she said, watching the celebration with an expression that was very close to contentment. Next year will be harder, he agreed. Voldemort will regroup. The Horcruxes. The Ministry. All of it. Are you worried? He looked at the great hall. At the family that blood had given him and the family that choice had given him. At a castle that spoke his language and a snake that loved him and a circle of people who decided, one by one, to stand where he stood and face what he faced. No, Hadrian said. I'm not worried. Why not? He smiled. Not the smile that unsettled people, not the smile that made them step backward. The real smile, the one he gave only to her, only in moments when the world was exactly what it should be and he knew, with the deep, unshakable certainty that was his birthright as an Adams, that whatever came next, he would face it the way he faced everything. With his family beside him. With darkness at his back. With absolutely no apologies. Because we're Adamses, he said. And Adamses don't worry. We prepare. Wednesday almost smiled. On her face, as always, it looked like a threat. And it was. A threat, a promise, and a prophecy all in one. The Addams twins were just getting started.